Thanks so much, gentlemen, for that absolutely fascinating conversation. But moving on now, well, along with many other drivers, the India century will be defined by India Inc. as it takes on the world. And who better, Parmeshwar, to articulate this than India's foremost global businessman?
Well, for our next session, India Ascends, the India Global Business, I would now like to invite on stage Shri Sunil Bharti Mittal and NDTV's Tamanna Inamdar.
Okay, so Sunil Bharti Mittal has, of course, been the pioneer of bringing the telecom age to India. And I think in your latest move, will also save Indians from the biggest pestilence we are facing currently, which is spam calls. So let me start with thanking you for that, Mr. Mittal.
Well, thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here at the NDTV World Summit. Let's start with this topic. I think most of us have been harassed, if I may use that word, by spam calls, by messages, and it's becoming an increasing nuisance. And in the last year or so, I would say this has really picked up menacing proportions. And to that extent, some solution was much required. And we at Airtel have been working on this for a period of time. And it's hard to, balance the issue of privacy of customers, what they want to receive and what they would like to be blocked. So it's not an easy area to work on. And that's why you needed a lot of machine learning, a lot of AI at work to ensure that we are looking at patterns rather than individuals. And that's how we were able to solve the problem. And it's a completely machine-based, AI-based spam protection setup now we have. Every time you receive a call, first of all, billions of messages and calls are being stopped, which you don't even get to see, which we are 100% certain are coming from wrong places with wrong intentions. But occasionally also still, because we are learning, the machines are learning all the time, there are some suspicion or suspected calls or spam messages which come through, and they are labeled for the customer's benefit, a spam call or a spam message.
Yeah.
So that is really, to my mind, protecting our customers, and we have received tremendous response, positive response from our large customer base.
Okay. Of course, that is just one of the many things Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal has done. Recipient of India's highest civilian order, a giant in Indian industry. And today, thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for joining us on the NDTV World Summit. I want to start by asking you about how you look at Indian business and their role globally. For years, India has been seen as the best marketplace, a huge population, a thriving middle class, a country in which every global company wants to come and sell their product and service. But what about Indian businesses going global? Do you think the time of the Indian MNC has now come?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I grew up in the times of severe shortages and restrictions of importing stuff. Very few aspirational consumer products were being manufactured in India. Everything was being looked from outside. If you had some sources of affluence, you always wanted, products which were coming from overseas. I think we have seen the transformation of this country, and increasingly so in the last decade or so under our Prime Minister's leadership. India has truly become now a place where you produce locally, you consume locally, and importantly, now you also export globally. It is only natural that given the scope and scale that India is offering, some companies will start to emerge as true global companies or multinational companies. Tatas have always been at the forefront. They took some serious early bets in the European market and a bit in Africa and South Africa mainly. In 2010, we made an audacious move to go into 15 countries in Africa. We added one more later on. We divested two. We are still in 14 sub-Saharan countries. It's perhaps one of the only branded product out of India. So you'll see Airtel in 14 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You will see it in Sri Lanka, you will see it in Bangladesh. So we are in many countries outside India, but importantly, our latest move of taking significant stake in 2 European companies, Eutelsat OneWeb, which is a satellite company. We are the largest shareholder of that company, just under 25%, with the French government and the British government being the other 2 shareholders. And we have recently made a move on acquiring a significant stake in British Telecom, in which we have acquired 10% and waiting for the permissions to go up to 25%, which we are hopeful should happen pretty soon. So you can see the emergence of Indian companies now on global stage. And the good thing is India's money is welcome. Unlike, I would say, our neighboring country, China's investments, which are being blocked actually, and the money which is coming from the Middle East is being put through a much stronger filter because they are sovereign-backed monies. Western world prefers private sector investment, and India can offer that from here. You are seeing GMR building airports outside. You are seeing Adani now going into Kenya. You are seeing Godrej going overseas, Bajaj going outside, Hero Motors going outside. You are starting to see the emergence of global companies slowly but surely out of India now.
Yeah, so the age of the Indian MNC is soon to come. Let me come back to your foray into Africa in 2010. What was the thought behind that, and why did you look at the African continent?
Well, you know, Africa has been almost forever a continent of hope. And you keep on, hoping that it'll get better, and you get a setback, you get better. I mean, just to give you a sense, we acquired this company in 2010 when the revenues were about $5 billion. Today, after 14 years, it's still $5 billion in dollar terms. Oh. But had the currencies not gone down, it would have been about $17 billion. So our assessment that there is tremendous amount of growth in Africa held out to be true. So in local currency terms, we have been growing at a rapid pace. Even now, the company is growing at over 20% year on year, which is rare anywhere in the world. Just to give you a context, Europe or UK, the companies are growing at 0.5% to maximum 1.5%. And that's why the valuations in Europe are low. In Africa, they are 20%, and India is 10-12%. But the currency depreciations have been pretty stark. So these are the geopolitical risks that Indian companies, when they go out, will look at. But we knew if we wanted our next 100 million customers, we had to go somewhere outside to a place like Africa. Today, we have nearly 160 million customers in these 14 countries. And the way population and the young people are adopting technologies, I think we will be at 250 million customers in not too distant future. And hopefully, these currencies will also start to stabilize.
Yeah. In terms of the Indian context, India has been a service-oriented economy. We are now moving to becoming a manufacturing hub. Do you think that's the game changer that India Inc. also needs to double down behind? Of course, strong policy push, but India Inc. is also coming in on that platform?
Yeah, I think manufacturing has been a focus for every country. The smallest to the largest countries have all focused on manufacturing because the political leadership recognizes that to create jobs, you really need manufacturing. And we have all seen China done it remarkably well for its large population. Now, given the context that India will have in not too distant future, we are talking about 2030, India will have 1 billion people in the working age, 1 billion people, which means great opportunities, tremendous amount of consumption, equally tremendous amount of savings. But these people need to get jobs. Now, digital will provide jobs and opportunities. NASSCOM's assessment is that we'll need 1 million people in the digital world in the next 5 years, continuously on a year-by-year basis. But that's just 5 million people. There are some other sectors, service industry, tourism, our new e-commerce type of activities, which will also generate a lot of jobs. But in the end, for any nation to really become a true economic power, you need manufacturing. And I'm so glad that finally India is getting its manufacturing piece right. The PLI, productivity linked incentive, is becoming a huge boost for the manufacturing sector. And the trusted products and services and networks, where India is saying anything that goes into the networks, the digital networks, must be trusted. And that is forcing a lot of companies to come and manufacture here in this country. Suddenly you're seeing from a net importer of mobile phones, India has started to now export phones. And as our Prime Minister mentioned just last week, that India will eventually start to produce mobile phones in India, not just assembling them, but right from the semiconductor stage to the glass shells, to the entire structure of the phones and its circuitry being made in India. So you will in the next few years have a truly fully India-made mobile phones. And just an example of how manufacturing is taking place. So electronics, hardware manufacturing, software, in any case, India has been very strong.
You talked about the employment part of it. The private capex part of it also becomes very important, and that's one standard discussion which takes place every year. That is private capex coming in to the extent it does. If I were to ask you, Mr. Mittal, where do you think the animal spirits are ranking right now as far as India Inc. is concerned? With the kind of backing of policy you're seeing, what would you say?
Well, I think all the industrial players, all the corporates, I would say include the medium and small industries as well, know one thing for sure, that the consumption in this country for all the products that they're going to manufacture is only going to rise. With 1 billion people in the workforce, dependency going down, which means there are lots of more demand for services and products, you need scale. And for that, you need to invest. So on one hand, the government of India is encouraging massive investments in infrastructure, fully recognizing that every dollar that goes into infrastructure will yield $2.5, $3 in economic activity. And the private sector, led by, I would say, major industrial companies. My own company spends between 30 and 35,000 crores a year on digital infrastructure creation, whether it's laying up of fiber, putting up more towers, more radios, more satellite nodes, more submarine cables. And similarly, you're saying the cement, steel, automobiles, new industries like green hydrogen. So people are investing. I mean, large industrial houses are investing. Sometimes I think there's a kind of a feeling that the Indian incorporation or Indian industry is not spending enough to match the government's ambitions or aspirations. Occasionally, sometimes you have overcapacity created and then the prices fall. Right now, you're seeing in the steel industry, some dumping is happening from our neighboring countries. So there's a bit of a stress there. But these are cycles which are, to my mind, short in a country like India, which has massive consumption. So I remain very hopeful that you will have very strong supply side investments coming through.
So what is the next big investment leg, Mr. Mittal? Is it satellite, enabled digital push for India? Is that the next big dream for you, what you are seeing?
Well, I have been into satellite for the last now about 4.5 years. I've been studying it. I personally feel that is truly one of the now magic bullets to cover the dark areas. We still have about 2 billion people in the world who are not connected to internet. Even in the most advanced countries like US, you have something called RDOF, which was the Rural Development Opportunity Fund created by FCC of $16 billion. I was quite surprised that there are large parts of US which still do not have high-speed broadband. And you can't reach them. It's just physically very difficult. So coming back to our country, the large swaths of Rajasthan desert, it's very hard to cover it by radio telephony. Himalayas, forests, the coastline, aviation, there are areas where mobile networks will not go, leave alone fiber. For those areas, you need satellite communications. And that, to my mind, offers now a great source of new opportunities for us mobile operators or telecom operators to put that in a mix and start to cover areas which have still left behind. India provides a very high quality signal to 95% of its population. There are 5% of people who don't get internet in the country, and they live in 25% of the area of the country. So it's a very large area with a very small population. The only way to cover that is satellite.
Okay, so right now you have roti, kapda, makan and Wi-Fi have become the needs of the people. You're saying by bringing satellite spectrum into play, you cover this for all of India. Is that the difference that we will see?
Yeah, I think this will... right now, there's a ground station in Gujarat, in Mehsana, and in Pondicherry. There are 2 ground stations ready to start services. The day government gives us the permission, there will not be a single square inch of this country which will not have a radio coverage. So you just need to raise your hand and be connected.
So, I have to ask this question, and it's not about any one company or any one service, but why is it so difficult to have a clear telephone conversation or a mobile phone conversation without being interrupted? While we're talking about 5G, we're talking about satellite, many customers constantly complain about everyone. I'm not just pointing out one, that it's so difficult to make a call. How does that change?
Well, honestly, I've not heard this in a long time. There was a period of time that their spectrum was less. Spectrum is now in plentiful. Yes, there are still some issues about siting of towers, especially, I would say Lutyens, Delhi is one classic case where putting up towers is a real problem. For companies that spend tens of billions of dollars on spectrum and spends every year $4 to $5 billion, putting up 2,000 sites in Delhi is a piece of cake. You can do it in 20 days. The problem is siting of towers. Please don't put up on my home or near my place or in my building, but go into somebody else's place. I mean, that's a real problem. Yeah. Thankfully, the new Telecom Act provides for access to buildings or right of way to put fiber in the hands of the mobile operators. Is it working on the ground? Not fully. NDMC, MCD, all have to be sensitized. State governments have to be sensitized. It's just putting in more infrastructure. But the good news is we have some of our friends here from the US. I was just told by our guest who just spoke before me that he pays $100 a month. And I can tell you the US services are significantly poorer than India. And you spend $2.50 a month here, and you get 60 gigabytes a month. You can't use 60 gigabytes a month. There are, I have to say, we are significantly superior than Europe, UK, US, of course, better than African continent. We are behind Japan, Singapore, Dubai. These are two city-states, and maybe certainly South Korea. These are, to my mind, are role models where the quality of mobile networks is really superior. Advantage, and I must explain this, siting is not a problem because every building is connected with a fiber. All you need to do is go and put up a street furniture, as we call it, a small little antenna in a building connected to the fiber, and you backhaul it to the radio network. That will take some time here. We just need, as we just heard, urban infrastructure should be a plug and play. I should be able to go and put up on any street lamp a small antenna. Wherever you have a call problem of a call drop or a voice quality, plug it there, put up a small antenna, it's done. It'll take some time. But we are, honestly, I'm telling you, I'm the biggest, or rather the chief complaint officer of my company. There's a person sitting in my car. Whenever the call is not going through well, he makes a note. By the evening, we try to resolve it. There's not a single dinner I go to where somebody tells me, my phone is not working in my third basement. Third basement. I'm saying, you pay me $2.50, okay, I'll still attempt to do it. I mostly get to the second basement, I can tell you, but sometimes I don't get to the third basement.
Sir, just talking about the $2.50, tariff hikes were taken, but do we need more?
After that, we are at $2.50 after the tariff hikes. So you can imagine what we have been suffering for a long time. Ideally, $5, not 50 or 100. But that is where we need to get to buy more spectrum, put more investment in infrastructure. I am telling you, we heard our Honorable Prime Minister this morning, this country's future is resting on digital infrastructure.
Yes.
The wonderful DPI that the Prime Minister spoke about today is truly a gift to every citizen of this nation, and hopefully that can be lifted and shifted to Africa and other developing countries. UPI, direct benefit transfers, Aadhaar-based identification, all this is creating wonderful magic. Just imagine these phones in the hands of villagers who are connected to the world now on high-speed data, paying a very small amount of money. We really need to create a first-rate infrastructure here, continue to invest in it, and if that means crowdsourced another $0.50 or $1 from each customer in the country, trust me, it's worth it because we will build the same networks as you see in Japan and Singapore right here in this country.
How does that happen then? How do you think $2.50 will go to $5? Is the appetite there? I think the last tariff hike was well taken. Do you see more coming anytime soon?
So at some point in time, my view is yes, because in the end, current ARPUs are lower than 2016. Add to that all the inflation. of electricity, fuel prices, compensation salaries, just basically cost of running any business. We have not even caught up with the inflation. I mean, if you go to UK, what has the Ofcom done? There's a price set, and after that they're saying you can keep on increasing every year with the inflation. That's what all the companies do. We have been going back in our tariffs. So coming back a little bit at some point in time will be valid, very valid.
I want to switch to a bigger vision, and we spoke in detail about telecom sector and, of course, what Bharti Airtel is doing, the groundbreaking moves. I come back to congratulating you on the use of AI to stop spam. But I want to come to you on the kind of impact policy push has for industry. And I ask you from the point of view of something that you have experienced yourself, and you've spoken about this. When in the 80s, suddenly overnight, a business you were in no longer existed because of a change in policy. Do you think India Inc. today feels more secure that such changes will not happen? Because the last thing business wants is instability.
Yeah, I think policy predictability is required for any investor, both foreign and domestic. In the last 10 years, we have seen only more solidifying of policy making, stability of policy making, and in fact, in our industry, which had plethora of regulations, have all been simplified. Today, doing telecom business is much, much easier from the regulatory standpoint as it was some years back. In fact, in 2020, when the industry almost came on its knees, 8 large operators shut down their shop in India. The government of India quickly moved and ushered in a major reform in the telecom industry, where they removed multiplicity of permissions. For every tower, you had to have 40 permissions at that time, all gone. Licensing for import of equipment, all gone. Bank guarantees, 80% of them gone. And there were a lot of simplification done. So I would say the investors, both domestic and international, can take a lot of comfort that this government genuinely means ease of doing business. And for that, one of the pillars is policy predictability, which we are seeing strengthening year by year.
You talked about a time when there were 8 telecom players. We're down to 3 now. I'm very tempted to ask you, Mr. Mittal, do we need 3?
Yeah, I have always maintained that. For a large country like India, 3 private sector plus 1 public sector is the right structure of the industry in the marketplace. And I hope it stays that way.
Yeah. I want to come to you on the bit about AI, and we touched about it briefly in the context of one, scheme. But AI is a very controversial sort of a movement. There are those that believe it can do more harm than good, and those who believe in its power. I was wondering how you see use cases in India, and how do you use them in your own business?
Well, any technology, when it's brought in, has its pluses and minuses. AI is now a reality. It's been going on for a long period of time. Without us knowing, AI was at work behind the scene on our mobile phones, looking at our patterns of spending, our movements, our travel, our sites that we visit. And it was trying to do a lot of stuff at the background without us knowing. Now, what you see is AI right in front and center of yourself. More importantly, the advent of generative AI and the AGI is coming through. Now, the world going forward, which I would say we will see the early signs of it, and our children will see a lot more of that. They live in that universe. AI is going to be one of the most important drivers of the world's economies, of the world's politics, geopolitics, stresses amongst nations in the world. AI is going to be at the forefront. AI-led efficiencies that are being brought into the companies will have its challenges for certain workforce, but new job opportunities will be created. Will there be misuse of AI? Certainly there will be. We will have to be more vigilant. Just on this, as we do it for cybersecurity, AI will pose new challenges. AI will need to be looked through the lens of the regulators as well from time to time. Nation states will have to build guardrails. I can give you one personal example. Just not too long ago, one of my senior finance persons in Dubai, which handles our Africa headquarters, got a call in my voice, my tone, directing for a money transfer, a fairly large amount of money. And he was sensible. He immediately realized that I wouldn't call anybody in my company to make that kind of a deal. But when I heard that voice recording, I was quite stunned. It was perfectly articulated as I would speak. And anybody who would have not been vigilant may have done something about it.
That's incredible.
And so you will have now...
Did you track down where it came from? Was it possible to do that?
I mean, we put our complaints and all to the police and all that, but I'm sure this is now a daily routine. One will have to be vigilant. Tomorrow you will see not just a voice, you will probably see your digital signatures, you'll see your face on a Zoom call. All these things will have to be protected. I mean, we'll have to protect our societies from the evils of AI. And yet we have to use the goodness of AI, because those companies, nations that will not adopt AI will be left behind. So this is a conundrum for every time you get a new technology into place. There are pluses and minuses. I remain very optimistic about the benefit of AI that the human race will achieve and be able to do jobs which are otherwise very difficult to perform.
What is the use case you have found for AI in your businesses, and have you found it replacing human jobs in any of the functions? For example, customer complaint, etc.?
Yeah, I would say routine, mundane, repetitive jobs are certainly going to be under straight threat. And we are already seeing in our company, we are making huge efficiencies through the adoption of AI, which means reduction of people. But equally, new jobs are coming through.
To what extent, if I may ask, reduction of people?
It depends. I mean, in the call center, as you said, there's going to be a big change. In our workforce management, there's going to be a big change. I mean, just go back in time. I mean, just 10 years back, every time a customer had to be onboarded onto a mobile phone, there was a physical form to be filled up.
Yes.
There were runners on scooters and mobiles who would take those forms to a different center. From there, they would fax into another place. I mean, in 10 years' time, I mean, that it seems like a joke today, you see. Similarly, you'll go 10 years forward, some of these repetitive jobs will disappear. But have we suffered on account of the earlier adoption of electronic medium? We have not. We've added more jobs in different spaces, different parts. So I remain hopeful. There'll be new ideas, new thoughts that'll come through, which will create new businesses and new jobs.
What, in your view, is the next groundbreaking innovation that is going to come from India and make an impact on a global scale, Mr. Mittal? We are very good at adopting global technology. We do it at a lower cost. We're known for that. But what do you think is the innovation that will now come from here as we move into India's century?
I think India, because of, again, it's a very large workforce which is developing here, right here, we will be serving the world right from here. And I heard our Commerce Minister talking about gone are the times when we were clamoring from H-1B visas. We'll do a lot of stuff from here because now the digital world allows you, now the AI allows you to actually serve the globe right here from India without displacing people. And our frugal innovations in the area of especially digital field and also biosciences is going to serve the world. So DPI, for example, I think the whole world, especially the global south, is clamoring now to pick up India's DPI, make them fit for their own countries, and start to launch it there. India will have tremendous amount of work coming through for intermediate companies, software companies, system integrators who will go and put up these DPI stacks in country after country in Africa and many other parts of the world. Similarly, our health and biosciences, I think that frugal innovation that is happening here, where the cost of medicine, the cost of healthcare will be lowered for the entire globe, will also be here. Last, I would say, India, despite being a developing nation, has been at the forefront of space technology. We make our own rockets, we launch our own rockets, we make our own satellites.
Yes.
I think that's another area where India will take a pole position.
And just last question to you, Mr. Mittal, because I know you're on a tight schedule. What is exciting Sunil Mittal now? What is the next project or the next interesting idea that has you excited about getting up every day?
Well, I think we started with that. We need to take India to the globe. We have to showcase the Indian work culture, the Indian ethos, India's commitment. And I think that's what I am currently busy with. We are expanding Airtel into all the Bharti enterprises into the global markets. We are moved into the UK. We will look at other opportunities around the globe and take the best from India and showcase it across the globe.
So you are truly taking the Indian business ethos global. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for joining with us.
Thank you so much, sir, for that absolutely incredible conversation, how India Inc. is truly taking on the world. But moving now, Padmeshwar, if you think getting to work on time is hard, just wait till you hear how businesses navigate international aerospace. Well, spoiler alert, it involves less traffic, but more strategic altitude.
Well, to find out more about the opportunities that the Indian aviation sector holds, it's our pleasure to now invite Vikram Rai, CEO of GE Aerospace South Asia, for a keynote address.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries, guests, and my industry colleagues, it is my honor to be speaking here today. As the Honorable Prime Minister said, in a world full of chaos, what is being talked about is India. The India story is being talked about. We are well on track to cross the $5 trillion mark. This is exemplary and a reflection of how much progress we made over the past few decades. I will start with a personal story. In 1986, when I was a 6-year-old, my birthday gift was a 30-minute flight from Delhi to Dehradun on a Dornier aircraft. My second flight was only in 2003 to college, Delhi to Nagpur, 17 years after my first flight. The Indian middle class is now taking their second flight within days of their first flight. This has been possible due to the strong and business-friendly economic policies of the government. Just to put things in perspective, India has approximately 800 aircrafts. Another about 1,500 aircrafts are on order and expected to be delivered over the next decade. Two of the world's largest aircraft orders, I repeat, two of the world's largest aircraft orders have come from Indian carriers. I believe this is just the tip of the iceberg, and India will continue this exponential growth in coming years. Consider these numbers. India has a middle-class population of about 400 million. US has a total population of 300 million. United States has about 7,800 plus aircraft. India has 800 aircraft only. India has 0.20 seats per capita. We are fast catching up to mature markets such as China, which is 0.7 seats per capita, and US, which is 4 seats per capita. Less than 5% of Indians have ever been on an aircraft, and about 85% of domestic traffic is within metros, which means that there is huge runway for growth. There is a strong infrastructure push. As our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, the number of airports doubled in the last decade, and we will touch about 220 by end of this decade. I speak for the industry when I say we are committed to our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Udan, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. We are ready for the challenge of connecting every Indian city, town with convenient, safe, and sustainable flight solutions. Indian airlines have already begun this journey. They have already run test flights with sustainable aviation fuel. As an engine maker, we at GE Aerospace have built new engines which are 10 to 15% more fuel efficient, less emitting than their predecessors. We are currently working on an engine design that will be about 20% more efficient than the current generation. GE Aerospace is a proud partner to Indian aviation industry for more than 40 years. We continue to be invested in India, focused in India. We have a Pune multimodal factory since 2015 that makes engine parts, components that are used by engines all over the globe. This year, we announced a $30 million investment into this facility to expand our production. This facility has trained over 5,000 polytechnic graduates in precision aerospace manufacturing skills. Later today, we will announce a $2.3 million global investment in skills, and a part of that will benefit polytechnics in India. Our engineers in Bangalore are researching on the next generation technology, and we are laying the building blocks of a robust supply chain ecosystem. In defense sector, we continue to work with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They assemble our 11M 2500 marine propulsion engines that powers Indian Navy carriers. They will soon manufacture the F414 military engine right here in India. The aerospace industry is an important driver of Indian economic growth and flag bearer of our local manufacturing ambitions. We are making good strides in indigenous production of aircraft parts, commercial and defense, space exploration and cutting-edge defense technologies. The sector is creating high-skilled jobs and attracting high-value investments. At this moment, when I speak to you, over 900,000 people across the globe are flying with GE Aerospace technology under wing. This is a big responsibility, and we take that seriously. We at GE Aerospace are committed to our purpose, which is we invent the future of flight, lift people up, and bring them home safely. In closing, I will say, I cannot be more excited what India has to offer to the aviation sector and what this sector can do for India's economic growth. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Well, here's to lifting people up in its true sense indeed. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us with that keynote address.
And well, as we talk about businesses, big businesses and economic growth and how India Inc. is really propelling the country towards the 5 trillion mark, the race will be marked by disruption and innovation.
Indeed, it's about creating jobs, supporting healthcare, and yes, maintaining ethical standards as much as it's about technology. Industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence.
And
but
well,
what does the future of the Indian industry look like, Vedant?
Absolutely, Parmeshwar. As we said earlier, it's all about disruption and innovation. And to talk about that, we would now like to invite Baba Kalyani, Sunita Reddy and Ajay Sriram for a discussion on disrupting industry, but for good, with NDTV's Vishnu Shom. And well, it's going to be an absolutely incredible conversation, Parmeshwar, as innovation, research has become such important pillars of our economic growth as well. The Prime Minister, of course, has also talked a great deal about Anusandhan, as it were, or innovation and investing in innovation.
And as we are talking about it, this is India's moment to shine. This is all about the India century, where the focus is on creating jobs, supporting healthcare, while maintaining ethical standards, as much as it's about technology 4.0 and artificial intelligence. But what does the future of the Indian industry look like? Well, we are going to have our next guest up with our colleague Vishnu Shom to talk about just that.
Here you go, ma'am. Have you got one? That's yours. Yeah. Right, shall we start? Okay, so we've got a wonderful panel over here, but let me set a little bit of the context. Now, from the bustling streets of Mumbai to the tech hubs of Bengaluru, India stands on the brink of an industrial renaissance. Today, we look into the crystal ball of manufacturing and healthcare, where innovation meets tradition, not just Indian solutions for an Indian requirement, but also Indian solutions for the world. So imagine a future where Indian industries not only adapt, but lead globally with green technologies, AI-driven solutions, and a workforce brimming with talent. Join us as we explore in this session how India is poised to redefine manufacturing technology, the services sector, healthcare, in becoming hopefully a beacon of sustainable growth and unparalleled ingenuity. The session is called Disrupting Indian Industry for Good, and we've got an absolutely wonderful group of panelists. Baba Kalyani, Chairperson and Managing Director of Bharat Forge, Sunita Reddy, the Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals, the Apollo Hospitals Group, and Ajay Shriram, the CMD of DCM Shriram. Thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Kalyani, let me come to you first. A couple of years back, whenever one thought about made in India, it was made in India for India, right? That we need to make our own things, whether it's high-tech products, whether it's defense equipment, but look, we are the consumer. I think the paradigm changing for the good, and this being a disruptor, is the fact that in certain areas, not least of all defense manufacturing, we don't just have to manufacture for India. We manufacture to what anybody anywhere in the world wants. We deliver it at a price point, and we manufacture it at a quality with guarantees which are second to none. Would you say that when we use the words disrupting industry in your sector, that's where India is?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy that this panel has come to discuss manufacturing. Well, it's something that nobody seems to want to discuss. And without manufacturing, I don't think India can achieve its Viksit Bharat objectives that Honorable Prime Minister talks about. So I'm very happy to be part of this panel. First of all, I think what you say is very right. If you take our own business, we've been exporting and manufacturing products for almost every automotive OEM in the world for the last 20 years, and critical components, and manufactured in India and selling it in Europe, in North America, in South America, sometimes in Japan, sometimes even in China. So the disruption in manufacturing will start happening now with the advent of all the new technologies that we see coming in. There was a lot of, Mr. Sunil Mittal talked about AI and its use and misuse of AI. Well, let me tell you our experience as far as artificial intelligence is concerned in manufacturing. I mean, the way we see it is going to do three things. Number one, it's going to make a simple guy or an ordinary person become extraordinary because his knowledge level is going to go up suddenly in minutes. You ask 3 questions to ChatGPT AI in any technical issue and you get all the answers. So that's the first advantage that we see, and we see it happening in our plants. So all it means is that your productivity, your efficiency, your quality of product will go up dramatically.
Right.
That's first. The second thing that will happen is, yes, there will be a lot of efficiency that will come about, especially in terms of management, how you manage. You don't need so many people to manage a business. You need much less people because you can get AI assistant, on your computer screen, which tells you what to do, what not to do. And for Indians, this has become very simple. I don't know, somehow we are very good at understanding a screen and understanding what's written on a screen. The third, the most disruptive part, but the most useful part for any population or any society is going to be the new industries that AI will bring in. And I will, since Sunita is here, I'll talk about in 1 minute on the medical side. The entire biotechnology will become bioengineering with AI. So it will be more engineering based rather than medicine based. And I think India will lead that revolution.
Sure.
So a lot of new things will come out.
In fact, Ms. Reddy, I wanted to sort of come to you next. Medical, when we talk about innovation, it's such a huge term. Obviously, AI and innovation. Medical practices have innovation in many ways. One of the things I found fascinating in your group is re-engineering technology which already exists to ensure that you can spread it to people who need it while ensuring that there is no compromise in the quality of the equipment, right? How does that work?
So that's just started to work. And what we've done at Apollo is that we've signed up an agreement with IIT Chennai. And as part of our vision, it is really to re-engineer medical devices, which, at 1/10 of their cost. At Apollo 40 years ago, when we came to India, we really re-engineered the way healthcare was being delivered at 1/10 of the cost with the same clinical outcomes as the rest of the world. I think our next journey is to bring technology and healthcare together and biology together to make sure that we're able to do this, not just in terms of re-engineering medical equipment, but for looking for solutions for new diseases as well as the old, to probably make it more affordable to a large section of not just India's population, but to the world. So today we have patients from 147 countries coming to India. So I think our first goal is we've touched 200 million lives, let's scale it to 500 million using technology, using AI, using chatbots as physicians, and then using drones to deliver medicines across India and handle the coal supply chain as well.
How has the drone business actually worked? Is it
works.
practical?
It is very practical. It works right now. I think Paul Rohm, it alluded to the fact that and what we need to do in India is urbanization. We've not done it yet. It has to reach scale. It has to reach villages. The only way to do it is to do it using technology. Part of it is that the penetration of internet has already happened. The second is that enabling the drones, and there's a licensing problem.
Right.
The technology works, we need to get the licenses in place.
Mr. Shriram, if we are talking about India's economy being at an inflection point, there's perhaps no sector in our economy more at an inflection point than agriculture. And we can't talk about manufacturing or health in isolation. Ultimately, we are bedrocked on agriculture. We are an agricultural economy still. And then there are all sorts of ideas about AI and how that might enhance innovation and how that innovation might enhance production. How do you see AI and technology enhancing the agriculture sector, which is a poor sector in so many areas? Can technology really make the jump?
Thank you, and thanks very much for inviting me for this program. I think the topic is very relevant. Disrupting industry for growth, for development is absolutely crucial. Mm-hmm. It's happened over the last hundreds of years. And I think in India too, it's moving rapidly, moving well. And I think it's good to see that now this sort of disruption is happening in all aspects of economic activity, not just manufacturing or medical or some of these restricted. In agriculture, if one sees over a period of time, the way developments are happening with the farmer and the knowledge the farmers are gaining now, the sort of exposure they are getting, one is, I think I must compliment the government for moving so aggressively with the Jam Trinity,
right,
which they did many years ago, which gave a connect to virtually everyone in the country today. I remember we are in the sugar industry. I remember we used to actually give a written note to each farmer, and we have in our sugar factories 2 lakh farmers who supply us sugarcane. We used to give a written note to each farmer requesting him to give the cane on the second day or the third day at a particular time in the morning, afternoon, evening, etc. Today it's all done by WhatsApp. The connectivity has gone up so dramatically, it's made a world of a difference. And then secondly, I think what's coming up very positively is the transfer of technology to the farmer. Today, I'll give another example if I may. We have, as I mentioned, about 2 lakh farmers who supply us sugarcane. Our plant is in eastern UP, in central east UP. The average yield is about 60 tons, 70 tons per hectare. We have worked with a group of farmers. You will not believe the farmer which got the highest yield and won a national award got 275 tons per hectare.
Wow.
And made a net profit of 6.22 lakhs in 1 hectare because of this approach towards innovation, openness, doing things the right way. Today, what's even moving very aggressively, not only sugar but agri across the board, is where drones are coming in a very extensive manner, where they are actually now even spreading pesticides and fertilizers. We have technology which actually takes images of the crops and gives an indication of what is the quality of the crop, where is it, what is the stage of growth, how healthy is the crop, what is the expected yield of the crop, which can give a feedback to farmers. Another area which is growing rapidly again from the point of view of innovation and moving, which has moved in urban areas more, less in rural, is e-commerce. Today, a lot of our farmers and others farmers, because we are in the agri-inputs business also, we are seeing many of them are buying products of e-commerce. They don't have to go to a shop.
Right.
So developments are happening very rapidly. Though there is a long time to go, we have 14 crore farming families in India, and agriculture is a state subject. So each state has to take it up as aggressively as they think right, how they want to push it. But the good thing is that the interest from the farming community is high. They want to get better development, better growth. For, let's say, sugarcane, for instance, is a crop where industry is, we have a contract with the farmer to buy. The contract model, if it develops further for other crops, I think the farmer will gain because they have an assured offtake at an assured price, and they have a connectivity with someone who gives them technology.
Sure.
So the yields go up. So, it's a win-win across the board.
Absolutely.
If innovation moves aggressively to disrupt the existing way of working of how farmers are generally working.
Mr. Kalyani, when you told engineers in your company, I want a gun, an artillery gun, which outranges every other gun in the world, I want it built at a certain price point, and the Indian Army has the most exacting, bracket the worst, standards of evaluation, almost impossible to achieve. How did they react? And how did you upskill people to actually reach that level of technological prowess? Because you know people can't just build guns, right?
Yeah, you're very right on what you said. But things like defense technology, doing it all yourself, it requires a lot of passion. It's not
risks.
And grit, yes. And courage.
Right.
Because it takes a long time, you're right. The whole testing procedure is long. The process is complex. But not only we were able to do it, we outdid it. Yeah. And today, India has never ever even dreamt of exporting artillery guns. Today we export artillery guns. We have the largest capacity to make artillery guns in the world. So we have come a long way as a country, and any country that wants to be economically strong, wants to be amongst the top nations in the world, has to also have a strong military capability. If you look at the United States, it was built during World War II based on producing military hardware for Europe, for England and France, on the famous lease and lend scheme that President Roosevelt generated. It would be outstanding. I mean, if you just hear the figures that they made, in 4 years, the U.S. made 384,000 aircrafts, 200 submarines, 180,000 artillery guns, and many, many more things. I mean, compared to what we are able to do today, compared to what they did almost 80 years ago.
Right.
And that's what built the United States manufacturing, became a superpower. That was the beginning of it. There's a beautiful book written on this by Arthur Henman. But India needs to do the same thing. We have a lot of advantages today because a lot of new technological breakthroughs are coming in, AI being just one of them. There are many more. The whole digital technology is coming in. And no manufacturing company can survive without embracing digital, AI, IoT, and everything new that's coming in terms of technology. Second, I think India has to also create innovation in technology. We can't just copy what we get from outside. We now need to make our products which the Western world will copy from us. That's the name of the game for the next 10 years.
Sure.
If you look at the last 25 years, India's GDP grew by almost 8 times. Last 25 years. But its manufacturing also grew only 8 times. And that will not work going forward.
Right.
The GDP will grow 8 times and reach 30 trillion or maybe 35 trillion or whatever number. There's so many numbers floating around. But the manufacturing needs to grow 1.5 times of GDP. So the manufacturing needs to grow 12 times, 12x. And that's not easy because in many areas of manufacturing, you need to generate strategies to create exponential growth. Linear growth won't work. And that's the challenge in front of us. But at the same time, the feeling one gets today when you meet young people who are entering the manufacturing game, young entrepreneurs, they are like athletic Gavaskars.
Young people are like Sunny Gavaskar.
Yes, they are like athletic Gavaskar, the opening batsman, with a lot of confidence, wanting to go in and play, and they feel they can make it happen. Because it's going to be their game. It's not the game of old guys like me. And I'm very confident that India will get to that game.
Mr. Reddy, one of the problems in India, and I think this is true across the board, is a lack of fundamental research at so many levels. Certainly in the healthcare sector, we are wonderful in manufacturing. We are the pharmacy of the world. It's not just a cliche, it's a fact. But then in terms of, but we are wonderful replicators of, for example, medicines and vaccines, which have been designed by others. How do you see India's economic growth being closely linked to research and innovation?
I think we have a long way to go. So if you look at the current situation, 0.7% of our GDP is spent on research. And this has to change. And I'm not sure if the government is ever going to mandate it, but I think the private sector must take on this initiative and have the energy to do so. So, which is why, I earlier spoke about IIT. As we look at research, we also need to think why it's important for India. The Prime Minister spoke about, in 2047, we will be the leading economy. It's predicted that our GDP will be $55 trillion. If you look at today, if you look at the price of oil going up by $10 is a negative 0.4% of GDP. It takes off 0.4. But if you look at the cost of disease and the disease burden, which could be $3 trillion because Indians are genetically predisposed to cardiac diseases, they're predisposed to strokes, they have now cancers rising at 20%. So unless we do the right research to make sure that we have our own APIs and integrate with what we have, which is really a lot of good practices from Ayurveda in keeping people healthy. I think this sort of research will really produce large-scale benefits, and we can look at a healthy India. So it's really, like he said, AI, aspirational India, using artificial intelligence, and using human intelligence from what we've learned in the past and bringing it all together, I'm sure will make a huge impact and at least save $3 to $5 trillion of our GDP.
Mr. Sriram, we cannot talk about disrupting industry without disrupting energy and the energy sector. There are many options. green hydrogen is certainly one of them. But another interesting option which we thought we'd talk about is ethanol. Why is ethanol as a fuel something that you find attractive with a lot of future?
I think ethanol is what they call a green fuel, because it's the energy source for that is the bagasse which comes from the sugarcane crop. So it's green fuel for one. Secondly, pollution levels are much lower than if one uses refining oil, etc., going through that route. And you can mix that directly with petrol as of now, and government is talking about doing it with diesel also. I think the positive side is that in the last 5 years, the government has moved very proactively in trying to push ethanol blending, which was 5-6 years ago in the range of 1 or 2%. Today it's almost 15%. And they want to take it up to 20%, which is a good direction to go to. In Brazil, etc., they are having 100% ethanol vehicles. So one can go to that extreme. But that requires a technology change on the automobile side also. But at least as moving forward, that's a positive direction to go to, which government is moving. They have just recently amended the policy where earlier on you could use only a type of molasses, C molasses, which could be used for making ethanol. But now they say you can use juice, you can use syrup, you can use B molasses, C molasses, anything. So that is really giving a push to ethanol. And that, firstly, as a cleaner fuel. Secondly, it reduces the import bill dramatically. I believe the import bill by the use of ethanol is already down by over 1 lakh crores a year, which is a very positive direction it's going towards. Government is now pushing where you can use broken rice, you can use maize, you can use wheat, you can use anything which has starch. So that can be converted to ethanol too. So that also is a positive way of looking at how to become more self-sufficient, how to have a cleaner fuel. Ultimately, end of the day, sustainability is an issue which needs focus and attention, and government is focused on that. Industry has to also get very aggressively onto it, which they are. But this is a direction where the government policy towards green fuel, green hydrogen similarly will be with green fuel.
Yeah.
The cost element of it is something which is at the moment government controlled. So we make ethanol. We sell it to the government at a predetermined price, which they calculate based on the sugarcane price, manufacturing cost, etc. So I think government is open and the policy is positive to move for blending more and more to make the fuel element for automobiles and for other vehicles cleaner than what it was day before yesterday.
Sure. Mr. Kalyani, when you sold your weapons, your gun systems and the like to Armenia, there must have been any number of competitors from the West saying you're buying from who? And how do you deal with that? Because it's a difficult industry. The competition is cutthroat, literally almost sometimes. So therefore, how do you convince people in markets who've never heard of India as being a defense manufacturer?
I think there are some prerequisites for this. First prerequisite is that in defense, whatever you produce, you must have the intellectual property for that. Because if you didn't have it, you won't be able to export it. That's the first prerequisite. The second prerequisite is it needs to be better than the best in the market. And that largely happens because, in our case, it's completely digital. It's got a little bit of AI, not too much, but completely digital, completely programmable. You can keep it 5 kilometers away and fire it in any direction you want, any number of them. Mm-hmm. So it's a product that's probably not made anywhere today on the planet. Although everybody is moving in that direction. But we also have a price point that is very difficult for anybody to meet. For one simple reason, we control everything from the steel to the forging, to the heat treatment, to the machining, to computer systems and everything else. So that's a big advantage. But going forward, it's not just guns. India will make, at least I see the private sector making, large amount of products going forward, which are very sophisticated, high in technology, very high in terms of its digital and AI content, because our whole electronics industry is coming up. There's one thing that is lacking in this country in terms of building high-tech defense equipments, but I think in 5 years that problem will be over. I mean, I never thought 10 years ago that we could ever build an artillery gun in our plant.
Right.
But, today it's a reality. I mean, we are building 8 to 10 guns a month. So I think there's going to be many more things that are going to come. It's an industry that's going to generate technology, is going to generate capability in the country that's going to be used elsewhere. There's another offshoot that I'd like to say a little bit about. We talked about manufacturing and how the scale of manufacturing needs to be much higher. We need to grow 12x from where we are today. And it's not related only to automotive or, other things. But the primary thing in manufacturing, which Sunita talked about, is we need innovation. Without innovation, you cannot manufacture products. You take medical equipments. We hardly make medical equipments in this country, which we can truly call our own. So we need to innovate all these things. There are many areas where we don't make anything.
Right.
We are very happy with the GCGs, the engineering center set up by multinationals here. But we shouldn't be very happy about it. We are happy about it because it provides jobs.
Sure.
But it's another form of colonialism.
Absolutely.
Okay? So I think we better learn to create technology on our own power.
No,
and that should be the dream of every Indian. Do it yourself. Do it for the country. Think of the country as a whole. That's the name of the game.
Ultimately, it's all about being happy, right? Mr. Kalyani is happy if he manufactures at a certain level of precision. You look at happiness from a holistic health standpoint. And when we were talking, I think yesterday or day before, you told me about the importance of setting up blue zones or areas where those who are elderly will be looked after in a more holistic fashion than perhaps exists right now, where spiritual healing would be part of healthcare as well. How is this in Apollo, and for you, a really big effort, one that stretches to a large percentage of our population? Is it financially viable?
You've given all the answers.
I have no answers, I'm asking the questions.
When you do something good, it's always financially viable. And that's my learning over the past 40 years. When you do something with a purpose, it always results in profits. But let's, for a moment, spend a minute on happiness.
Yeah.
Happiness is that moment of metacognition when you realize, that what you have is sustainable. It's not like when you eat an ice cream and you're happy. It's about when you're in a state of good health, you are happy because, like they say, first you can't have wealth without health. You can't have happiness without health. So really being in that ideal state of health is important. Understanding that happiness comes from the sustainable things in life. You're happy when you are at a wedding. You're happy at a family wedding. You're happy when you're with your family. So these sustainable events are really important in happiness. And we had the Bhutan Prime Minister here. I'm sure he'll reinforce that. Professor Paul Romner spoke about the state in USA. When people are so pessimistic, life expectancy is going down. It's a state of happiness that's important. And I think by, creating this confluence of spirituality, cultural centers, communities, providing them with good health, most important with nutrition, and then focusing on, and crucial is focusing on preventive healthcare for the young, as well as looking after the elderly. We need to do this. They've done this in Japan, in Okinawa, and there was a study on this. I believe it's time for India to do this because, we always talk about 250,000 Indians leaving India and $40 billion of wealth lost.
Right.
But this is probably the right time for us to do this not just outside of the urban centers, get 1,000 kilometers of land, set up these blue zones where we look at health, happiness, prevention, because we understand that, your first heart attack comes not when you're 60, but at 30 because you're not prepared for your lifestyle is wrong. Alzheimer's, you see it at 70, but it starts at 40. Therefore, you can control who you want to be at 50 or 60 or 70 if you control how you behave when you're 50 or, when you're 30 or 40. So bringing together preventive healthcare, again, Ayurveda, bringing communities together, looking after our elderly, I think quality of life is very important. And all this contributes to happiness. We've studied this in Apollo. We've not yet rolled it out, hopefully in the next decade.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you very much for being with us. When we're talking about disrupting industry, it has to be, holistic. It cannot be just manufacturing. It cannot just be healthcare, or it cannot just be agriculture. It has to be broad-based, and it has to be based on a vision. And I think the industry leaders that you have on our panel today are all world beaters in their own right, with an idea which may be uniquely Indian, but I think the takeaway for me from this session is that these are all ideas which could be globally applied. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Thank you. Come. Thank you. Come. Thanks, sir. Come.
Well, lots of enriching insights there as far as India's manufacturing and the scope of technology is also concerned. But our next guest is said to be looking for a sweet spot, but in terms of cash flow.
That's an interesting choice of words there, Parmeshwar. We'd now like to invite on stage the Zepto co-founder, Adit Palicha, for a discussion on delivering the future with our colleague Vishnu Shom. Please join us again back on stage, Vishnu.
We're trying to match the pace of the 10-minute delivery.
Oh, I need to match the pace of the 10 minutes delivery. Adit on the stage already. Hi Adit, how are you? Great to have you. Yeah. Come, please. Come. Well, this is a session that I've really been wanting to anchor. It's not the first time that Adit and I have had a conversation. Adit and I had a conversation virtually in the height of COVID, when some of the work that Zepto did was absolutely incredible in terms of deliveries to homes, people being unable to get out. What his brand of was able to achieve, and the industry that he's a part of, how that's prospering, is something that we really want to look at this evening. But from the vibrant streets of Mumbai emerges as, we can share a tale of youthful ambition and swift success. Adit is just 22, and he's somebody who's turned the quick commerce sector on its head with Zepto. The startup is now valued at over $5 billion. He dropped out of Stanford to chase a vision. Adit was then just 17 years old, alongside Kaivalya Vora. They crafted a platform delivering essentials in minutes, redefining convenience. Their journey from Zepto's inception to 2021 to becoming India's youngest unicorn founders is not just a business story, it's a beacon for dreamers everywhere, proving that with innovation and daring, the future can be delivered today. Thanks so much for being with us. Question number one. When you told your parents at the age of about 18 that you were dropping out of Stanford, did they show you the door?
No, first...
Yeah, it's on.
Firstly, it's wonderful to be here. Thanks for that generous introduction. So, no pressure for the rest of the session. But to answer your question, I think, although it's, on the outside in, it looks like a very... sort of cliche Silicon Valley story. We dropped out of college to start a company. Actually, before we took that step, Kevalya and I, we were basically tinkering around for about a year. And, as kids, we loved coding, right? We used to build out small projects for fun growing up. But, in the middle of COVID, we didn't really have much to do. We were supposed to go to California to study. Obviously, all of us got put back into Bombay in that first wave of the pandemic. And we didn't really see the value in online education. So, we took a call to, instead of wasting a year of that experience, let's just take a year off and just tinker around and build some interesting stuff. Most of our peers at the time at Stanford had internships at Goldman Sachs or Google. We didn't really have any of that lined up. And we just took a call to start experimenting. And
how did you think this up?
Yeah, no, we were just, the two of us were sitting in Shehri Punjab in Andheri East. First wave of the pandemic, you couldn't get groceries delivered. The offline options were all usually shut down. The online options at the time were taking 6-7 days to deliver. And so we started with a WhatsApp group. And over the course of a year, we kept tweaking and iterating on the model, kept talking to customers, and started building out the first version of Zepto probably a year after we launched that WhatsApp group, and got to a meaningful scale, which is when we took that call to drop out, right, formally. And I think, with our parents, obviously, it was a shocking moment, right? I remember, Kevalya's mother burst into tears and said, "What have you done to my son? Right? You've brainwashed him." But I think we had some real numbers to go back off. We were doing at that time a few $1 million in revenue and growing fast, and we had just raised, or we were about to raise a large amount of capital. So we had some substance behind what we were doing, and there was real customer love. So we could take that conviction based, that call based on data, and not just sort of gut feel. I know the story is a little bit more exciting if it was just like a crazy idea, but at that time we had some numbers and we had some scale, and then we took the call. So at least our fathers were a little bit more comfortable with it when they saw the numbers. So yeah.
So when you go to Kevalya's mother now and say, "Ma'am, my valuation is $5 billion," what does she say? Go back to school?
Yeah, pretty much she just says that, yes. She still says, "What a beautiful life you've given up on at college," but yeah.
I'm just trying to understand, why did you pick 10 minutes as opposed to 15 minutes for delivery or 20 minutes?
So, like I mentioned, we took a year just talking to customers. And, at Zepto, we're a customer company, right? That's the way that we call ourselves. And when we were speaking to customers at the time, most grocery in India is bought hyperlocally, right? Most of the people told us that, for them to really order multiple times a week, it had to be, seamless, as easy as going downstairs and picking up, fruits and vegetables or picking up day-to-day packaged foods. And we took it as more of an ambition. Can we sustainably, structurally at scale, do 10-minute delivery? We launched the first, micro warehouse or dark store in Bandra in Mumbai. And that's when we experimented with it. And we realized, after a few months of iteration, that, hey, this is actually possible and scalable. And that's when we took upon ourselves to go to the extreme lengths. Like, we didn't think there was anything more extreme than 10 minutes. And we said that let's push ourselves to actually deliver this for the customer. And like the last panelist said, right, like if you do something good, profits will follow. And that's what we've seen, right? Like, because the retention and customer love is so high, largely because of that 10-minute delivery promise, we've been able to see some pretty incredible economics and scale in this model very quickly, which is why people are excited about quick commerce generally.
But in India, when it rains, it pours. Gurgaon gets flooded in 5 minutes, Delhi in about 10, and yet you promise 10-minute deliveries.
There's obviously some nuance to it, right? Like obviously if it's raining heavily, then we don't deliver nearly as fast. And when you open up the app, you see a live ETA. So you might see 6 minutes, you might see 11 minutes, you might see 14 minutes. In a flood, you might see 24 minutes, 25 minutes when it's in a heavy rain situation, or maybe we can't service it at all if it's heavily flooded. So obviously it fluctuates, but the median today is about 10.6, 10.7, like what we're live tracking towards. So yeah.
We don't talk very much about gig workers, do we? And we should. These are the people who, in a sense, are, literally drive the company. I mean, it's a cliche, but they actually are the transporters. It's difficult. It's hot in India. It's cold in India. The conditions are difficult. The traffic is crazy. So how important are the people, the men and the women who are gig workers, who are part of your business?
No, absolutely. I mean, our philosophy is to add value to all our stakeholders, like customers, the workers that we have across the business, and obviously then shareholders in that order, right? And, we look at adding value to a delivery partner's life as a core part of the value proposition of Zepto. And interestingly enough, the more value you add to those delivery partners, the more retention that you have in that fleet, the lower your costs become, and the better your overall business outcome becomes as well. So we don't just look at, goodwill to delivery partners as a, social initiative. We look at it as actually a business objective, right? And, as a result of that, if you look at the way that we've, built out this delivery fleet, we've basically gone from 0 to 50,000 delivery partners that earn a livelihood on Zepto in 36 months, right? Effectively 50,000 people now have sort of steady, stable, consistent income very quickly, and that's rapidly expanding. And how have we added value to their lives? From our perspective, we do things that we are proud of, like for example, giving them the ability to do doctor consultations, vehicle repair and insurance on their vehicles, even things like term insurance, right? We go a little bit above and beyond. We're constantly trying to innovate as a team. Like we've got a dedicated engineering and product team that's just constantly trying to figure out how we can add more value. So for example, when I speak to delivery partners and when our team speaks to delivery partners, one of the things they talk about is, cash flow, access to capital that's cheap. So we said, okay, instead of paying them every week, can we pay them every day? Can we pay them every hour, right? So we're going to to even crazy lengths to solve some of their problems. And if we can't do that, then we partner with, let's say, an NBFC to give them lower cost of capital, and we negotiate on their behalf, right? And so, from our lens, we are always on the lookout to add more value to them. Obviously, there is a marketplace, right? There is, structural forces of demand and supply in the labor market. But we do try, our philosophy at Zepto is how do we unlock more productivity so that we can pay them more or pay them in a stable fashion instead of this race to the bottom where we constantly keep chipping away at their income. We don't think it's productive. We don't think it's sustainable. We think real efficiency unlock and then, sharing that efficiency is a real way to compound. So in a nutshell, everything from, the basics from health insurance to vehicle insurance and other benefits all the way to, cash flow visibility, innovations on, how we pay them and solve for, day-to-day problems, all the way to, new things that we're trying to figure out, like, giving them pure play flexibility to work, even if they want to do, let's say, if you're an MBA student and you've got 2 hours in the afternoon, can we create a gig worker style program for you to give that MBA, an income of 8,000 rupees a month, if not a full, 25,000 rupees a month, which still makes a huge difference. We keep trying to do these innovations to add value, and genuinely we're good faith. And the last thing that I'll mention, sorry, is that, even with stakeholders in the government, right, we are always, open to feedback and suggestions. So, we work with state governments, and if they genuinely feel like there's a better way that we can add value, we're obviously open to it with, like I mentioned, the real constraint of demand and supply and labor that we have to all adhere to, right? But yeah.
No, so when you look at AI and the way the technology is improving, where do you see, for example, for me as a user, the interface change, let us say 5 years down the road? How would it be easier for me, and how would it possibly be premised on 6G coming into India?
That's a great question. So, for us, what's a little bit interesting about our company, and you'll see this with most of the startups, is that we have that Silicon Valley product and tech DNA. So we have like a high-performing, engineering and product team that we've built out pretty methodically in Bangalore to be able to genuinely build like real systems that can add value on data science and artificial intelligence. So, for example, we have an advertising business for, let's say, the Unilevers and Procter & Gamble's of the world to bid on search keywords at Zepto and to get like ad placements live on the platform. And we're making hundreds of crores of revenue of that. That's pure bottom line because it's just advertising. And that engine that we built in-house that we call Jarvis internally, all the, the ranking engine, the bidding and attribution on that ad stack, all of it is powered by data science and machine learning models. And we built all of that in-house, and it's taken us some time to do it, but we built it relatively quickly. Or, for example, to your question, as a user, what's different for the user today that we can actually do with data science and machine learning systems? So search is one of the biggest things that we focus on. So how can I just look at your search history and personalize results for you so that you are getting relevant products, right? If you sit in Defense Colony versus if you sit in West Delhi, there's a difference in what you want to see, right? If you've got an iPhone versus you have an Oppo phone, there's a difference in what you want to see, et cetera, right? If you've looked at feminine hygiene products, and that means you're probably a female customer, can we push more products that are more relevant to you? So constantly building that relevance to make the user's buying experience better. And then the last thing that I'll mention is, there are interesting things that we're even doing on our selection. So how can we predict store by store, micro market by micro market, what a customer would want, looking at the tens of millions of data points that we have historically, and that's actually helping us improve our selection. That's helping us get sourcing leverage to improve our prices. So, everything from the search and recommendations to the advertising business to the supply chain. There's a lot of machine learning that we already use today. And then down the road, as we speak, for example, we're working on a generative AI solution on customer support, right? So instead of waiting for 30 to 45 seconds for a human being to respond to you, why don't you wait 2 seconds and then a generative AI chatbot will respond to you and do a better job, candidly, than even a human could do in that format. So we're working on it, and we think it'll add real value to customers.
What's the average age of Zepto?
The age of a Zepto customer?
Yeah, of your workforce.
For workforce, corporate workforce would be around 29 or so.
So you're still younger than your average workforce.
Very much younger than the interns. I keep getting that. I keep getting that feedback. But yeah.
So how do people in the workplace sort of deal with you? They see you as this 22-year-old boss who's 22 is like old for you. You started when you were much younger. How does that dynamic work?
Well, I think the culture that we're building at Zepto is fairly substance-based, right? We're pretty methodical, rigorous supply chain style culture on one hand, and then on the other hand, you've got this technology and engineering culture that's very aggressive and innovative. But it's all rooted in one key thing, which is execution excellence, right? And that's the one thing that we've believed in since day one. And I think it's taken some time, but with the team that we have, and candidly, like you mentioned, most of the people the people that report to me are mostly almost double my age, right? Mm-hmm. And I'd say, are some of the best executives in internet in India today, right? For example, the CFO of Myntra, who's now our CFO, or top tier, tech leaders from the Flipkarts and the Amazons of the world, right, that have joined Zepto. They report to me, and I think it's taking time, but hopefully, Keval and I have been able to prove our ability to add value and go deep into the details and actually run tracks rigorously ourselves and execute. And I think there's a mutual respect of that, execution and strategic thinking that comes from the top management team and us. And that's basically what's ended up happening. So, it's substance-based. Hopefully, we've shown some substance so far, not all the way there yet. But I think, the team has a little bit of conviction that maybe Adit has some idea of what he's doing. And so they give me that leeway.
No, I'm sure they do. Expansion, obviously, key on the cards.
Right.
And that comes with a whole set of challenges because every market is different. And, markets for you are tiny. I mean, you don't necessarily look at a state as one monolithic form, right.
Yeah.
So how do you actually decide to expand?
Absolutely. So I'll give you a little bit of history, right? We've had a pretty interesting journey at Zepto. We've gone from 0 to about 10,000 crores in volume in 2.5 years. So fastest growing internet company of all time in Indian history. And we're very proud of that. And even on that base of over $1 billion in top line, we're growing pretty rapidly even as we speak, expanding into new markets. So for example, in the past 90 days alone, we've launched cities like Nasik, like Chandigarh, like Jaipur, like Lucknow, like Coimbatore. So, we are actually launching new cities as we speak. And, the framework is straightforward, right? We start city by city. What's the descending order of priority? We're looking at e-commerce data. We're looking at food delivery data. We're looking at, all the data that's available out there on population density, et cetera, whatever we can get our hands on that's publicly available. And we've ranked cities, and we've done this exercise a while ago. And then in descending order of priority within the cities, then there's a fairly rigorous process on micro market by micro market, what do we launch? And so we've got a network design team that's just dedicated to that. And we're looking at, again, we have an algorithm that looks at a few data points that we can plug into our model, right? Like, for example, let's say how many restaurants do we see in this micro market as an indicator of consumption, or how many high rises exist here? What's the average flat per society complex that we see, et cetera, and then obviously some subjective data, and then we rank all the micro markets within the city, and then we try to prioritize them. But at this point, we're expanding pretty meaningfully, so wherever we can get our hands on a property, we move fast there. But it's a fairly methodical, boring process that we've built out over time, and so for the past 18 months or so, we've obviously been slow on expansion from a geographic perspective. Obviously, within our existing markets, we've grown pretty rapidly, largely because capital was difficult to come by. 2022, 2023, we were constrained on the ability to invest in capex and launch new stores. But obviously now we've proven the economics to a great extent. We've been able to raise capital, and now we're expanding pretty aggressively geographically.
Absolutely incredible story. But before you leave, one last question. How at the age of 22 now, do you deal with the fact that you're a phenomenally wealthy human being? You run a company with a market valuation of $5 billion, and that I believe is set to go up. Does that affect you, your lifestyle, or do you just keep working and pegging away with ideas?
Look, not much, candidly, right? I mean, we started this company without the intent of starting a company. Both Keval and I just were really excited about building interesting things. And, we love what we're building. Like, we work like crazy. The people from my team here that know, the way that we work. But we just are genuinely so excited about what we're building. And I'll tell you what actually motivates us, right? It's not really about, money or personal wealth, because candidly, working like 80, 100 hours a week, we could have probably worked half of that with a lot less stress and still been doing fairly well, right? At a certain point, money becomes inconsequential. But what's exciting to us, and I think what's the theme of this entire summit, is that, if you look at large internet outcomes globally, in the US or in China or in, parts of Southeast Asia or in Latin America, people have really built companies that have gone in the span of a decade or a decade and a half, have gone from 0 to 70, 80, 90 billion. I mentioned that last time we spoke as well, right? Very large outcomes where companies generate hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars of cash flow, like world-class companies in internet like Uber or Airbnb or Coupang or Mercado Libre in Latin America, or obviously the Chinese companies Meituan, Pinduoduo. And candidly speaking, and we have to be open and honest about this as a startup ecosystem, we've not really built a world-class internet company of that scale in India to date, right? We don't really have a company that does $1 billion of free cash flow and has compounding cash flows at scale and has created tens of billions of dollars of value, with one or two exceptions, right? But really large outcomes, still yet to be seen. And we think we have a shot at really building out an exciting company. And if we do it, there's a huge amount of value that we'll add, not just to shareholders, capital markets, but to the startup ecosystem at large. Like if Zepto and companies like, for example, Zomato, build very large outcomes, $60, $70 billion outcomes, and are generating thousands of crores of cash and compounding, then the entire startup ecosystem, we think, will 5x, 10x from here. I mean, if you look at, candidly speaking, a city like Shanghai today has a larger startup ecosystem by market cap than the entirety of this country, right? And we don't want that to continue. We want to 10x from here, right? We don't want to grow 20% a year from here, right? And that's the excitement and promise of India. And so we think if we set the flag for that, it can be like a Flipkart moment all over again. So that's basically what really keeps us excited and working the way that we're working. So that's.
So you were 19 when Zepto became a unicorn, right?
Something like that, right?
Something like that. Well, I'd like to thank you very much for being with us. Adit Palicha is the youngest unicorn founder in the country, and that remains the case, not just when he was 19. Zepto has a market valuation of $5 billion, and that's something that's likely to rise. It just goes to show the spirit of the courage and the conviction that he had in his ideas, and to chase a 10-minute model, which most of us would say is impossible. And look at where he is as a young person, deciding to take this by dropping out of college, and that also Stanford. But it is absolutely incredible to have you over here today. And thank you so much, and all the very best for the future.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Come.
What an absolutely extraordinary story Adit has, and truly emblematic of what India's growth story and India's startup story has been like, Parmeshwar, isn't it?
Absolutely. He may not have landed that internship like his peers with Goldman Sachs, but look at where he is now. But ladies and gentlemen, what an exhilarating morning so far. We'd like to now invite you all to join us for lunch in the Shah Jahan Hall.
And of course, we have a power-packed afternoon and evening session starting with the Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan. We look forward to seeing you right here.
is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it'll transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I
invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
Yeah, I'm always coming home.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, हाँ, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। He is an LIC agent.
That's great. कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
your daddy is great.
No, he's super great.
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
कर्तव्य भरे जीवन में नए रंग साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी, IEM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों की हर जगह भागीदारी। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
In India's heartland, our farmers endure harsh weather conditions to tend the land that sustains us all. Through strategic partnership, Pernod Ricard India has made significant strides in reducing water scarcity.
पर्नोड रिकॉर्ड इंडिया कंपनी जो है उसके माध्यम से अंकुर उदय प्रोजेक्ट यानी TNS फाउंडेशन की तरफ से ये प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। वो हमें खेतकरी जितने भी है उनको सहायता करते हैं।
These water structures not only support the livelihood of surrounding villages, but also revitalize local biodiversity. Through the Water Agricultural Livelihood Program, WAL, and Farmer Producer Organization, FPO, farmers gain vital resources, information, and market access, maximizing their farm's potential. Empowering women is the cornerstone of true community development. The WAL program prioritizes empowering female farmers, taking them beyond the four walls and into leadership roles. The improved quality of life for both men and women farmers is a testament to the success of these initiatives. Supporting 9 lakh jobs with 80% in rural India, benefiting more than 6 lakh farmers. Together, we are building a future of shared prosperity through sustainable practices and innovation. We are Pernod Ricard India, leaving no one behind.
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi. Affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it will transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I
invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
Yeah, I'm always coming home.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। He is an LIC agent.
That's great. कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
your daddy is great.
No, he's super great.
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
कर्तव्य भरे जीवन में नए रंग साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी। IEM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों की हर जगह भागीदारी। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
In India's heartland, our farmers endure harsh weather conditions to tend the land that sustains us all. Through strategic partnership, Pernod Ricard India has made significant strides in reducing water scarcity.
पर्नोड रिकॉर्ड इंडिया कंपनी जो है उसके माध्यम से अंकुर उदय प्रोजेक्ट यानी TNS फाउंडेशन की तरफ से ये प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। वो हमें खेतकरी जितने भी है उनको सहायता करते हैं।
These water structures not only support the livelihood of surrounding villages, but also revitalize local biodiversity. Through the Water Agriculture Livelihood Program, WAL, and Farmer Producer Organization, FPO, farmers gain vital resources, information, and market access, maximizing their farm's potential. Empowering women is the cornerstone of true community development. The WAL program prioritizes empowering female farmers, taking them beyond the four walls and into leadership roles. The improved quality of life for both men and women farmers is a testament to the success of these initiatives. Supporting 9 lakh jobs with 80% in rural India, benefiting more than 6 lakh farmers. Together, we are building a future of shared prosperity through sustainable practices and innovation. We are Pernod Ricard India, leaving no one behind.
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it'll transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I
invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
Yeah, I'm always coming home.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, हाँ, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर्ब।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। He is an LIC agent.
That's great. कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
Your daddy is great.
No, he's super great.
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
कर्तव्य भरे जीवन में नए रंग, साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी। IEM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों की हर जगह भागीदारी। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
In India's heartland, our farmers endure harsh weather conditions to tend the land that sustains us all. Through strategic partnership, Pernod Ricard India has made significant strides in reducing water scarcity.
पर्नोड रिकॉर्ड इंडिया कंपनी जो है उसके माध्यम से अंकुर उदय प्रोजेक्ट यानी TNS फाउंडेशन की तरफ से ये प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। वो हमें खेतकरी जितने भी है उनको सहायता करते हैं।
These water structures not only support the livelihood of surrounding villages, but also revitalize local biodiversity. Through the Water Agriculture Livelihood Program, WAL, and Farmer Producer Organization, FPO, farmers gain vital resources, information, and market access, maximizing their farm's potential. Empowering women is the cornerstone of true community development. The WAL program prioritizes empowering female farmers, taking them beyond the four walls and into leadership roles. The improved quality of life for both men and women farmers is a testament to the success of these initiatives. Supporting 9 lakh jobs with 80% in rural India, benefiting more than 6 lakh farmers. Together, we are building a future of shared prosperity through sustainable practices and innovation. We are Pernod Ricard India, leaving no one behind.
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines, including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine, and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it will transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I
invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
Yeah, I'm always coming home.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, हाँ, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर्ब।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। He is an LIC agent.
That's great. कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
Your daddy is great.
No, he's super great.
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
कर्तव्य भरे जीवन में नए रंग साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी। IEM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों की हर जगह भागीदारी। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
In India's heartland, our farmers endure harsh weather conditions to tend the land that sustains us all. Through strategic partnership,
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं है, हमने पहुंचा दी। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India. Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati, and Nagercoil, has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines, including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine, and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it'll transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it'll transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I roam,
We invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, हाँ, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर्ब।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। ही इज एन LIC एजेंट।
दैट्स ग्रेट। कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
योर डैडी इज ग्रेट।
नो, सुपर ग्रेट।
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
कर्तव्य भरे जीवन में नए रंग साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से कला और खेल को नया आसमान। मशाल है सामाजिक नवाचारों की रोशनी, संकल्प से मिले पर्यावरण को नई बानगी। सर्वोदय है ग्रामीण विकास की जिम्मेदारी। IEM पावर से प्रवासी मजदूरों की हर जगह भागीदारी। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा।
In India's heartland, our farmers endure harsh weather conditions to tend the land that sustains us all. Through strategic partnership, Pernod Ricard India has made significant strides in reducing water scarcity.
पर्नोड रिकॉर्ड इंडिया कंपनी जो है उसके माध्यम से अंकुर उदय प्रोजेक्ट यानी TNS फाउंडेशन की तरफ से ये प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। वो हमें खेतकरी जितने भी है उनको सहायता करते हैं।
These water structures not only support the livelihood of surrounding villages, but also revitalize local biodiversity. Through the Water Agriculture Livelihood Program, WAL, and Farmer Producer Organization, FPO, farmers gain vital resources, information, and market access, maximizing their farm's potential. Empowering women is the cornerstone of true community development. The WAL program prioritizes empowering female farmers, taking them beyond the four walls and into leadership roles. The improved quality of life for both men and women farmers is a testament to the success of these initiatives. Supporting 9 lakh jobs with 80% in rural India, benefiting more than 6 lakh farmers. Together, we are building a future of shared prosperity through sustainable practices and innovation. We are Pernod Ricard India, leaving no one behind.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं। दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Amrita University, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a multi-campus, multidisciplinary university that has grown into India's #1 private university in less than 20 years under the guiding light of Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. Amma is also the Chancellor of Amrita University, driving a vision of education for life, not just education for living. The university's main focus is on compassion-driven applied research that would have a global impact and benefit all sections of society, especially the most downtrodden. Amrita University has rapidly grown into 9 campuses across India: Coimbatore, Amritapuri, Bangalore, Mysore, Cochin, Chennai, Faridabad, Amravati and Nagercoil. Has over 20,000 students across 220 plus programs in various disciplines including pure sciences, engineering, management, medicine and interdisciplinary studies.
Hi, today we are at the Billion Mobility electric vehicle launch event in Chennai, and here we embrace the dreams of a sustainable future with Billion Mobility. Check it out. So these state-of-the-art trucks not only are better for the planet, but it'll transform the way of Indian logistics forever. From 12 tonners, 14 tonners, all the way up to 55 tonners, we've got solutions for everything. From software integration to complete traceability, all fleet owners have total control over their fleets. From an end-to-end integrated technology, Billini has the entire mile covered.
India, a dynamic nation in motion, but with growing economies come growing pains. Sustainability is more important now than ever, and FedEx is working to be a part of the solution. Our electric vehicles are in service, a step toward our goal of an all-electric global parcel pickup and delivery fleet by 2040.
I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I roam,
We invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
yeah, I'm always coming home.
आइसक्रीम माय ट्रीट।
रोहन, तू टिफिन तक शेयर नहीं करता, आज आइसक्रीम।
पापा को ब्रेवरी मेडल मिला है।
वाओ, सुपर्ब।
ही इज अ मेजर इन आर्मी, सबको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। करण, तेरे पापा क्या करते हैं?
रोहन, तेरे डैडी।
करण, बताना।
वो भी सबकी लाइफ को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। ही इज एन LIC एजेंट।
दैट्स ग्रेट। कभी सोचा है हमें अचानक कुछ हो गया तो करण के पापा हमारी फैमिली के फ्यूचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए सही एडवाइस देते हैं।
वाह करण,
योर डैडी इज ग्रेट।
नो, ही इज सुपर ग्रेट।
हमें अपने लाखों LIC एजेंट्स पर गर्व है जो हर एक का जीवन सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। आज देश को ऐसे कई होनहार एजेंट्स की जरूरत है। LIC में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। अपनी नजदीकी LIC शाखा से संपर्क करें।
Well, welcome back. We hope you've had a hearty lunch and you've been well taken care of so far.
साक्षर कर रहा अशिक्षा का अंत, कौशल संबल दे रहा नई उड़ान, लक्ष्य से।
Right, I hope. Yep. Am I audible? Yes, we are. We hope you've had a hearty lunch and you've been well taken care of so far. We have another 6 hours of enriching discussions lined up for you. Now let's turn our attention to the birthplace of the Gross National Happiness Index, which is a system intended to look after the well-being of citizens and the environment. And now there's a 2.0 version. We are talking about Bhutan, which has historically had an exemplary relation with India based on mutual trust, goodwill, and understanding.
Absolutely. It has been a relationship that has been long-standing, a historic one, as Parmeshwar pointed out. And to discuss the next phase of India-Bhutan ties, we'd like to call on stage the Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Dasho Shering Tobgay, and Nikunj Garg, our Senior Managing Editor.
Prime Minister. Vedant, sit like this? Fine?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Prime Minister of Bhutan, a very happy man from the world's happiest country. Grateful to have you, Prime Minister, and I thank you from the side of the millions of NDTV viewers. Grateful to have you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Nikunji.
As I said, it's not every day that a leader with your kind of background, both educational and experience. His Excellency has actually been a civil servant. He is one of the few first civil servants in the Bhutanese society who crossed over to the political side, had a very successful run, has been the Prime Minister of the country before as well. And this is his second stint as the Prime Minister of Bhutan. Prime Minister, you have a very interesting educational background too. You have studied at Pittsburgh, 4 years at Pittsburgh, and then you have a master's from Harvard. A thought came to my mind that how have you used that education, that American exposure, that education at your very young age to help transform the society here or add value to the society here in this country, in Bhutan and otherwise?
Thank you, Nikunji. Delighted to be here. And I want to congratulate you and your entire NDTV team for putting together the World Summit. And congratulations on the inaugural summit. Who better than Prime Minister Modi to launch the summit? I am honored also and humbled, deeply humbled, to be included in your inaugural summit. I can see the summit grow from strength to strength. God knows the world needs NDTV and the World Summit.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
The question you asked about how did the University of Pittsburgh and then the University of Harvard, where I spent a year, how did they mold me to serve my country? Fair question. But the better question would be, how did India mold me to serve my country? I'll tell you a secret. In fact, my Bhutanese colleagues here also don't know. I was born in India.
That's a secret you didn't share with many.
1965, I was born in Kalimpong. My father was serving in Kalimpong when my parents were serving because I was born there, right? And what molded me to serve my king, my country, and my people would have been not necessarily Pittsburgh and Harvard, but Dr. Graham's homes in Kalimpong, in West Bengal. I studied 11 years in India. And you ask me how 4 years in America has molded me. You should be asking how.
Well, that's a secret you are revealing now, Prime Minister.
No. It's okay, fair. I'm not a celebrity, so you wouldn't know where I studied. But the fact of the matter is my formative years, not just my birth, but my formative years was in India. From kindergarten school, from baby class till class 10, I studied in India, as indeed many other Bhutanese studied in India those days because we did not have enough schools in Bhutan. But when we did establish schools, we did not have enough teachers, and those teachers came from India. And so we grew up under the tutelage, under the guardianship, and in my case, especially so because it was a boarding school, almost under the parentage of Indian teachers. And I do believe they have taught us well because we have been able to go back home and serve our king, our country, and our people and continue to do so.
Prime Minister, you also talked about the Indian tutelage and you talked about the summit. So the topic of the summit is India Century. And how do you think, going forward from here, Prime Minister Modi's historic third innings, how do you think, we take off from here and how do we shape or influence the events that are happening world over? Not only as our own footprint of India's century, but as the Prime Minister said, that world's progressive, peaceful century.
The world needs India. And I'm very happy that you've identified this century as India's century. You asked me about Prime Minister Modi and his historic third term. Why do you call it India's century? For many reasons. India has the largest population now in the world, 1.45 billion. It's growing. It's projected to reach something like 1.6 billion.
That's right.
India has a booming economy. It's crossed $3 trillion US. It should have crossed $5 trillion US had it not been for COVID. India has the biggest consumer base. India has almost 35 million successful people in the diaspora throughout the world, particularly in the advanced countries. By every measure, yes, this is India's century. But by one measure, you stand out, and that is leadership. India's leadership. And trust in that leadership. Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership. You choose the team, the India century, because of Prime Minister Modi's third term, historic win. Now you know that the last 10 years, the previous 2 terms, will be leveraged as a springboard to take India forward into her century. But the rest of the world too. The global South looks to India for leadership, trusts in India's leadership. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, any country that can sort out today's problems, it is India. Economic problems. The world looks to India as a market. The COVID pandemic, The world looked to India for vaccines and medicine. Even Russia and Ukraine. If there's any person who can sort it out, I do believe it is Prime Minister Modi. And therefore, India's century. And the main ingredient of your team, I do believe, is leadership across the board, including your diaspora, but especially that of Prime Minister Modi.
And when you talk about the leadership of the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister, of course, has very assiduously championed the causes of Global South on various multilateral platforms, and he has been trying to build that consensus. The world, in a way, also looks towards India to solve some of the very vexed issues right now, some of the vexed issues like wars that the world is facing. You think that India can bring in its diplomatic, cultural heft into play to find solutions to them?
Like I mentioned, the Global South looks to India's leadership because they trust India's leadership. I mentioned about geopolitics and problems the world is facing, particularly in terms of war, and the effect that has throughout the world. If any country can sort it out, it is India. If any person that can sort out the problems between Russia and Ukraine, it is Prime Minister Modi. So whether it is economic growth, medicine, the world's production house, IT, PM Modi mentioned double AI this morning. Aspirational India, artificial intelligence, even climate change. India is exercising leadership, being a role model for the world. 1.5 billion people in a growing economy. You need energy to fuel that growth. There is going to be pollution. But India is also not shirking her responsibility to fight climate change. Prime Minister Modi has launched a Solar Alliance. That shows his emphasis for renewable energy, not just in India, but getting like-minded countries throughout the world to join an alliance to produce renewable energy. And we are a part of that alliance. So yes, even with climate change.
Now, coming back to your home turf, you have just now recently launched the Global Happiness Index 2. How does it differ from the Global Happiness Index 1? And what does this gross happiness index actually mean for people?
So very quickly, gross national happiness is a development philosophy. And it was a development philosophy that was envisioned by His Majesty the Fourth King. It is a development philosophy that emphasizes the happiness and well-being of our people as the core purpose for growth. And so gross national happiness recognizes that economic growth is important. There's no doubt about that. But that economic growth must be balanced with social progress, with environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, and good governance. So that is gross national happiness. Even today, many economists, public service leaders, scholars, they are fascinated by the idea. Even today, they feel that it is relevant to them. And so we have measured gross national happiness. That is the G&H index.
Yes.
So over every 5 years, we measure it. And the purpose is not to measure the happiness of the people. It is to measure the gross national happiness of the country. G&H situation of the country as measured by what people perceive, how people perceive it to be. So we have 9 domains that we measure. Health, education, living standard, environment, governance, then time use, psychological well-being, culture, community. These 9 domains are measured. They're divided into 33 variables, subdivided into 150 questions, and that questionnaire is rolled out in the survey every 5 years. You can imagine how difficult it is to collect the material, analyze the material, and then we come up with an index. For instance, 0.756. So every 5 years, that index has been increasing slightly, indicating that the gross national happiness of the country is increasing slightly. A good trend. But that does not mean that we are the happiest people in the world. You mentioned that something about me being happy, and yes, I am happy, and I'm happy to be here and among friends, and so you see me smile a lot, but we do have our challenges. And we are fortunate to have enlightened kings who have given us a balance between sustainable and equitable economic growth and everything else that matters in life. So what is GNH 2.0 you mentioned?
Yes.
So GNH is a development philosophy that we continue to implement. We strive to optimize the conditions of gross national happiness. GNH 2.0 is something that I thought of as taking GNH to the next level on two fronts. One is economic growth, and the other is urban living. And together, GNH 2.0 is basically an articulation, my description of His Majesty the King's royal vision, which is the Gelifu Mindfulness City. The Gelifu Mindfulness City?
Yes, that's another issue that I wanted to talk to you about, the Gainfulness Mindness, which the King has recently launched.
Not an issue. You want to learn more about the Gelifu Mindfulness City, because I say not an issue because you will benefit from the Gelifu Mindfulness City as much as I will. The Gelifu Mindfulness City is a special administrative region which will have independence in government, in lawmaking, and judiciary independence. The Gelifu Mindfulness City is going to be a city. We call it a city, but it's going to be spread over 2,500 odd square kilometers. It has 2 protected areas, a national park and a wildlife sanctuary. It has rivers that can generate 4,000, 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy. It has forests, it has biological corridors, it's teeming with wildlife. It has paddy fields. It has an old little town. So that whole area is being developed and envisioned by His Majesty the King to provide for our next generation, to take gross national happiness to the next level, where people can live in harmony with other people from all over the world. But also, all these people will live in harmony with our nature and with our biodiversity. This is gross national happiness 2.0. I say it'll benefit you and all of India as much as it'll benefit me and all of Bhutan, because this city has been purposely placed on the border with India, along the border with India, Assam to be precise. I had reported to His Majesty the King almost a year ago, Your Majesty, why in Gelifu? It's beautiful. The land is pristine. It's a biological hotspot. There's potential for renewable energy. But why Gelifu? Why not in Thimphu? Why not in Paro? Why not in Pumtang? For those of you who have been to Bhutan, these places already have airports. Paro already has an international airport. Paro has the iconic Taksang, where tourists all over the world converge to visit. Paro has zongs and monasteries and culture and traditional way of life. It has everything. And His Majesty's answer was one word to me: India. Of course, I didn't understand it. And then His Majesty said, our future is linked with India. If we establish the special administrative zone anywhere else, it may succeed. It may find it challenging, we may find it challenging, but if we locate it along the border with India, the concept alone will drive its success, because our future is intrinsically linked with India. And then I understood that the Gelifu Mindfulness City is not about Bhutan. It is about India and Bhutan.
India and Bhutan.
And we
have received the support of India's leadership, especially Prime Minister Modi. We received the support of Indian investors. A lot of them are interested. And, of course, the Bhutanese, we are very excited to see this project to fruition.
Prime Minister, I'll come back to this issue of the development partnership. India, of course, and Bhutanese have always considered us as the largest, the biggest developmental partner. So one is this mindfulness city project that you have now said that it is linked to India intrinsically, as you describe it. What are the other key developmental areas where India and Bhutan are now working together to take this developmental partnership to the next level?
What you call development partnership, I call friendship. We have many development partners, many countries, many multilateral agencies. We have one main friend. India has been with us. The mindfulness city is one area that we are already working very closely with India. I can see us working even more closely with India. But other areas are our 13th five-year plan. For the 13th five-year plan, the government of India is giving us an assistance package of 8,500 crore rupees. Extremely generous. Almost double that of what we received in the 12th five-year plan. This is going to finance much needed infrastructure. Roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, IT, and the like. In addition to that, the Indian government has rolled out an economic stimulus program. Well, you talk of development partnership, what I call friendship.
Yes.
Yeah. So you think of this friendship.
Friendship is a better word.
When I visited India after our elections, I told the Indian leadership, and in particular I told my brother,
yes,
Prime Minister Modi, I said, our economy is not growing after the COVID. So we put together an economic stimulus program. And he said, how much? I said, our entire economic stimulus program is 1,500 crores. And he's given us the whole package. That's what friendship is about. And so that's the other partnership, what you mentioned. The 12th five-year plan, in addition to the Gelifu Mindfulness City, the 12th five-year plan, the economic stimulus program, and then even bigger than that is our partnership in the area of renewable energy. We have about 30,000 megawatts, 30 gigawatts of hydroelectric potential. Of that, we've already tapped about 2,500 megawatts. Literally all of them with partnership with India, in partnership with India. This year, we're going to inaugurate another 1,020 megawatts, again in partnership with India. In the next 5 years, we're looking forward to launching almost 2,000 megawatts of new projects, all with the partnership of India. And then going forward, we have many more projects in the pipeline, in partnership with the government of India, but also now in partnership with the private sector of India, which leads me to the next area of partnership, which is partnership between people to people, business to business, and our partnership with the Indian business sector. The final partnership area, you can't call it final, but final big important partnership area is climate change. So from Solar Alliance to protecting our forests and biodiversity, to even looking after the big cats, an alliance of big cats, we work closely with the government of India.
And Prime Minister, when you talk of the people-to-people alliance, for any relationship to blossom, flourish, that is probably the most important alliance that finally should take it to the level that a relationship needs to achieve.
Yes.
I agree. And you think that there's enough people-to-people contact or there is scope for further bolstering that?
Well, we enjoy some of the best people-to-people contact. Like I said, I was born in India. I spent my first 11 years studying in India. And I've been to India many times. And I am not an outlier. There are many Bhutanese, especially even those among my friends who have joined me in Delhi today, who studied in India, who grew up in India, who have many friends in India. When we travel across Bhutan, we don't hesitate to visit neighboring India, the neighboring towns. We don't hesitate to do a little bit of shopping there. So my wife right now is building a home. And she spends half her time in Siliguri, in West Bengal, because that's where she buys most of her stuff from.
Shopping.
Yes.
Shopping.
And truth be told, she does not really have to go there too often, because she telephones her friends in Siliguri, and her friends are the shopkeepers, and they send up the stuff. So you talk of people-to-people contact. I mean, it is very, very strong.
And
India is a country of 140 crores. Can't expect every Indian to know about Bhutan. Bhutan is a country of only 750,000 people. You rest assured, from the days of Lord Buddha, we were aware of India. And we reached out to India, those days for pilgrimage and spirituality. Today, we continue to go on many pilgrimages to India, but also now to see our economic growth.
And my final question to you, Prime Minister, is that, after this, I'm told you are city hopping and, you're going to visit various places. What is it that you have in your mind that you wish to probably focus on, see, watch, the way the city is evolving, the national capital?
Well, I looked out from my room and I see this park. It's like a forest. And every time I see it, I'm amazed that in one of the most congested cities of the world, so-called polluted cities of the world, you see a forest in the center of the city. And I can't get enough of this. The greenery, especially in New Delhi, I enjoy seeing this. But what you are referring to is my bus ride that I'm going to go on immediately after this. We are going to go on a bus that's driven by hydrogen fuel. And I'm really, really excited because this is the new, not just the new future, but the new India, to use renewable fuels to even drive transport. And not just to drive transport, but to be the world's leader in this cutting edge of technology. So I know that when I get on this bus, it's just going to be like any other bus. And therein lies the beauty of it. Because hydrogen fuel, not diesel, not petrol, not even electricity, is driving. Hydrogen is what's driving this bus. And the more ordinary it is, the more amazing I am going to feel. What's its link to Bhutan? The less pollution there is in India, the less pollution we have to endure. Because most of our air, in fact all of it, comes through India, from the Indian subcontinent into Bhutan. And yes, we do bear the brunt of not just climate change, but also of pollution. And I am in a hurry to see India become an advanced nation. I am in a hurry for many reasons, not least of which is because you are my friends, but also because when you become advanced, automatically the air pollution is going to drop and we will enjoy even cleaner air. And so the bus ride is going to be highly symbolic for me on that front, but equally important, we hope to be able to manufacture green, renewable hydrogen for India using our hydropower energy, using green electricity from our hydropower. So no matter how you look at it, This may be India's century, but you can't avoid us. We are in it together.
We are in this ride together. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for sparing the time. And again, thanks a lot from the millions of NDTV viewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well, that was a truly riveting conversation and the biggest testimony to the fact that this is indeed the India century with our valuable neighbors placing the trust in India's leadership. But let's also look at, Parmeshwar, the challenges. Well, let's delve deeper into the challenges of disruptions to geopolitical power balances or global political systems.
Well, to discuss the potential for the greater collaboration, whereas emerging existing powers are concerned, we would like to now invite on stage His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackerman, His Excellency Kenneth H. Nobrega, Ashok Malik, and Said Akrabuddin, and NDTV's Veer Raghav.
And well, Parmeshwar, as we've been discussing, there truly has been the birth of a new geopolitical reality with India really at the center of what is being called the New World Order. And that is something that we will be discussing in this session, the challenges to this new geopolitical reality.
Conflicts are concerned as we speak in different parts of the world. India is up and front, always advocating that dialogue in diplomacy is the only way forward and is the only solution.
All right, it's over to you, Veera.
I used to know your predecessor very well. Yes.
Hello and welcome to this special panel to discuss the challenges of disruptions to global political power balance or the global political systems, as the Prime Minister this morning emphasized, aspirational India. Well, an aspirational India does mean a reset of the global power equations, and we have a very, very special panel on stage here with me. Ambassador Ackerman of Germany, German ambassador to India. We have Mr. Syed Akbaruddin, one of the finest foreign policy voices, India's former permanent representative to the United Nations. Mr. Ashok Malik, partner and chair of the India practice at the Asia Group, a fascinating foreign policy observer, and Ambassador Kenneth Nobrega from Brazil. Thank you all for being here on stage with us. And I would like to start with you, Ambassador Ackerman. When the Prime Minister emphasizes on aspirational India, we talk of a recognition of equal status in the international high table. Is there, from a European point of view, is there a genuine appreciation that the old global power equations perhaps have to change? And number two, that possibly the old systems haven't been equitable to emerging economies?
Thank you very much for having me. And let me say the answer to your question is a clear yes. I think Europe and Germany in particular recognize, that India has to step up on the international stage. India has to become one of the main actors internationally, and that has to be reflected also in the international system. As you might know, Germany, Brazil, India, and Japan are the so-called G4, and we are fighting for a seat at the Security Council, the UN Security Council table. And I think India, like no other country, deserves to sit there. And we also hope that there is a reform coming up of these international formats, the international organization, its institutions. At the same time, what you see is that many, many countries, including mine, come to India and pay respect to this aspirational country, as you call it yourself, and want to hear what India has to say, want to involve India in a discussion on various matters, be that Ukraine and Russia, be that the Middle East, the West Asia situation. So I can say that in a couple of days my government will come and take it up with Prime Minister Modi and the ministers of the Indian cabinet to discuss these actions, because we feel that India is a very important part of the world equation, so to speak, and should be recognized for it.
And India's role under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, I'd like to put that to both you and to Ambassador Nobrega. Quickly, if you can weigh in on that before I get to the Indian voices.
I think India has proven in the last 10 years, and before even, but also in the last 10 years, that it is a very important actor on the international stage. And, I just want to highlight the G20 presidency, where India has, excelled and has shown what weight it has on the international stage. Without India, the declaration of the G20 would not have been possible. It was a very, very difficult moment, very, very difficult environment with Russia and the West. And India somehow succeeded in getting a very satisfactory result. And I think that shows how strong the weight of India is.
And Ambassador Nobrega, how would you see India's leadership under Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the Global South itself in terms of emphasizing and articulating the issues of the South and emerging economies?
I think the vision of Prime Minister Modi regarding leadership of the Global South, and Brazil is ready to always to be the traditional partner of India in building bridges between the Global South and the West. But turning specifically to your question, I think that India has all the preconditions to assume this, to have this leadership, because it's a vision anchored deeply in reality, in the sense of the economic preconditions are there, the technological preconditions are there, the civilizational preconditions are there, because also we have a country which has a heritage, a cultural heritage on which it's building also thinking, focusing on the 21st century challenges.
And let me come to a more current issue from West Asia and what's happening in West Asia. What would be the consequences to the global power equations on that, Mr. Akbaruddin, if you can weigh in on that?
Yeah.
Well, West Asia is an order-defining moment for the present order, because It is an issue which started off a non-state actor taking on a state actor. And so it shows that non-state actors have grown. While we have focused on state actors, non-state actors have now the capacity to attack state actors in a manner that we never envisaged previously, before the 21st century. Having said that, it is at the crossroads of history. It's an issue which has not been resolved for 70 plus years, and let's acknowledge that. Having said that, what is different today is that the fault lines in West Asia have changed. We all grew up thinking that the fault line was between Arabs and Israelis on Palestine. Today, the fault line has changed. It's now between Iran and Israel. It's a different fault line. It's a fault line which is going to have tremendous repercussions, not only for the region, but beyond that. So it is something that we all need to watch for. They say sometimes for decades nothing happens, and then in days decades happen. These are those times, clearly, for West Asia and for the world.
In days, decades happen. Ashok Malik, what would be the learnings for an emerging power from the current events that's playing out?
You know, the principal learning is that if you are an emerging economy and a fast globalizing economy, like India is, no problem is a distant problem. In 1991, when we began to open up our economy, our foreign trade was, what, $40 billion, which is very little. Today, it's close to $2 trillion. And there is a consequence to that, which means a problem in West Asia is our problem. A problem even in South America is our problem, because we have economic interest, we have political interest, we have a diaspora, we have energy prices to worry about. India has been watching the events in the Middle East or West Asia since October last year very carefully. It began with an outrageous terrorist attack. There was expected to be a strong Israeli response. There has been one. It's probably gone on longer than a lot of people anticipated. And there doesn't look to be an end date in sight, because the focus has expanded. I would only add to what Ambassador Akbaruddin said, in that spaces are opening up as Iranian proxies get pushed back, whether in Gaza, maybe even in Lebanon. Okay? We should be planning for the day after. Israel should be, the Arab world should be, frankly, India as a stakeholder should also be, because India has interest in that part of the world. In a post-conflict Gaza, a post-conflict Lebanon, India could play a role.
And in terms of crucial factors in preparing for that day after, what would you believe are the crucial, most important factors as India prepares for the day after?
You know, the fact is, what happened on October 7th last year was, as I said, a terrible terrorist attack, but it also brought back the Palestinian question to the front burner, and it had disappeared for some years, okay, for many reasons. We need to acknowledge that it's back, and we need to address it in some sort of manner. We cannot simply forget about it for the next 20 years, because there are underlying issues there that have been neglected, and we need to work on those, while being completely alive and sympathetic to Israel's legitimate security interest.
And, you know, when you talk about DPI, you talk about UPI, you talk about, you know, India possibly gaining its soft power through digital public infrastructure, some would argue or at least propose. As we move forward, you know, what would be the crucial challenges in dealing with the existing political system in terms of, you know, if there is a reset? This morning you had Lord David Cameron also agreeing that there has to be a reset. But is that just on paper? Or do you sense that there is a genuine in-spirit acceptance that there needs to be a reset of the global order?
Yeah. So I don't think there's a doubt that there needs to be a reset of the existing order. The challenge actually is how to reset it, not that it should be reset. I don't see challenges of a state-centric nature. The challenges are of a transboundary nature. So, for example, the challenges that we will face is that how do we, I started by saying non-state actors of the unsavory kind in West Asia, but there are non-state actors of who we all think are doing well, but they pose challenges to states. So let me give you an example. During the last 2 years, Elon Musk and StarX have launched more satellites than every country together and more than that. So before you know, you're going to have perhaps what some people euphemistically call the sovereign republic of Elon Musk in space. We need to look at how we will address those sort of challenges. Similarly, artificial intelligence, again, is what is right now in the sphere of non-state actors. You can name the companies, but they're all non-state in nature. There is no regulation of that sort. So the challenges that we will face are not only from states. I think from an Indian perspective, India is sui generis. It is unique for many reasons. We heard the Bhutanese Prime Minister just speak of them. But another reason could be that in the history of mankind or in the history of humanity, there's never been a case where a country of 1 billion plus has pursued a democratic process. It's never happened before. It's a pioneering effort. So I think the world acknowledges that, and we see that there is an understanding of it. Having said that, the challenges will be in climate, in artificial intelligence, in space, etc., which are by definition transboundary, and states will have to work towards finding solutions from that, finding solutions for that, and those solutions will come only through partnerships. They will not come through lone rangers. We have seen lone rangers do well sometimes, but the big issues of the time require partnerships and not lone rangers venturing by themselves.
It's a very important point that you make on climate change. When you talk about space, well, the immediate challenge is climate change. And in that, the role that India needs to play, or what is expected of it, and what it wants without disrupting its economic process is extremely important. Is there a recognition of that from a European standpoint?
Of course there is. Without India, any fight against climate change is useless. It's senseless. This is the most populous country in the world. It is, without India, this equation will not work. So Germany has now, together with India, we have set up this partnership for green and sustainable development, where we join hands through common projects to fight climate change. And I must say that India is always extremely interesting in many, many levels. But one of the most interesting facts in India is that when it comes to climate change, outside the government is happening a lot. When you look at what Indian private sector does in renewables, for renewables, with renewables, is remarkable. So when we have visitors coming, I make a point of exposing them, letting them meet private sector people from India, because they can basically show us the way in many ways for the private business to invest more in renewables. I would not be surprised to see India getting a power exporter once hydrogen is really flowing, and we are looking with great interest to that. So I think India, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to adaptation and mitigation of climate change, adaptation to climate change, is an indispensable partner. Without India, nothing will work.
As you say that, is there a recognition of the economic compulsions in the process of adapting to climate change? There are specific domestic compulsions that India faces.
There's no doubt. This is an emerging market in many ways. Your energy market is not saturated yet. You need more energy, that's very clear. But when you look at the private sector in India, I think you can see how you can satisfy the need for more energy also through renewables. So it's possible, and I think the businesses that are really involved in that can show how even a non-saturated market can increase the amount of renewables in short time into a very, very satisfactory way.
Ambassador Nobrega, in terms of country-specific compulsions as you adapt to, newer systems to protect from climate change, is there a recognition of the country-specific issues that perhaps Brazil faces at the international high table, or is it a one-size-fits-all solution that's often offered?
No, I don't think that one-size-fits-all solutions really will do the trick. For example, in the area of renewable energy, Brazil defends the principle of technological neutrality in the sense that, specifically in this transition era we are going through from a brown economy to green economy, we need all sources of energy which we can harness in order to protect in the short term, not only in the long term, the short term, the environment in terms of less emissions. So one example is the example of biofuel. Brazil has a success story of biofuel and has been cooperating more and more in the last years with India in order to share its experience. And I think India is moving very fast because it had set for itself a goal of reaching 20% mix of ethanol in gasoline. I think the original goal was to 2030. Now you have anticipated, if I'm not mistaken, 2025 or 26. So I see Brazil and India cooperating in order to address these challenges which are common to us. Brazil has a cleaner energy matrix, but has really a challenge in greening its mobility, in addition to passenger mobility, truck transportation mobility to move goods around the country, because we don't have really a framework of railways. So, for example, biodiesel, it's the next thing in Brazil in terms of biofuel, and we are looking forward to having also this cooperation with India in terms of biofuel and also biomethane and so on and so forth. So I could speak hours here about this, but this is one aspect of our burgeoning cooperation in terms of energy.
It's fascinating. One of you want to weigh in on that?
So, look, the climate transition is a difficult transition. It's incredibly complex. So what we would expect is that those of our partners, primarily Europe and the US and others, look at this world in a very differentiated manner. We all agreed at Paris that there must be common but differentiated responsibilities. Having said that, we now have a European Union approach called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which doesn't differentiate. It puts everybody on the same plane. So here's the challenge, that transition for countries like India is more difficult than for Brazil, for example, because they, in their energy mix, hydrogen is, they don't use as many hydrocarbons as us. But let's take another case, anti-forestry legislation, which Brazil has a challenge with in terms of exports of forest produce. There are other countries in the global south, if I may say, who have challenges. Indonesia, for example. If you say geotagging is essential to export forest produces to Europe, Indonesia says, well, this is against our national legislation. So here you have what we would expect is, if these are common challenges, we need to work together in a differentiated manner, understanding each other rather than working in a unilateral manner. So I would request our partners who understand us better, who have transitioned much faster than us, to be more understanding of the needs of developing countries in general.
Nuanced point that you're making there. As we talk about that unilateral approach that you just mentioned, Ashok Malik, I want to come to a bit of contentious issues as well. For instance, the India-Canada standoff that one has seen. What's perhaps the lesson for an emerging power? I mean, even when it comes to dealing with Russia, India needs to tread her path in international diplomacy. How delicate is it, and is the path getting more and more delicate, or is it getting clearer for India?
No, Look, India works with a variety of partners and talks behind closed doors and has very sober conversations with a number of partners. If you look at working with Russia, for instance, the fact that India bought crude oil from Russia, refined it, sent it back into the world, into European countries, to the UK, to the US, and helped soften global energy markets is something which is well recognized. And which was done with the conjunction and understanding of a number of European and of course the US government. I mean, the think tanks and the commentators may not have understood it, but the governments did. So these conversations are had behind closed doors by diplomats, by ministers in a sober manner. If the Prime Minister of Canada has certain problems with alleged actions from India or by people who live in India or originate in India, he has a right to those concerns. But there is a manner in which they have to be put forward. If there has been a murder on his soil, it needs to be investigated. When does a murder merit a prime ministerial press conference? There's a process of doing it. If he's pushed it to that level, he will face a response which is commensurate. That is unfortunate. I mean, other countries which have had similar concerns have raised these issues in a sober manner. So,
Ambassador Ackerman, how does that view resonate with you?
I think it is a very complicated issue between countries that are very close to each other. You should not forget, Canada and India have a long standing relation, and there is a lot of Indian people or people of Indian origin living in Canada. So it's a very unfortunate development, I would say, and I trust that, this, I'm not privileged to any additional knowledge of this, but I trust that there will be a way, that the two countries find again to a sort of more constructive, and I'm sure that they will happen at one stage.
Ambassador Nobrega, this morning the Prime Minister, one of the the key message from the Prime Minister's speech was to be treated as equals. To be treated as equals in the international fora. That was the emphasis, saying the days during Industrial Revolution, India lost out because it was occupied at that time. And now, of course, this is India's century. How does that view resonate in a country like Brazil?
I think in our domestic discussion, domestic debate regarding the position of Brazil in the world, I think this issue also comes up. Now, we need to be recognized that we have a rightful place in the international context, which is commensurate to our potential. And to our population, to our contribution to civilization, so to speak. So I think you have also this debate in Brazil. But as I think Ambassador Ackerman mentioned, for example, G4 as a group of 4 countries from the West, 2 countries from the West and 2 countries from the emerging world, aspiring together to a permanent seat in the Security Council, I think is a proof that there is more and more recognition of the position, the rightful place that big emerging countries should have in the world.
Do you want to add on to that?
Yes. So, you see, this aspiration for being treated equally in a changing world is just an extension of our independence movement. Because we gained political independence, we are economically self-sufficient now, and we hope that we are treated equally on a table where our voice is not heard. For example, the world system today, there are some system-defining powers. India and Brazil at best, or even Germany, are maybe system-influencing powers or system-affecting powers. So, with 75 years gone, I think there is a belief that it's time to reset the game. Having said that, and having worked on this reform with G4, etc., for several years, I consider myself from a generation of diplomats who have the lost generation. I started following this issue in 1990s, and I retired and it was still on the table because we're doing business as usual. Business as usual will not lead to where it is. So we will have to change the format of engagement and move. We are in a digital age where all of us take our phone, we update, press it, and it's updated within no time. Of course, we're not saying that the international system should be that fast, but it's time for the international system to change, and I hope the next generation of Indian diplomats will benefit from the efforts of all of us.
You've sown the seeds, yes?
Can I say something? Because I think never give up hope. This is very important. It's maybe not in our lifetime, but it will come at some stage. But you have to admit that the P5, the ones who run the Security Council, everybody says it should be bigger and it should be enlarged, but frankly, it's all lip service. They don't have any intention to do so. I mean, very frankly, maybe the European countries more than the others, but there is no really willingness, no preparedness to open up. And I think mainly with China and Russia, they might openly say that they are for enlargement of the Security Council. The fact is that they are basically not, because they are very comfortable in their little club of five, And I think India and Brazil and Germany and Japan belong to this table. So I think we have to keep on fighting. But my point is here, it is certainly true that India has not the role it should have in the international fora, but bilaterally, when you see what happens in India, who comes to India, and who basically reaches out to India, India has gained a level on the international stage that is so high that you should not, ask the question of equal footing or being treated as equal. That's happening for a long time. It is true that it is not happening in New York, but the American president comes, the German chancellor comes. They seek the Prime Minister's wisdom and they seek the Prime Minister's ideas, and they feel that India is a very important partner of the international stage. So I think basically it is treated as an equal partner since a long time already.
Well, equal is subjective, so perhaps more equal than what was equal. But as we speak of geopolitics and diplomacy, I'm going to sidestep a bit. You've got a German and a Brazilian sitting here, on either side of two Indians here. We in India follow German football and Brazilian football quite a bit, from Pelé to Beckenbauer, we followed. Have you picked up any of Indian cricket's legendary names? Can you tell me who your favorite cricketer is?
So I have to admit that my cricket is not a game I understand. Let's be very honest. I've been trying. Let me be honest with you. But secret is, football is way easier to understand than cricket. But okay, you can see Kohli is a very famous cricketer. Virat Kohli, a very famous cricketer. But I want to say that everybody is so excited about cricket. There is one other Indian sport which is very, very strong, and where India is one of the leading powers, which is hockey. And I'm very happy to say that next Thursday, India and Germany are playing hockey against each other here in Delhi, a friendships game. And India, the World Cup in Odisha was good for us because we won the World Cup in Odisha. So let's hope that this luck will pertain also.
Ambassador Nobrega, any cricket for you?
Well, I'm also in a learning process when it comes to cricket, I would say. But I think I can recall Sachin Tendulkar. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yes. And anyone else?
Dhoni.
Oh, well done.
Yes.
Well done.
It doesn't.
I think we should moot for a cricket match between the Brazilian mission here and the German mission here. That would be fun.
We are better playing football against each other.
Yes. No. We have some trauma when it comes to German soccer, as you know.
Okay,
2014.
That's all time we have for sport. Requires a level playing field, so does diplomacy and geopolitics. Hopefully that's what we will aim and aspire towards. Thank you all for joining us here on stage this evening.
Yet another riveting discussion, Vedant. I think it's fair to say that it's been established by all the esteemed dignitaries here that India is on the high stakes table, on the global high stakes table. But what exactly makes India so attractive? Many say it's our indomitable spirit, our delicious food, our enthusiasm, our capabilities, and what many call on home turf, the innate ability for jugaad.
Well, Parmeshwar, you missed out the most important thing, and that is hospitality or khatirdari, as it were. And well, how can hospitality really be tapped into as a soft power? Well, to talk more about that, we have with us Prasanna Mohile from Pernod Ricard India to talk about building a global brand, but with Indian roots. Our senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, will take forward this conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now joined by a man who actually spreads happiness. And he represents in India a global giant about which we know the presence. However, the detail of that presence, many are not aware of. My own sense is that once you get to know the details of this company's, this global giant's presence in India, you would be far happier. Mr. Prasanna Mohile, member of the executive board of Pernod Ricard in India, and also the head of the corporate division of their policy. Mr. Mohile, welcome to NDTV. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to this NDTV World Summit. Congratulations, Nikunj, for the NDTV World Channel, which was launched today and which we witnessed. Pernod Ricard, as you are aware, many of them, they don't know, people know it as Seagrams.
People know it as Seagrams. So, Seagrams. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the entry point for the happiness, Seagrams.
So, Pernod Ricard has been in India for last 3 decades. So, we have partnered with the Indian growth story for last 3 decades here, and we have grown right after the liberalization era began, and we started our journey, and today we are here in last 30 years, a very successful operations which we have had here. Out of this 30 years, Pernod Ricard has seen in last 10 years also, we've seen a quite stable policies of the government. There was a stability there in the economic policies.
Mr. Mohile, you actually are saying that you have been in the country for last 3 decades.
Yes, we were there since last 3 decades.
And what all has been your footprint, your activities in all these 3 decades that you have been in India?
So we started 3 decades back, but today, as you see, we have almost 25 manufacturing facilities all over India. We've been exporting to almost 50 plus countries, and we also have plans to invest further in this country, looking at the way the economy of this country is growing up. And let me also tell you that for Pernod Ricard, India is the second largest market after US.
Second largest market in the world.
Yes.
And you were talking about the policy framework that you have seen in last 1 decade that have helped your company expand, and what kind of future plans that you have.
So in last 1 decade, we've seen quite stable policies by the government of India and the various states. And we've seen the economy growing there. And as I say that Pernod Ricard has also grown with that. And that is what prompted us basically to invest further and expand further in India. Pernod always had being a foreign multinational, always had a very global approach that we've been blending with the global spirit, with the Indian preferences there for the consumers here, giving them that premiumization experience.
And you talk about the global brand and the local experience or the local flavor to it. Tell me something that one of the big challenge today for any industry or any product that is related to natural wealth is sustainability. Sustainability going forward is the big theme. What is the investment that your company is doing in terms of making your products more sustainable and less drawing from the natural wealth?
So, Nikunj, basically sustainability is in the core of our operations, our values. Sustainability, you see, starts with, we've given away with the monocartons now. After we've given away with the monocartons, that has basically reduced our carbon emission by 7,310 tons annually. Which
and this is India operations you are talking about.
Yes.
So in India operations, you have reduced close to 10,000 tons of carbon footprint.
Yeah, almost 7,310 tons annually. And we aim to go till 30,000 tons by 2030. So that is what basically the sustainability for us means. That we care for our planet Earth. We care for the environment where we are. And this company is extremely sensitive towards the climate change, the global climate change which is happening. And as the Prime Minister also said, today we basically focus on 3 T's, that is talent, training and transformation. So this company also believes in that.
Talent, training and transformation is a mantra that the Prime Minister has been giving for some time.
Yes, and this company also believes in that. And going further, as you talked about the investments, we are now also coming up with an investment, basically of a 200 million euros malt maturation plant, which will be the largest.
200 million euros?
Euros.
And where is this investment of yours?
So this investment will be coming in Nagpur, in Maharashtra. This will be the largest malt maturation facility of Asia and one of the biggest in country and one of the biggest in Asia.
One of the biggest in Asia.
Yeah, and this basically the main reason is that while we have this in the remotest places, we are able to contribute to the rural development of that place. So this plant, which will basically change even the crop pattern of that place, because the kind of grain consumption which will be needing barley, every month, there will be almost 5,000 tons of barley consumption which will be there. So it should benefit around 80 to 90,000 farmers in and around that region. So I think when we talk about Vikasit Bharat, unless we don't touch the roots of the rural area and the corporates doesn't take this responsibility, the real Vikasit Bharat dream will not come true. So that is also one of the initiatives of Sparnorica, who decided that we go to the remotest area. We basically teach them the sustainable farming. We upskill them with the required skills. And my plan is that we might tomorrow think of having a farmers federation there from where we can, the entire supply chain value, we can source them directly.
Source the product.
So that can help the farmers. So
when you talk about taking this, your manufacturing facility or this kind of a plant, this 200 million euro kind of investment is quite unheard of, particularly when you talk of hinterland areas, the areas which are deep inside. How do you think, that you have been able to zero in while other companies, other corporates, maybe they have different products to deal with, but still to take that kind of investment to the hinterland areas has not been very successful with other companies. What's the difference here?
So that is why I said that sustainability is in the core value of our entire operations. And that is the reason when we were zeroing in on different areas on where to do that, we had a couple of them in mind, but then we thought that no, this is the area where today the need of the farmer is there where we can invest, make them also, sustainable there for the years to come. And that is what Pernod Ricard is all about. I mean, it is not just selling spirits. We sell spirits, but we also make
you
the
sell
lives
spirits
of
and you shape
the last man happy. We try and bring smiles to the last man also. I mean, we try and make them happy. So that is what this company is all about, the conviviality factor.
The conviviality factor. That's a very important term that you bring in. But, Mr. Mohile, let me ask you one thing. That your company is a multinational. It has presence. It's a French giant. You have your roots in various countries. Challenge for such a corporation will always be, and people will always view you from that prism. And that prism will be, how much of the local produce can you source and integrate into your supply chains, integrate into your top-of-the-line brands, like some of the brands which are actually iconic?
Yeah, so you're right, Nikunj. And that is what, I mean, today, if you see, we've been known by some very iconic brands like Blender's Pride, our largest selling scotch, 100 Pipers, Royal Stag. Most of the people they know who watch cricket because it's associated with sports. Blender's Pride is there with the fashion. So we've always had this approach of local, wherein we basically try and blend the whole thing with the local resources there. We do the local sourcing so that, we give them the premiumization flavor by...
How do you do the local sourcing? You say that you are doing the local sourcing. Now, let's say you are setting up this massive mega plant of some 200 million euros. Now, your supply chains have to be spread. The farmer has to change his produce according to you. So you think, all of this can be a successful experience and you can take it forward?
Yeah, obviously we can take it forward because ultimately, see, this is the organization when we say locally sourcing, we take it from grain to glass. It is all locally sourced here. And that is how today, if I speak about the employability, 9 lakh jobs, many of them would not know, 9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs.
9 lakh jobs. That is the contribution almost, basically of Pernod Ricard
That is almost
today.
Close to 1 million jobs.
Yes, 9 lakh jobs are basically created. That is the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard has. Out of which 6 lakh jobs are into the agriculture sector because grain is my main raw material from where the spirit comes. So
6 lakh farmers is what you are directly touching the lives of.
Exactly. So that is the kind of contribution which we have. And Pernod Ricard today, if you see in terms of economics also, the kind of contribution Pernod Ricard does, Pernod Ricard has almost direct 21,000 crores direct by way of direct taxes, which we contribute to the Indian economy.
That is a kind of tax contribution that you people
Yes, it's a direct tax. Around 40,000 crores is the contribution to the GDP through the value chain. So we have a very sizable contribution to the Indian economy there, and we are growing. We believe today in the economic policies of this government, and that is why we are going ahead with all our expansions and investment plans here in the country. And that is how today India has become the second largest market after US.
On our theme, India Century, you make a very important point that we believe in the policies that are being enacted in this country right now, the way the country is being run.
Yes.
And that is why you have your massive investment plan. Before I let you go, Mr. Prasanna Mohile, let me ask you one more question. And that is that many in your industry and many neutral observers have spoken about giving a sort of a structured industry status like FMCG or like IT-enabled services, etc., to Alcobev industry. What do you think, are the challenges in it, and how do you think the industry itself can benefit and then in turn benefit the country's economy?
Good question, Nikunj. I mean, we were also figuring this out. that even after contributing so much, our only small request always has been that if we come into the mainstream sector, then probably, there will be more investments and more employability in this particular sector. And we can also leverage whatever the government programs are, government schemes are. So I think if we need this kind of a little status there as an industry tomorrow, so that we also get the benefits like what others get.
So that is where you can probably leverage the various government schemes, where various government incentives, and probably catapult yourself to at a place where you are on the front rows of industry segments.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prasanna Mohile. Thank you very much for joining the NDTV.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
And
thank you.
Keep spreading the happiness.
Thank you. As my name goes, we'll definitely spread happiness all across.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it's close to 4 p.m. and here's hoping the spirits are indeed high. But do you lately sit and wonder or analyze whether India's robust bull market is likely to continue for the foreseeable future? If you do, then this next conversation is the one for you.
Absolutely. We are delighted to now invite on stage Mr. Mark Mobius, who will be in conversation with market veteran Ramesh Damani to take us through what are going to be some of the key growth drivers as far as India is concerned.
Please, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. We've heard a lot of catchphrases today, the Indian century, Viksit Bharat, DPI, but the phrase that resonates most with market men is what his boss used to say, that the 4 most dangerous words in the English language, or the 4 most expensive words in the English language are, this time it's different. Is it different? To cut through the cacophony of clutch phrases that we've heard today, I'm joined by Mark Mobius. Just to introduce him, he is considered the Indiana Jones of emerging markets. He lives in Dubai, but he travels every other day. He's written 12 books, and he's considered now the father of emerging markets. Mark, welcome, and thank you for the chat.
Thank you. Nice being with you.
Mark, I talked about Sir John Templeton. And he was your first boss almost.
Exactly.
What did you learn from him about emerging markets that still resonates with you?
Well, the first and foremost thing is that he was a global investor. He said, look, if you want to find the best bargains in the world, of course, he was a bargain hunter, the best thing to do is look globally, not only look in the U.S. And you must remember, when he started, that was in the late 30s, 40s, Americans thinking of investing overseas was a very strange thing. And he was the guy that really started it all. And then in 1987, he started the very first emerging markets fund listed in New York and asked me to head that up. So it was really an incredible beginning for me, because in 1987, things were not too developed in emerging countries in terms of stock markets.
Think global is what he taught you, right? And
exactly. He thought
Japan
global
was his first global market that he kind of saw as opportunity.
No, he was investing globally before that. He was one of the first investors to go into Japan from the U.S. But emerging countries was a new field. And at that time, I was living in Taiwan. And I had been working for a broker in Hong Kong. And I'd gone to Nassau, Bahamas to present to him. and he probably thought of me as probably a good sacrificial lamb to go into emerging countries. Because we raised $100 million. In those days, it was a heck of a lot of money because there were only 5 markets we could invest in. India was closed. China was closed. All of Latin America was closed. It was only a few countries in Asia.
Philippines, Indonesia.
Philippines, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and Mexico. That was it.
Which leads me to my next point, Mark. Why do you think some countries become rich and some countries remain poor?
Why do
some countries become rich and why do some countries remain poor?
Well, it's really, this is one of the reasons why emerging countries and emerging market concept was so important, because the World Bank and the IFC, these international organizations, began to finally realize that if you want to create wealth, you've got to create a market economy. In other words, you've got to have free enterprise. You've got to have entrepreneurs, free of government interference. That was a critical decision by these organizations because, I studied economics at MIT.
Yes.
And all the economists were racking their brains. How do you make countries rich? In those days, they were called the third world, the poor, the underdeveloped, and so forth and so on. And after all this research, they finally came to the realization that, yes, you had to have good regulation by the government as sort of an umpire, but you had to have a market economy. And with a market economy, you need stock markets to raise capital. So that was really a big turning point for me and I think for the rest of the world.
So China became rich or richer despite having a political system that wasn't free, but a market economy that was free?
Exactly. If you remember Deng Xiaoping, what he said, I don't care if the cat is black or white, as long as he catches the mice. Yeah. And another quote that he made was that to become rich is glorious. I mean, that was a revolutionary statement for a communist to make. And that's, I think that's the reason why China has become what it is today.
You follow companies and you follow countries for a living. When you follow companies, Mark, give me a financial metric that you look at. Is it P ratio the most important thing you look at, or the other financial metrics you look at?
I don't look at PE the way I used to. In the past, everybody was looking at PE. And I found that this was not a very good metric because the E of the P, the E was always backward looking. They of course, they tried to make projections of the E, but they really didn't do it very well, and it was not very accurate. So the metric that I look at now is return on capital, return on equity. This metric is very, very important. Because interestingly enough, the other metric we look at is debt equity. And if you have a high return on capital, you usually have a very low
return on equity.
Because you're generating cash. So I look at that, and I also look, of course, at earnings growth. But probably the most important element in all this is the quality of the management. What kind of people are you dealing with? Which is why I travel a lot, and to meet managements, to see who they are, what they look like. Of course, you can be misled, but
I have to ask you this. You're 88, you look 68, and while you find long-term stocks, what is the key to your long-term health?
By the way, I love being 88. You know why?
No, why?
I can go to a ticket counter and say, I'm 88, give me a discount.
Senior citizens
discount. So, every place I go, I'm getting discounts. It's wonderful. And the other wonderful thing is, at least in the Middle East, and also here in India, very often I'm on a train standing up and people give me their seat.
Yes.
Which is kind of embarrassing for me to say, do I look that old? I mean, come on. But anyway, it's nice to be 88. Well, I'm constantly learning. One of the things that I found out was that in order to remain healthy, you have to exercise every day. So every morning I'll get up. This morning I got up at 7 o'clock. I went down to the gym, got on the bicycle for a half hour. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, as I say, I'm constantly learning. And I recently read a book called Grain Brain, which I recommend to everyone here.
The brain drain.
Grain Brain. Grain
Okay.
Brain.
Grain brain, okay.
And basically, the author says, look, get rid of bread. Get rid of grains, because it's not good for the brain.
Right.
But the other interesting thing he mentions is that curcumin.
Say that again, please.
Curcumin.
Curcumin, okay.
That you have in Indian food is very good for the brain, which is why I think there's so many intelligent Indians. I think it's your diet. All your spices are helping your brain, and curcumin is one of the top ones. But there are a lot of things that I'm learning as I read health books. One other very interesting thing about this book is he said, don't worry about high cholesterol. You know, everybody worries about high cholesterol. I've had high cholesterol all my life. I had very high cholesterol. Every time I go to the doctor for a checkup, he said, okay, you got to take statins. And I was always suspicious. And I said, I don't like the idea of statins, the side effects and so forth. Sure enough, this book says statins are no good for you, and don't worry about high cholesterol. What you should worry about is what's the general health of your body, because cholesterol is essential for your brain. Your brain is made up of cholesterol. So I'm constantly learning these things, and of course every day I take vitamins. And another thing I've been taking recently, which I recommend to everyone, I'm not a doctor, I better not make a recommendation, but one of them is metformin.
For diabetes.
Metformin, because I've met a few doctors who treat diabetes patients, and they said that they found out that the patients taking metformin live longer.
And you're proof of that.
No, but I don't know whether that's the effect, but that's helping.
But you talked about long-term longevity. But for the last 10 years, the Dow and the S&P 500 have outperformed emerging markets. So is emerging markets still a place to be?
Actually, if you look closely, you'll find that India has outperformed the U.S. market,
yes.
S&P. And recently, with the resurgence of China, the emerging market, MSCI Emerging Market Index, is outperforming the U.S. market. So the problem with emerging countries or emerging markets is that they're so varied. You lump them into one big pot, and of course the outliers tend to drag down the rest. And you've seen that in the case of China recently. But the bottom line is that emerging countries are still, on average, growing at double the rate of the developed countries. Now, if a country is growing at double the rate of another country, that stock market is going to do better over the long term.
Mark, though, in your experience, do you feel there's a relationship between GDP growth and the stock market? Do they always move in the same direction?
They won't move in the same direction, but the general trajectory will be that way. If you have a high growth country, you're going to get high growth companies and therefore high growth market.
But can it be priced in at some point? Can the valuations, can the market GDP growth continue, say like in China, but the market not perform?
Well, you must remember, in the case of China, the GDP has gone down. They've had a big downturn in the market, and of course in the GDP, and that's been reflected in the stock market as well. But one other important point, and by the way, our previous speaker made a very interesting, shocking comment. He said that the second largest market in the world for them, Bernard Richard, is India. Now think about that. Now here's a company that's not listed in India, I don't think, is it?
French.
It's listed in maybe the US or Europe. So what we're doing now is thinking, let's not just focus on emerging market stock markets. Let's look at the US market. Let's look at the European market, because a lot of these companies are making money in emerging countries.
You know, it's very, Warren Buffett was asked the same question in '87, the year you started. and he said, my exposure to emerging markets is through Coke.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Coke sells in 100 countries of the
Exactly.
world. Let me bring you back to India since you started on the topic. It's been the third term of Prime Minister Modi's government. The stock market is saluting him. What are the reforms that you think he got right?
What he got right was trying to be all-encompassing to all the people of India through digitization.
The first thing is digitization.
That, I think, was a revolutionary idea and concept that included everybody. He was inclusive, and it accelerated what was happening in the market. I never forget, it was 5 years ago, when they were starting the program with the card, the magnetic card. I went into this little village. There were no roads. The houses, a very poor village. They were doing the ID.
The Aadhaar ID.
They were taking the eye picture, and of course, some people didn't have fingerprints. So to me, I thought to myself, this is revolutionary. Because after these people got their card, they went around the corner to a representative of the bank and opened a bank account.
And now you can transfer money seamlessly.
Exactly.
UPI payment.
Exactly. This is revolutionary.
Digital infrastructure, of course, everyone has complimented India, head and shoulders thanks to Modi's leadership. What other things did he get right?
I think the other thing he did right was to open up more and more because I always think of India as the United States of India, because they're different states.
Different states.
I mean, it's mind-boggling when you think about it. Here, you're one nation, but you're all speaking different languages. And it's not only spoken languages, written languages are different. So, what did he do? The first thing he did was unify the tax system, the cross-border taxes.
GST.
This is an incredible accomplishment.
Incredible change, yes.
This is something that, probably would have taken a century.
Politically impossible to do, and yet that went through
He did
Parliament.
that. It's an amazing accomplishment. So that set the stage for more communication between the states. I remember one time we were driving from one state, it was in the south, I can't remember what state it was. We were going from one state to another, and we stopped. The car stopped. I said, wait, what's happening? He said, we have to get permission to cross.
Right, even for tourist car, rental car, buses.
So, what he's done is begun the unification of a country, which is quite remarkable. But at the same time, what is really remarkable, I think, which is a great strength of India, is the incredible diversity. The fact that you have these different cultures, different languages, which results in incredible creativity. You must remember, at the end of the day, future is with creative people who are creative.
The intellectually property owners.
That's what's going to create wealth going forward.
Mark, you've publicly said that you're very bullish on the Indian real estate sector, the Indian semiconductor sector. What's the case there?
I think in the case of real estate is that standard of living is going up, and people want homes, and you got to meet the supply.
And you can't manufacture land.
And you got to go for it. You got to either build up, or you got to go into other remote areas. So I think this is going to be a very, very big growth area. And don't forget, you've got a young population, and they're going to want more and more.
More nuclear families happening.
Yeah.
But I have a quibble about the semiconductor sector. India is not going to be a fab power. I just can't see India. Maybe design, maybe usage, but fab power, you think India will do well in fab?
I definitely think India is going to become a leader or the leader in semiconductor production in the future. And the reason why I say that is, first of all, the demand. You've got a market here that's one of the biggest in the world, number one. Secondly, it's a relatively open economy. So you're going to be able to take technology from China, from Taiwan, from the US, wherever. Thirdly, you've got an incredible software industry already. You're the largest exporter of software in the world. And if you look closely, you'll find that many of the very large IT or tech companies, particularly semiconductor companies, are already doing software in India.
The software, yeah. But Intel, with all its manufacturing prowess, is at a 20-year low. Intel, what gives you the faith in the Indian fab business?
The fabs will come here. Why? Because you've got the population, you've got the labor force. And I remember a few years ago, I was meeting an Indian friend of mine, and we were talking about this. And I said, I think India's going to become a big semiconductor manufacturer. And he said, oh no, Indians are not as patient and not so good with their small things like the Chinese are. I said, have you ever visited the places where they're polishing these tiny diamonds in India? Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be able to do a very good job here, no question about it. But it requires huge amounts of capital.
Capital, power, clean water.
That's going to be coming.
That's good. Okay, Mark, you interviewed Barron's a few years ago, maybe during COVID time, the newspaper Barron's, in which you actually recommended 3 Indian stocks. You recommended Apollo, APL Apollo Tubes, Persistent Systems, and Metropolis Labs.
Yes.
What do you think of the 3 now? Would you still buy them, or are there any new ideas, particular stocks you care to share with us?
I would still hold them, but I would look at some of the other companies that are coming up that are looking very good. It's really interesting when we do a scan, we do a global scan using the criteria I mentioned.
Return on capital, return on equity.
India, China, then the US. So you can see where the value is. Even now, with the, a lot of people say, oh, the stock prices have gone too high. And I say, yeah, you're looking at it in terms of PE, but you're not looking at it in terms of growth. So I think there are still plenty of opportunities.
Great. The last bit of advice before I get a rapid fire round with you. What is the investment advice you'd give to your younger self?
What I would say is don't be in a rush. Take your time, study carefully, and listen to the market. Because at the end of the day, yes, we have to be logical. We have to look at the facts. We have to talk to the management. We have to make a decision on numbers. But I have the saying, emotion is the potion.
Emotion is the potion.
The market is built on emotion. So you have to pay attention to the emotion of the market.
The psychology of the market.
The psychology of the market and the way, what people are thinking and acting upon. That's very important.
All right. Let's do a rapid fire with Mark. Mark, an Indian promoter who you've always admired.
Tata.
The Tata Group, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I remember meeting him many years ago, and he was a guy who was a titan of Indian industry, but he was the most humble and the most honest guy. He was terrific, very nice guy.
And the legacy still shines through. Mark, you wrote your PhD thesis on communication satellites,
yes,
I believe.
Yeah.
What do you think of Elon Musk?
Well, it's really interesting. Now, here's the idea and the reason why creativity is so important. Because a lot of people don't remember that a communication satellite, the simultaneous satellite, with 3 satellites, 26,000 miles in the air, it looks like it's moving at the same rotation of the Earth. So they appear stationary. Who thought of the idea? Arthur Clarke, a science fiction writer. He included this concept in one of his science fiction stories. And Hughes Corporation caught up on this. And at that time, President Kennedy, when I was doing my thesis, was trying to break up AT&T, which was a telephone monopoly in America. And there were 2 competing ideas, a simultaneous satellite like Hughes, and the satellites that were low altitude that had to be tracked. And of course, AT&T, they were the only ones that could do that.
Right.
And thankfully, Kennedy and the Congress decided on the simultaneous and that was my first stock idea. I bought Comsat Corporation.
Yes, I remember hearing that. Okay, from satellites to cartoons. You're very fond of Charles M. Schulz. Why? Snoopy.
No, I got involved with Snoopy and the Peanuts business because I had a consulting company in Hong Kong. And of course, I was doing all kinds of consulting. In fact, I came to India once to do a project on the leather industry for the UNDP. But anyway, one day a lady from California arrived in my office and said, we're looking for manufacturers of toys. And I said, well, what kind of toys are you doing? She said, we got the rights for all of the Peanuts characters, Snoopy, Charlie Brown, all the rest of it. So we found manufacturers in different parts of Asia. Then I said, why don't you start selling this here? She said, you think people would like it? I said, children around the world love toys. So we started selling, and that became a bigger business than my consulting business.
Okay.
So it was really interesting.
I'll ask the audience, how many countries do you think Mark has visited? Shout it out. One more, not more than 74. Actually, it's been 112 countries, right, Mark, the last time I checked? Your favorite city in the whole world, you've been to 112 countries. Which is your favorite city?
Favorite city? I like so many cities. Every city I'm in, I like. I like New Delhi when there's no fog.
And Dubai, because you're settled in Dubai.
I would say for fun, Rio in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro.
Rio, yeah. The Brazilian ambassador would have been happy to hear that. The Brazilian ambassador was here, would have been happy to hear that.
I noticed that, yeah.
Blame it on Rio. Anyway, last rapid fire question for you. Do you have a favorite Bollywood film and a favorite Bollywood actress?
Bahubali.
Bahubali, okay.
both the first and second. I like them both.
That's a surprising choice. Any Bollywood actress you can think of?
Well, the star, I can't remember the name, the star of Bahubali was very good.
Okay, great.
Very excellent.
You know...
And the other character I loved in that film was the bad guy, the evil guy. So when I was in Hyderabad last year, I had to go to the Ramali theme park. And I had a picture taken with a statue of this bad guy.
And you saw this on video? You saw this on video, Bahubali, or on the theater?
I saw it in the films here. I saw it
in a
film.
First. Okay, great. You know what they say about traveling, Mark, that traveling leaves you speechless and then makes you a storyteller. But what traveling has done is made you a great stock picker and what we call the Indiana Jones of emerging markets. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely chat.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Well, don't rush and take it slow. These are words we rarely get to hear in a newsroom. But as you are all aware, New Delhi has seen a series of diplomatic victories. And as our External Affairs Minister has said before, where we have to take a stand, we do not hesitate. We do not come under pressure. And at the same time, there is a constant assertion of our relevance.
Well, for External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar, foreign policy is defined by a single two-word mantra: India first. And that has really become something that has been echoed and reiterated by global leaders. To talk about the India century, diplomacy redefined, it's our honor to invite on stage Dr. S. Shankar and NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Sanjay Pugalia.
Welcome to NDTV World Summit 2024. The theme is the India Century. You heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning how he describes the India Century. Now we should understand and break it down how the whole thing will actually unfold looking at the global uncertainties. Here Dr. Jaishankar is the best person to talk today. And just now a big news has broken. We will talk about it later. Thank you, External Affairs Minister Shri Jaishankar ji, for sparing time for us. Let's start with equations, how it works globally. We all know that current global order is being challenged majorly by various forces. How do we see ourselves, our West, which itself is now in a very difficult situation vis-a-vis India?
First of all, let me say what a great pleasure it is to be with you and with at this NDTV platform. So, let's look at your theme first, India's century. If one were to predict ahead, and there are people who have done this, I think I saw some time ago a Goldman Sachs study which said that by 2075, I think it said we'd be 52.5 trillion economy, we'd be the second largest probably at that point of world. But I think a much nearer short-term prediction is that by 2030 we would probably be the third largest economy. So that's one way of measuring it. But I think there are other ways which may be more effective. If you look today at the big debates of technology debate, AI debate, semiconductor debate, I think the importance of Indian talent and skill is growing really almost day by day. In fact, when I go, especially when I go to Europe, to some extent to North America as well, there's a lot of interest really in how can we get this smooth movement of talent and skills out of India, because the fact is that within certain demographics, we are actually disproportionately large. I would also say if we look beyond numbers, beyond growth rates, beyond markets, supply chains, there's also one very I would say intangible quality, and that is leadership and attitude. That who will step forward? That if you have today a war going on in Ukraine, who is prepared to step forward? If you have a natural disaster in the Indian Ocean, who is prepared to step forward? So sometimes there may be countries who have capabilities, but they don't have the desire or the appetite or the mindset to do that anymore. So I think if you add all of this, you are somewhere in that zone which you are looking at.
Since US and Canada are main players in the western part of the world, US we will deal a little later. But what about Canada's situation? How are we dealing with it? Now, have we contained
just imagine, some time ago you would have said, Canada we will deal with later, let's talk about the US. So now, for some inexplicable reason, you are saying US baad mein baat karenge, chalo Canada ki baat karte.
US is not problematic for us.
No, that's true, I agree. I agree. Yeah. US is not problematic for us.
But Canada is, even though it's a lightweight.
Unfortunately, I agree there also.
But such a wonderful people-to-people relationship, and now it is a struggling economy and whatever. But why Trudeau will be doing this?
I think that's a question you need to have Trudeau here, not Jaishankar, to answer. I can only speculate. Look, to some extent, I think there is a general Western issue, and to some extent, a very specific Canada issue. I think the Western issue has been, after all, let's be frank, the world order after 1945 was heavily Western. I mean, it was before 45 also in an imperial colonial sense. And after 1990s, it was again very, very Western. So what has happened, you can say, in the last 20, 25 years, is that there is what you can call a rebalancing, a multipolarity. Many non-Western countries have a bigger share, a bigger contribution, a bigger role, if you would, and a bigger influence which will naturally come. So the equations, in a way, between the West and the non-West, I think is changing. And it's not easy to adjust to that. You know, if you've been dominant and you are less dominant, you know, if there was a time when, you know, in the conversation you were looking up and I was looking down, and now the conversation is no longer like that. It takes a little bit of getting used to. So I would say, in a broad way, on multiple subjects, today when the natural diversity of the world has started to express itself, when many more countries, and particularly many more large countries like India or China, have points of view and positions to take, there will be contestations, there will be frictions, there will be arguments. So it won't be so smooth. You know, that's a larger picture. Where Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that. You know, you are right. If you look at the people to people, if you look at the business relationship, it's very, very strong. And you know, for a lot of people, it is very difficult to imagine that we could reach the state of relations that we have today. So why has this happened? I would say definitely there is some history, you know. I mean, for the non-Indians in the room, I should remind you that in the 1980s, Indian Air India plane was blown up flying out of Canada, and in many ways that's a kind of a overhang, because it wasn't just an incident, it was a reflection of something which was going on there. But at a time when many people felt that, look, that's all behind us, I think developments in the politics went in a different direction. And we are seeing to some degree the consequences of that. So again, I give you the first observation that, you know, the broad attitude versus the specific. And I give you 2-3 examples of it. You know, Canada has just they asked us to subject our High Commissioner to a police inquiry, you can say, and we chose to withdraw the High Commissioner and diplomats. Now, look at it. They seem to have a problem if Indian diplomats are even trying to make efforts to find out what is happening in Canada on matters which directly pertain to their welfare and security. But look what happens in India. Canadian diplomats have no problem going around collecting information on our military, on our police, profiling people, targeting people to be stopped in Canada. So apparently the license that they give themselves is totally different from the kind of restrictions that they impose on diplomats in Canada. Or even take the press. I'm at a press event. Now, you know, when we tell them, saying, look, you have people openly threatening leaders of India, diplomats of India. You know, sometimes the threat is not just verbal, it's physical. So their answer is freedom of speech. Okay? Now, when Indian journalists make social media comments, I mean, if you threaten the Indian High Commissioner, he is supposed to accept it as freedom of speech. But if an Indian journalist says the Canadian High Commissioner walked out of South Block looking very grumpy, it is apparently foreign interference. Now, how, look at the, this is not even, double standards is a very mild word for it. So, look, there is this thing that we will do it differently at home, we will do it differently abroad, we will do it our way, but that doesn't apply to you. So I think these are the larger, I would say, adjustments which have to happen in this changing world.
वेस्ट को थोड़ा सा ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या चेंज हुआ है. अगर वो एक्नॉलेजमेंट नहीं आएगा तो वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होगी. तो जो अमेरिका या वेस्ट लेड ग्लोबल ऑर्डर चल रहा था, नाउ इट इज़ कोलैप्सिंग. देयर इज़ अ मेजर चैलेंज टू दैट framework.
मैं तो नहीं कहूँगा कि it is collapsing, but
challenges are there. Look at the biggest or best democracy and institutions in America are in difficult situation. Let's not go into that. But the question is, अगर अमेरिका ये रियलाइज नहीं करेगा कि इंडिया या वो देश जो बहुत कल्चरल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आते हैं, उनको इक्वल पार्टनर के रूप में और कहीं कहीं उनको प्राइमेसी देते हुए वो दुनिया में अपना कोई रोल प्ले करने की कोशिश करे और सोचे कि नहीं अभी भी दुनिया हम चला रहे हैं, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी गलती होगी, लेट होगा और दुनिया उतना अच्छा नहीं बन पाएगी जितना अच्छा हम बनाना चाहते हैं.
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है, मैं पूरे वेस्ट की मैं बात तो करूंगा क्योंकि सिविलाइजेशनली आप कह सकते हैं कल्चरली वो जुड़े हुए, बट मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि ऑल ऑफ देम आर ऑन द सेम पेज या सब लोगों को वो समझ नहीं है. इनफैक्ट आपने अमेरिका का जिक्र किया, मैं तो उल्टा कहूँगा कि अमेरिका में वो समझ है. इसीलिए अगर आप ये क्वाड जो 2017 में जो बनी थी क्वाड, आप ये क्वाड देखिए, तब तक अमेरिका कहता था कि अगर आप ट्रीटी अलाइन नहीं हैं तो मैं आपके साथ बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट आई एम नॉट प्रिपेयर टू वर्क विथ यू, उसकी लिमिटेशंस होंगी. Now they've evolved, they have changed. Today आप पिछले 7 साल में देखेंगे how much Quad has actually grown. So I would say this, when I go to Europe, when I go to definitely US, North America, there are countries which have understood this. There are countries today who say there is a value to working with India. There are countries who say, okay, this is our interest, this is India's interest, let us find a meeting point. Now, the unfortunate thing is that didn't get through in Canada, or maybe the political compulsions overtook that. I mean, as I said, I can only speculate on the reason. So I would not say, पूरे वेस्ट को समझ नहीं है कि जो उनकी ऑर्डर जो है वो चल नहीं पाएगी हमारे बिना. You see, we will all come to understandings. We will, world is a very practical place. तो वो समझते हैं, बहुत लोग एडजस्ट भी करते हैं, कोई कम करते हैं, कोई ज़्यादा करते हैं, कोई कुछ सब्जेक्ट में करते हैं, दूसरे में नहीं करते. सो ऑल ऑफ दैट विल हैपन, बट इट इज़ जस्ट इन दिस स्पेक्ट्रम. मैं कहूँगा कनाडा इज़ वे बिहाइंड.
राइट. अब चलते हैं चाइना की तरफ, जहां आज एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी ने ब्रिक्स मीटिंग के ठीक पहले ही हैज़ अनाउंस्ड दैट सम एग्रीमेंट हैज़ बीन रीच्ड for disengagement and patrolling. So I'll be very keen to know some details, how it will work.
Well, I think what Foreign Secretary has said is what I can also say, that for those who have not heard that we reached an agreement on patrolling, and with that the disengagement, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say has been completed. So, so far I would say that's as much as I can share with you. I'm sure in due course इसके details वगैरह निकलेंगे.
So, will now India be able to patrol in the areas of Galwan, Depsang?
No, you see, there are areas which for various reasons after 2020, because they had blocked us, so we had blocked them. So dono tarfa tha, Bob. So what has happened is we have reached an understanding which will allow the patrolling. For example, you spoke about Depsang. That's not the only place. There are other places also. So I think the understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Right. So what does this disengagement will finally mean, and how do we now see India-China relation going forward?
I think it's a good development. It's a positive development, and I would say it's a product of very patient and very persevering diplomacy. That at various points of time, people almost gave up. You can say, this has happened. So we have always maintained that, on the one hand, we had to obviously do the counter deployments, but side by side, we have been negotiating. We've been negotiating in fact, since September of 2020, when I met my counterpart, Mr. Wangi, in Moscow at that time. So it has been a very patient process, maybe more complicated than it could and should have been. But whatever it is, the fact is, if we are able, as we now have, to reach an understanding regarding patrolling, regarding maintaining the observing the sanctity of the LAC, then I think what it does is it creates a basis that the peace and tranquility, which there should be in the border areas, which there was before 2020, hopefully we will be able to come back to that peace and tranquility. And that was our major concern, because we always said that if you disturb the peace and tranquility, how do you expect the rest of the relationship to go forward? So we'll have to see. I mean, abhi jo understanding jo thi, it was reached only today. So I think we have to see what the consequential.
Yeah, so we think it is a very important development. So will it be right to speculate that it will have a positive impact on trade and investment?
No, look, I would say right now it's your right to speculate. It is my caution as a minister to be careful in responding. So it has just happened, there will be now meetings to see what should be the next steps.
Okay.
So I wouldn't go so fast.
Okay. Understood. Yeah. So let's look at the big picture again when we talk about India's century. So how do you see India-China engagement and relationship going forward? Because if India's century has to be defined as really India's century, this whole balancing game between America and China becomes very important. How India is going to play that game?
I would take your question in a way in three parts. India-China, India-America, and India vis-a-vis China-America. India-China, in a way, if you look at it, we are the only two countries with more than 1 billion people. We have a certain civilizational history, and all of that people know. And today we are on a track of, I would say, economic recovery or rejuvenation. And there is no question anybody who's predicting, if you are predicting developments of this century, definitely you cannot leave India and China out of that equation. We are very, very prominent, very key almost in a way, I would say. But here is the challenge for us, which is that we are neighbors. We have unresolved boundary issue. There are, they have been rising. We have also been rising. So if two neighboring countries, two large neighboring countries rise next to each other in the same time frame, it's not easy. There are very, very few historical parallels for that. So managing this double rise, you can say, that too in proximity. If one was in some other part of the world, it's a different issue. I think these will require a lot of skill and a lot of deftness and diplomacy. And the truth is, our capabilities will change, our influence will change, our ambitions will change. Both of us will naturally want to be bigger and more visible and more effective in the world. So how do we get an equilibrium in our relationship? I think this is one of the big issues for us and for them. On India and America, I would say, starting with President Clinton's visit in 2000, we broke out of that American mindset of India-Pakistan hyphenation. And since then, from Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, actually you will see India-US has grown steadily all this time. I would particularly, as someone, I've been dealing with this relationship for more than 40 years, I would particularly say last 10 years, and I'm not saying it because I'm politically part of the government now, but the last 10 years, see, a lot of the ideological hang-ups that we had vis-a-vis US, we were able to put that behind and forge ahead much more confidently. Because a lot of the constraints were also self-imposed on our side. So I do think today that there is a very, very strong convergence between India and US. It is strategic, it is political, it is very deeply technology-driven. When I look at the future of technology and what it means for global balances of power, I think it's certainly an area, a domain which will be very important. If you look at the people-to-people relationship, the size of the community out there, that has changed. So I'm very confident that relationship will do very well. It won't be automatic. I mean, बीच में कुछ problems हो सकती, but I'm confident we will always be able to deal with those issues. Now you have US-China. Clearly there's a very sharp rivalry between them today. So these are calculations that they have made about each other. I think where we are concerned, we have to make calculations from our interest point of view. That we have to look at the world situation and say, okay, what are the decisions, what are the choices, or what are the issues on which, taking this step will help me in what manner. And I think that's really what we would like to do. That at the end of the day, if we are looking at a foreign policy which has a very sharp sense of what is our national interest, but also a sense of what is global interest, I would definitely say we would make those calculations and take those decisions and create, the right partnerships which will serve our interests.
Right. अभी दूसरा जो सेंचुरी में ये देखना होगा कि रशिया के साथ कैसे हम इंगेज हो रहे हैं और क्या होने वाला है दोनों के बीच. उसके पहले चूंकि आपने टेक्नोलॉजी का जिक्र किया, तो एक सवाल मैं पूछना चाहता हूं आपसे. बहुत लोग इस सवाल को बहुत सिनिकल सवाल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के पास जो टेक्नोलॉजी, कंपनीज के पास डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजी, this will work out well, no problem. Pharma, etc. It will work out all well. But when it comes to big tech, AI, that kind of technology, even American political establishment is now not in a position to contain what is happening globally. I find it very complex task where India, despite having great public digital infrastructure, when it comes to the big tech, the entire world is now suffering in many ways, in many layers. I see this as a big monster. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? Containing this is very important, and India can play a great role. That's why I'm asking this question.
See, we have actually demonstrated in this decade what can be the benefits of digital public infrastructure. And it's actually been revolutionary in this country. That very, very small things, shuru hua passport se, driving license se. Today, look how much faster your income tax is. Look at any kind of entitlement. And it's interesting, Initially, you would say, yeah, IT, digital, these are for rich people will benefit more. But actually, it is the common citizen. It is the most vulnerable, the lowest income person who's gaining the most actually from digital progress. That today, if, you have a payment of, say, Kisan Samman Nidhi for the seeds and fertilizer, usko bina cut ke, bina rishwat dete, he manages to get it into their account. Okay? So, their health today, Ayushman Bharat, the housing, Awas, even the food entitlements. So what has happened is we ourselves don't fully realize, because, I would say all of us sitting in this room, we do not avail of all the benefits and the programs which actually the government today extends. Because I'm in the political world and I go out there and I see this for myself, I can tell you there's a sea change out there. And even last 5-6 years, you can see the change. So we have done exceedingly well in this respect. And I think we'll keep growing. And I actually, in a way, I'm seeing, when I speak to counterparts in Europe or even in US, take something like election. Look how smoothly our election moves. And look at the digital preparation. Ki sabko pata hai, your voting, your entitlements, your counting, the whole system. Now, at that delivery, service, governance level, we've done phenomenally well. At the same time, have we produced those large corporates, what you call big tech? No, I would say most of the large big tech corporates are largely American and perhaps to some degree now Chinese. So America, I think, clearly dominates that field. We'll have to see in the, we are now moving to an era of artificial intelligence. Look, the tech world has a relatively short shelf life. They have to keep reinventing themselves. I'm sure somebody having a conversation 5 years from now, sitting here, would have a very, very different landscape that they would be looking at. But I definitely see these as opportunities, and they come as a package. Again, I give you an example. You should, it's really worth looking at today how many global capability centers have come up in India.
Yeah.
And how much work they're actually generating. That I think their share of exports, I read a report and which was quite dated. I think at that time was $120 or $130 billion. Now that's one example. Look at semiconductors. Again, we missed the bus. We had one establishment in Chandigarh which was 40 years old. And we actually had done virtually nothing in the semiconductor field. Till last year, we started the semiconductor mission and started pushing. Now, you can't be the 5th largest economy or at the end of the decade, 3rd largest economy and say something as important as chips. I have no contribution, I have no production, I have no companies in this field. You can't do that. You will simply end up then as a user of other people's products, technologies, with all the vulnerabilities that come. So I think you have today a government which is thinking ahead, which is as you grow, your planning, your strategizing has to grow along with that. So if you look today at semiconductor technology, or you look today at railway technology, you look today at the fact that we are trying to make an airplane in this country. We have made a fighter, we are now making a transport aircraft. So a country like us, if this is your century, there must be a manufacturing backbone to it. There must be a technology, emanating from it. All this comes as part of its being your century. You cannot do an India century based on service. You cannot end up as a good market for other people's products. That cannot be our fate.
Sir, you have some time constraints, so we have to wrap up and take some questions before we let you go. But I wanted to talk about Russia and then the neighborhood, because neighborhood situation is a sort of mixed bag. So let's first deal with Russia, how India-Russia relationship is going to evolve in this century.
You know, by the way, we're going to Russia. Prime Minister is going to Russia tomorrow. So timely question. Thank you. Look, I put it to you very simply. If you look at our history with Russia after independence, I can say, and with fear of contradiction from anybody in this room, that Russia has never done anything to impact our interests negatively. Okay? It's a big statement to make, because there are, among the major countries, there are not many countries about whom you can say this. Now, today, Russia's situation is different. I think Russia's relationship with the West has obviously broken down. So you have a Russia which is turning much more towards Asia. So we have to ask ourselves, if Russia is looking more at Asia, should Russia not have multiple options in Asia? Should we, as an Asian country, not take, what is good for us in national interest? And clearly, Russia, as a major natural resources power, has a complementarity with India at this stage of development when we are big resource consumers. So, people talk about Russian oil, but it isn't just Russian oil. It could be oil, it could be fertilizers, it could be metals, it could be coal. So there is a whole economic logic to it. There is also a basic strategic logic that if you look at the Eurasian landmass, there are 3 big countries. It's like 101 in international relations. You always keep you always keep a balance. You will always keep a relationship with the further away country in very, very good state. So there is a logic, strategic logic, there is an economic fit, and I think the relationship, the history is a positive asset in that relationship, and that's how I see it.
और नेबरहुड के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, एक एक देश को अगर आप स्पेसिफिक बताना चाहें. मालदीव्स के प्रेसिडेंट अभी आके गए, लेकिन बांग्लादेश के साथ एक नई सिचुएशन है. श्रीलंका में पॉलिटिकल चेंज है. भूटान के हमारे दोस्त यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. तो नेबरहुड को आप कैसे डील करते हुए देखते हैं आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, नेबरहुड में हमें ये भी मानना चाहिए कि आज जो है हमारा नेबरहुड ज़्यादातर डेमोक्रेटिक है, जिसका मतलब है कि वहाँ पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस होती रहेंगी, जो पहले की सिचुएशन नहीं थी. तो आज जो है वी हैव टू बिल्ड अ स्ट्रैटेजी विच सेज ओके देयर कुड बी चेंजेस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द हिस्ट्री, बिकॉज ऑफ आवर साइज, बिकॉज also many common things we have, we will often be the subject of their politics, even if you don't want to be. Okay? So we have to accept that and factor it into our policy. So there will be ups and downs. So 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi came to office, in fact, one of the early discussions we had was, how do we prepare for a neighborhood where there will be changes, where there will be controversies? And the answer is, if we can create a record, not just an image, a record of being the country which is a reliable friend, that, कोई भी संकट आए, भूकंप आए नेपाल में, मालदीव्स में वाटर क्राइसिस था, श्रीलंका में मडस्लाइड था, या कोविड के समय में पीपल नीडेड वैक्सीन, और ड्यूरिंग व्हेन द यूक्रेन वॉर स्टार्टेड देयर वाज अ फर्टिलाइजर प्रॉब्लम. So at times of trouble, if the neighborhood understands, okay, there is this country, India, it's a generous country, it's a large country, it is willing to step out, it will not get into, I will do what you are doing for me, not that kind of reciprocity. I think if we create that kind of record, which I believe we have, and to me the sharpest example is Sri Lanka. When Sri Lanka got into trouble, within a matter of weeks, we stepped forward, and we stepped forward without subjecting Sri Lanka to I would say, political, economic, and other conditionalities. So today in Sri Lanka, we have seen a very, very big political change in Sri Lanka. Okay, a party which has never formed a government on its own is today in power. But when I went and met the president of the party and the foreign minister of the party, for them, they actually said that, look, for us, every Sri Lankan in our minds, India was the country which stood by us at that time when the rest of the world was debating or looking away or negotiating. So with each of these countries, we will have, you cannot have this many countries and have their own politics and not expect problems. Now, there is also an issue in India that every time something happens, somebody will stand up and say, see, your policy has failed, do you have a problem? So that is the time for me to keep my mouth shut and wait for the cycle to turn and then, look very pleased with myself when things go our way. So, it's part of our debate. I know right now people are saying many things about Bangladesh, but I urge you to look at the reality of our relationship with Bangladesh. Look at the economic relationship. Look at the trade relationship. We issue 1.6 million visas a year in Bangladesh, of which I think 30% is for medical purposes. So, the more we invest in our neighborhood, if today this neighborhood is, a country somewhere is producing electricity, another is buying it. One is refining petroleum, another is purchasing it. If a waterway runs from here to there, I use your port, you use my port. If, your tourists come to me and my tourists go to you, this is how you build a region. And I would say, the country which has set an example for the region is Bhutan. Because if you look at it, Bhutan started, it was actually Bhutan which had the wisdom to say, okay, let's collaborate. We will generate electricity out of Bhutan and, you commit to buy it. So there is a lesson which all of us have to learn. And sometimes,
जब मैंने पहली बार आपका इंटरव्यू किया था तो मैंने कहा हमारी पूरी बातचीत हो गई, पाकिस्तान का नाम ही नहीं लिया।
चलिए, अच्छा था ना?
नहीं, लेकिन अब मैं इसलिए ले रहा हूं क्योंकि आप जाके आए हैं और स्पेकुलेशन अगेन हमारा काम है करना कि नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
सॉरी, स्पेकुलेशन क्या?
नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
मैं उनसे तो नहीं मिला था और मैं गया था वहाँ SCO की मीटिंग के लिए और जैसे मैंने पहले से बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था, आई एम गोइंग देयर फॉर अ SCO मीटिंग, आई एम अ गुड SCO मेंबर, I will be very supportive, and it was a Pakistani presidency of SCO, we were very supportive of it. All of us had an interest कि SCO की proceedings जो है बहुत smoothly चले, तो गए वहाँ, मिले सबसे, हाथ मिलाया, had a good meeting और आ गए वापस।
चलिए ठीक है। तो इंडिया सेंचुरी के जो बड़े बड़े कंपोनेंट हैं, दुनिया के देशों के साथ रिश्ता कैसा रहेगा इस सेंचुरी को डिफाइन करने के लिए इंडिया के नज़रिए से, उसमें फिफ्थ सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है हमारी इंटरनल सिचुएशन, इंटरनल डायनामिक्स, हमारे एस्पिरेशन, वो कैसे पैन आउट होंगे?
देखिए, मुझे अगर आई एम बीइंग अगेन, आपको लगेगा कि यह पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट है, बट आई एम एक्चुअली पॉलिटिकल साइंस स्टूडेंट, तो कभी कभी मैं आई लुक एट इट स्लाइटली एकेडमिकली। See, if one looks from 1950s, there were actually, you can say, many lost decades of this country. If you look, maybe 1960s and 70s, हम लोग जो हैं सोशलिज्म की दिशा में ज़्यादा गए, बहुत ज़्यादा स्टेट कंट्रोल कर लिया. We killed business entrepreneurship in this country. 80s में अगर आप देखें, instability, the lot of the opportunities. So today we are talking manufacturing. Manufacturing globalization started in the 80s. Manufacturing globalization started in 80s and 90s. We missed the bus. In fact, 80s and all through till late 90s, because of political instability, because of, I would say, ideology, because of policies of various kinds, we actually did not do as well as we could have. We fell behind, particularly if you were to do a comparison with China at that time. So, for me, when I look ahead, I would say political stability is absolutely crucial. That just look, अब 100 दिन हुए, थोड़ा 100 से थोड़ा ज़्यादा हुआ है, maybe now 130 days, 140 days. But you look today at even in this short period, the decisions which have come out, 12 industrial zones in the country, new infrastructure projects in this country, big skilling internship issues in this country, support for our agriculture in this country. अगर मान लीजिए तीसरे कार्यकाल की सरकार नहीं होती, you could not have got after this faster.
True.
So, to me, political stability, political continuity is very crucial, number one. Number two, you need leadership. You need people who can look ahead and take big decisions confidently. If you say, if you have a leader who says, look, in this decade, chips will be very important. My country cannot be left out. Or if you say, rail is the backbone of transportation of this country, I cannot continue with a 1950s, 60s railway technology. I have to upgrade it to something else. So, if you say, an Indian citizen must find air travel affordable. It should not be a privilege of a few people in metropolitan cities.
True.
So then you have, saying double the number of airports, which is what we have done in the last decade. So I would say we need vision, we need leadership, we need political stability. We need to motivate young people, give them that kind of opportunities. And that, in a sense, today in the government, when we look, in the cabinet, when we look, in groups of ministers, that's the kind of vision and motivation with which we are working. We are not working for a 5-year term. We also in the government, in the cabinet, we have Indian century in mind. That is what is driving us today.
Right. आपने अभी विजन और लीडरशिप की बात कही और आपने ये भी कहा कि ऑफ कोर्स इंडिया अपना इंटरेस्ट पहले देखेगा, वो तो गिवन है, और फिर आपने ये भी कहा कि ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट के लिए भी काम
गिवन नहीं है, एक समय था हम दूसरों का देखते थे.
राइट. और ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट तो देखना ही चाहिए. मेरा एक सवाल आपसे ये है कि जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल, जो डेफ्टनेस हमने देखा है, अब ग्लोबली बहुत सारे पॉलिसी एलिट्स ये कहने लग गए हैं कि एक्चुअली मोदी लेड इंडिया के लिए एक बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर को शेप करने की. उस रोल को आप लोग कितना अंडरस्टेटेड ढंग से प्ले कर रहे हैं या कितना फ्रंट फुट पर खेलने वाले हैं?
देखिए, हम दोनों कर रहे हैं क्योंकि कभी कभी समय, अवसर, मौका ऐसा होता है, यू हैव टू बी फ्रंट फुट. जैसे हमें लगा कि ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ जो है बिल्कुल दब गई. सो लीडिंग इनटू G20, हमें लगा वी हैव टू गेट द ग्लोबल साउथ टुगेदर, वी हैव टू गेट बैक टू देयर कंसर्न्स विच हैड गॉट sidelined. That's occasion where you are, as you say, on front foot. But there are occasions where you have to be more deft. अब जैसे अब प्रधानमंत्री जी, he went to Russia, he met President Putin, then he went to Kiev. Okay. So now certain things, अब इसको आप पब्लिक में ब्रॉडकास्ट, मैं तो आपको तो नहीं बताऊंगा what is happening. So some things you have to do from little bit more discreetly, deftly. But I would say this, just look over the last 10 years. Right now, there is a war going on in Ukraine. How many countries, how many prime ministers, how many leaders have the ability to go to Moscow, talk frankly, go to Kiev, talk frankly, go back to Moscow and go back to Kiev? Similarly, there's another war going on in the Middle East. Now, not many people know that even in the last year, the number of times where actually we've had conversations with Iran and conversations with Israel. That's also there. True. We are today in the global south seen very much, okay, people trust us to stand for their interests. But please also see, at the same time, G7 is very keen ki bhai aap aiye, please join our conference. You are a big democratic market economy and influential player. So how to in a sense make yourself relevant across multiple forums and multiple interests? I think this is something which, if you have a confident leadership and if you are performing, look, at the end of the day, why are they all doing it? Because they're also looking at your performance. When you tell people, look, I'm a 7-8% growth economy today, and if you tell politically people that I am a third-term government, believe me, there's a lot of respect for that. So it's partly respect is earned.
Sir, my time is up, as producer tells me. But if you have another 5-7 minutes, we can take some questions. I will go by your...
All right, fine.
Okay, quickly. Yeah, some audience questions, actually limited to 2 or 3. Mike?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes?
No?
Can you hear me, sir? Is it working? Yeah. Sir, hi. Today, there was a threat issued on the Air India by the terrorist group and the Canadian Mr. Pannu or whatever he's called. What is our take on that, and what is the government's plan? Because we see a lot of issues with Canada, and this morning this guy has typically asked all people to refrain from flying Air India. So I see, what is your take on that, sir?
Ek saath, acha. Next question.
Yeah, here. This side, sir.
Yeah.
So good evening. We are talking a lot about technology, everything. But at the same time, there are people who are smarter than us, that is scammers, or the people who are cyber frauds. What is our take on that, and how soon are we resolving it? Because I have been hit recently with a huge amount of scam, and now I'm really feeling that cyber security is the biggest concern.
Right.
Right. So this is my question.
Okay. One more question. Last.
Yeah, good evening, Jashankarji. We have family and friends living in Canada. So how all this is going to impact our families and friends living in Canada? Thank you.
Okay.
Let me start with that question. Look, I'm not aware of today exactly the specificities, but the broad point is we have seen, this would not be the first time, we have seen threats to our airlines, we have seen threats to our parliament, we have seen threats to our diplomats, we have seen threats to our High Commission, to our leaders. And that is a source of concern to us, because if these threats, because they are cleverly worded, are then said, they are okay with freedom of speech, I think there are very serious issues. And the point which we make to the country concerned, let us reverse roles. Suppose you were at the receiving end of this threat. Suppose it was your airline, your leaders, your diplomats, your parliament. Would you take it as lightly as that? So, no, you don't get a second chance. I get to answer. So, look, my point is, these are exactly the kind of problems with which we started this conversation. That there are countries which feel that, your concerns don't matter, that's okay, that's part of our politics. But if the slightest thing happens to them, even if it is legitimate, they have they start jumping up and down. So, as I said, when I see today you're talking of something as egregious as the threat to the airline, I'm talking of something as simple as social. I mean, if a government can list out, 20, 25 Indian journalists saying these journalists are today interfering in my country because they have made social media posts, And this is the same government which then tells you, a threat to airlines is part of freedom of speech. I think you ask yourself, whose credibility is taking a hit out here. On your question regarding, cybersecurity, absolutely. The more digital we become, the more cyber we become. It's a great enabler. It's a great efficiency. But with every change also comes the risk. Because, your data is on something. There are things you tell your phone, which you will not tell any living person. So, what happens is that every part of that progress also has a parallel danger or vulnerability which comes along. So, that is why today, actually, governments invest so much on cyber security. So, you're worried about your telecom, you're worried about your apps, you tell people, on computer, do this. If you look even at TV, why does, say, Reserve Bank of India or other banks put out these ads saying, please don't give your PIN number to somebody, don't do this, don't do that? Because it's in human nature to fall for some of this. So I think people need to develop that cybersecurity mindset also along with that. The third question the gentleman asked, look, I think we are having a problem with a segment of politics in Canada. I don't think, I would not take this into, about families being safe. I think, people to people relations, we would like to maintain it. I think we need to sort of narrow this down to and define this problem for what it is. So I would not be so anxious.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. आज सुबह प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये बताया कि इंडिया सेंचुरी का उनका विजन क्या है और आपने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से बताया कि वो कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट होगा. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. थैंक यू.
Well, a riveting discussion with Dr. Jaishankar. We are so grateful for his presence here. But on to one of the most compelling explorers of India's past and present. Well, the city of Jinns is a familiar place for our next speaker, who also has the pleasure of calling New Delhi home.
Absolutely. We'd like to invite up on stage author and historian William Dalrymple to talk to us on how ancient India transformed the world.
We'd like to also call upon Vasuda Venugopal right after Sir's done with his session.
Is it? Straight on?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
very good.
Wherever you're more comfortable.
I can stand. The Golden Road. So this is not about the Indian century. It's about the Indian millennium, stretching from around 250 BC to 1200 AD, when India was the center of the world. Think, first of all, look at this extraordinary image which just turned up in an archaeological excavation in Egypt. You can see very clearly that it's the Buddha's head. But everything else about this extraordinary sculpture is surprising. The marble is carved from marble in what is now Turkey, from Proconnesian marble in the Marmara Sea. It was constructed, we can tell from the drills, in Alexandria on the Mediterranean shore of Egypt. And it was found in an Isis temple on the shores of the Red Sea, at the port, Berenike, where generations of Indian sailors and entire fleets of Indian merchants used to land to bring their goods to the Roman Empire. It seems extraordinary that a Buddha would turn up in Egypt, but it should not be so when you consider that just as the Buddha's head is found in Egypt 6,000 miles to the west of India, so Angkor Wat, 5,000 miles to the east of India, is entirely an Indian planned project. In the galleries of Angkor Wat, you see the Battle of Kurukshetra, the Battle of Lanka, images of Krishna and his gopis, inspired by stories first told in the area here around Delhi. Why is this not better known? Why is it a surprise that India dominated Asia for as much as 1,000 years? Partly the story is clearly about colonialism, about the way that Macaulay and others like him said that a single shelf of good English books was worth the entire native literature of India and Arabia. But I think there are other factors too. Look here at this map, which people continue to reproduce in map after map, book after book, of what is said to be the Silk Road. We are told that the principal trade east-west in ancient times was this single line which ran from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. Even its modern edition, which is called the Maritime Silk Road, which is the dotted line which runs down from Guangzhou through the Malacca Straits, bypasses India. The line just dots around the peninsula. It's the contention in this book I've just written, The Golden Road, that this is an entirely false premise. Memorize for a moment this map and the route it takes and compare it with the actual shape of Roman trade with India, which is revealed by a new map put out by Oxford University this year. Here is a map of Roman coin hoards discovered by archaeologists. As you'd imagine, the center is Gaul, Spain, Greece, Italy, southern England, tapering off as you go northwards into Scandinavia and Germany. There's a lot of coins around the Mediterranean, a little tail down the Nile, a couple in Yemen, and a scattering in what's now Afghanistan. But look at India in the bottom right-hand corner. India is dotted with Roman coin hoards. In fact, it's now clear that India was the principal trading partner of India. India and Rome were the principal trading partners of each other in the early millennia BC. This book takes three big Indian ideas which traveled around the world. And the first, and in many ways the most successful export of ideas which India oversaw, was the spread of Buddhism. Out of the Gangetic Plains, in the mid-5th century BCE, then projected even further by the soft power of Ashoka. Ashoka in 250 BC converts to Buddhism, and in his reign you see missionaries being sent out far afield, as far as Cyrene, which is modern Libya. You also see Buddhism spreading southwards. It's at this period that you see the first Buddhist monasteries in the Deccan, the famous and utterly beautiful Padmapani from Ajanta. You see the first Buddhist monasteries. This is Bhaja in about 150 BC, cut out of a rock face, cut out of living rock, but showing the exact lineaments of the bamboo and wooden architecture, which we have now lost. This is dated 150 BCE. Then Ashoka sends his son Mahinda to Sri Lanka, and after preaching outside Anuradhapura for a week, the great stupas of Anuradhapura begin to be constructed, and we have recently discovered on the hilltop of Rajagala in central Sri Lanka the original stupa of Mahinda, with his name in Brahmi script on this very crude, very, very early stupa, one of the very first outside India, if not the first. In time, Sri Lanka becomes the center of Buddhist activity, and you see the projection of Indian ideas through Buddhism out across the oceans, out to Burma, to Thailand, to Malaysia. And by 100 AD, India is locked with Rome in a very regular trading relationship. The geographer Strabo talks about a fleet of 250 trading vessels waiting in the Red Sea at Myas Hormuz, at the top of the Red Sea. You can see the place here. Waiting to sail to Sri Lanka. Pliny, the historian, talks about the astonishing drain of gold from Roman pockets into those of India. And in the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, which is like the Lonely Planet or the Rough Guide of these centuries, there is a great intimacy. The Romans know every port on the west coast of India. They're particularly focused on Muziris, in what's now Kerala, on Barigaza, in what is now Gujarat, and on the mouth of the Indus. And it's not just the Romans and the Indians who are training. There are Ethiopians. Here are images from Amaravati of these extraordinary, handsome Ethiopian envoys turning up with gifts at the court of some Indian ruler. And we know the figures. The Muziris papyrus, which is a new discovery, gives the detail of one cargo. It's a shipping invoice taken out by a shipper in Alexandria about a single container that he was going to place in 150 AD for a ruler for a merchant in Alexandria. He was going to send 10 tons of ivory, pepper, spices, a thing called nard, which was used in perfume. And what's extraordinary about this document is it reveals the actual values of these objects. It shows that how much the Romans were prepared to pay for ivory and for pepper and for the other great exports of India. In fact, the figures are so enormous that scholars now believe that maybe as much as 1/3 of the total Roman imperial budget was paid for by the customs take at Berenike when these goods entered the Roman Empire. And so you have this figure of India being the principal trading partner of the Roman Empire, not China. And these are the goods that were traded from India. This mosaic is probably from the villa of a merchant who engaged in trade with India. And he has this figure, this personification of India in the center, taken from an image of a yakshi. She's got expensive silk around her knees. She's got pepper on a tree behind her. She's holding ivory, which is probably the single most lucrative export to Rome. Circus animals, tigers and elephants, rather like the rhinoceros we're apparently going to see in Gladiator 2 next month. And behind the tiger is something called malabathrum, which is used in perfumery. So these were expensive luxury items. And the Romans couldn't get enough of these Indian products. And this is what the sort of figure we're talking about. The yakshi holding onto a tree. This is the same figure that we get in that wonderful mosaic in Sicily. And if you look in excavations now, you're finding increasing numbers of expensive luxury Indian goods, such as this ivory yakshi, turning up in excavations in Europe. This is a yakshi from Pompeii. But you also find Roman objects shipping to India. So these are Egyptian glass beakers, the Pharos lighthouse in the center, the grape harvest, the gladiator. This was found under the American Air Force Base in Bagram, brought by a Roman-Egyptian ship to the mouth of the Indus, punted up the Indus and the Kabul River. And so that's why you see amazing parallels between the art of Central Asia and the art of Egypt. An image of the Buddha and his disciples at the top from Miran, now in the National Museum here, and a Coptic papyrus below. And it is from the Roman world that we get the figure of the Buddha, first changing from a symbol, like a pair of feet or an empty turban, into this figure on the Bimaran reliquary. And it is these very Roman faces that owe so much to the art of Rome that we see the drapery of the bodhisattvas in Gandharan art. So India was not in any way peripheral to the made trade networks in ancient Asia. This myth of the Silk Road has made India seem more peripheral than it actually was. In reality, we now know from solid scholarship and from archaeology that India lay at the heart of the ancient world. And Indian ideas were soon being transmitted through Afghanistan, through Bamiyan, to China, where by the 2nd and 3rd century we find the Buddha taking on the physiognomy of China. Originally, Buddhism is just a religion brought by traders into China. But by the 5th and 6th century, you find Gupta sculptures being copied by the Chinese all over Gansu and beginning to head further eastwards into the heartlands of China. These extraordinary, very Indian-looking deities and apsaras and Gandharvas floating over the Buddhist temples of China tell a story of Indian art having more and more influence, Indian ideas heading closer and closer to the Chinese court until it actually reaches Chang'an, and Buddhism becomes a minority religion alongside Taoism and alongside Confucianism. But the big breakthrough happens when this man on the right, Xuanzang, the Chinese traveling monk, leaves his monastery in eastern China, travels the length of the deserts of the Gobi and the Taklamakan, crosses the Pamirs, and comes to Nalanda University. Nalanda, which was then the Oxbridge, the Ivy League, the NASA of ancient Asia, visited not just by monks from China, but monks from Nepal, from Korea, and Japan. Xuanzang particularly came for the library in Nalanda. He says that the library is this extraordinary resource, 9 stories high, full not just of Buddhist texts, but the Vedas, science, mathematics, the works of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta, the works of astronomy. Everything was gathered in this extraordinary space. And in particular, look on the left at the plan of the different monasteries and university buildings in Nalanda. It's the same as we find in Oxbridge. A courtyard, a cloister walk, and then the rooms of scholars leading off in 4 sides. This plan passes from the Buddhist Mahaviharas like Nalanda into the madrasas of medieval Islam and ultimately ends up in Oxford and Cambridge, where you see the same plan being used throughout the Middle Ages. Xuanzang can't believe his luck. For 20 years, he travels and studies and gathers the learning of India at Nalanda. And then he takes it back to China. 11 camel caravans full of manuscripts pass from Nalanda all the way back to Chang'an, where an entire pagoda, the Wild Goose Pagoda, is built to house them. We have still the copper plate that shows the founding of an expatriate monastery at Nalanda by the king of Srivijaya, the king of Sumatra. So we've got this huge international flow of students from the rest of Asia to India, recognizing India as the center not only of trade and the economy, but of learning, science, and philosophy. But the person who makes the difference in China is this extraordinary woman, Wu Zetian. She's only 15 years old when Xuanzang comes back with all his manuscripts, and she's part of the harem of Taizong on the left there. But she eventually marries Gaizong on the right, and this woman, who's the subject of a 250-part Chinese soap opera, eventually becomes the only woman emperor in 3,000 years of Chinese dynastic history. And she pulls this off with a Mahayana Buddhist coup d'etat led by intellectuals from Nalanda. For one reign, Nalanda-trained Buddhists take over the court in China, and Wu Zetian makes Buddhism the court religion. In the undercarriage, if you like, of Buddhism comes all the learning of India, the astronomy, the mathematics, the technology for sugarcane, and so on. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, Indian trading guilds have moved now eastwards. Rome has fallen in the 5th century. There is no more gold coming in from Rome, and the Tamil trading guilds pivot towards what they call Savarna Bhumi, the lands of gold. And it's in the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries that you begin to see first wooden images of the Buddha, then small handheld images of Vishnu, and then finally vast Shiva lingams appearing all over Southeast Asia, and with it the Sanskrit language. Ships like this sail across the Bay of Bengal and arrive in the Mekong Delta, where Indic-style cities using Sanskrit from the 6th and 7th centuries begin to be built. Along the canals of the Mekong, you follow them and you end up at Angkor Baray, where there's the first Hindu temple in Southeast Asia at a place called Ashram Rosé on the hill of Angkor Baray. Inside that are these extraordinary Krishna statues. But what's interesting is that from the beginning, these statues have the physiognomy of Khmers. They're wearing Khmer clothes. So it's not a copy of what's going on in India. People in Southeast Asia take what they admire of Indian culture. It's not a conquest by the sword. It's an attraction of soft power. Indian soft power is so powerful that everyone wants a bit of it. And just as China takes on Buddhism, so you find Hindu kingship spreading throughout Southeast Asia, in Thailand, in particularly Cambodia, in Java and the rest of Indonesia. And by the 7th or 8th centuries, you have Sanskrit as the language of both diplomacy and culture, all the way from Kandahar to Bali. But again, it's slightly different from India. This is a picture of Jayavarman II, the founder of the Angkor dynasty, and he is depicting himself as Lord Vishnu. All over Southeast Asia, Brahmins are turning up, performing Abhisheka ceremonies, and renaming the rulers of Southeast Asia with Sanskrit titles. Suddenly, they are Suryavarman, Mahendravarman. The Pallava Grantha script of South India is now the basis for every single Southeast Asian script, Khmer, Pew, Mon, Thai, and so on. You even find the sacralization of the rivers and the landscape of Southeast Asia. Shiva lingams and yonis are sculpted into the riverbed, turning the main river of Southeast Asia into the Mekong, which is merely the Khmer pronunciation of Ma Ganga. So a new Kurukshetra rises in Laos, a new Ayodhya rises outside Bangkok, and a new Ganges flows through the center of it. India is expanding itself into Southeast Asia. A temple at Mahabalipuram on the left is built in almost identical form in Gedong Songo in Java just 5 years later. Images of the Ramayana rise outside Prambanan. And these grow to be larger and bigger than the temples of India, because the states in Southeast Asia, the Khmer Empire and Srivijaya, are larger too. So Borobudur, the most sophisticated monastery in Southeast Asia, and famously Angkor Wat, the largest Hindu temple in the world, in Cambodia, not in India. But finally, one last gift, 0 and the numbers we all use. Invented in Gupta India at the time of Chandragupta II, passed by them on through Gwalior and through early inscriptions in northern India to the Arab world. Here's the map we should all know in our schools. It's the numbers we all use today and 0 pass from Brahmi to the Gwalior inscription I just showed you, and then inform modern Devanagari, the Arabic script still in use in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, and the Western Arabic numbers formed in Morocco and Spain, which become the modern European numbers today. In Europe and America, we call them Arabic numbers because the Europeans got them from the Arabs, but the Arabs got them from India. They passed through the Barmakids, who were previously Buddhist abbots in Afghanistan. They convert to Islam, take over as viziers in Baghdad, and then they send to India for the works of Brahmagupta and Aryabhatta, which turn up in the 770s. These spread through the Arab world via the translations of Al-Khwarizmi, who writes a book called the Compendious Book of Calculating by Completion and Balancing according to Hindu calculation. That book is known simply as Algebra, from which we get the word algebra. The name of the translator, Al-Khwarizmi, gives us our word algorithm. But all are rooted in the learning of ancient India. And along with chess, these ideas pass in Al-Khwarizmi's version across the Arab world. On the right of the picture, you've got Sindh, where the copies of Aryabhatta and Brahmagupta are brought from. They arrive in Baghdad in the center of the map, if I can get the pointer here, and then they pass all the way up to Spain by the 10th century. But it is this young man, Fibonacci, who brings it to Italy. Fibonacci is brought up in Algeria, and he uses the Arabic numbers, but he knows that they are in the invention of here is Algeria on the left of the map. You can see Pisa at the top of Italy. He knows they are the invention of the Indians, and he calls them the 9 figures of the Indians and the extraordinary 0 through which any number up to infinity can be expressed. And Fibonacci goes back to Italy, where they're still doing long multiplication using Roman numbers, MCMVVX times XVVVV. And he explains how to calculate in what he calls the modus Indorum, the Indian method. And it's through Fibonacci's fame and the Liber Abaci that he writes that these numbers are taken up by the Emperor Frederick II, and a second edition is produced, which includes money lending, usury, the interest rates, the Indian method of accounting, and these different forms of Indian learning pass through Italy, inspiring the rise of the Medici banks, and ultimately the rise of European finance and companies such as the East India Company. So you can argue that the East India Company is using Indian weapons, Indian innovations against India. But the East India Company is another story for another day. Thank you very much for that quick canter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalrymple. What absolutely fascinating to listen to every time, and it's so incredible the soft power that our cultural heritage is. But from soft power Parmeshwar, moving now to the quiet power of a fan favorite.
In fact, our next guest, she sings, she mimics. Lots of people argue that her talent knows no bounds. But before we let the cat out of the bag, we're going to let our colleague Arun Singh do the rest. Can we please invite on stage Arun Singh, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arun Singh. And from making us all fall in ashiki to haunting her haters with 3-2, she is a blockbuster in every sense. On screen, online, and in our hearts. She's one of those rare stars who just connects with people both on and off the screen. She's got the Kapoor ka talent, the Shraddha of millions, and the charm that makes us say, okay, Janu. Let's give it up for the incredible Shraddha Kapoor, a talent who keeps winning hearts and setting new benchmarks with every project. Zordar taaliyan, guys. We need a bigger applause than that. Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. A very warm welcome, Shraddha. Please have a seat. Haha, how are you?
I'm very well. Good evening, everyone. How are you all? Khana wana khaya?
Everybody is charged with their lunch.
नहीं तो ऐसे होता ना खाने के बाद की good, you know. You
नहीं,
want
but I'm sure
एक आधे घंटे की झपकी. Sorry, you had your chai also. यार मेरे बिना चाय पी लिया.
We'll get her elaichi wali chai, Delhi special. Shraddha?
हाँ जी.
There was a stampede that you created.
Arey, I would have come with a stampede myself if I knew you all were having chai without me.
Okay, guys, we have a Q&A session after we have this conversation, so you will be given an opportunity to talk to Shraddha Kapoor. Of course, there are a lot of people already waving at you, Shraddha, so we'll have that thing. But, 93.7 million followers on Instagram, maybe more. This is what I checked last evening. And then 3-2 has Indian box office's number one. It's number one Hindi film of all time when it comes to the box office collection. So she has beaten our Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Instagram. You've beaten Shah Rukh Khan when it comes to Jawan at box office. How does that make you feel?
See, first of all, the two gentlemen you're speaking about are phenomenal in their own fields.
Give it up for them as well.
They have been idols in their own right. We have an absolutely fantastic leader leading our country. We have an absolutely fantastic leading man of our Indian film industry who I have grown up being a fan of. So, we'll keep that where it belongs. But to be very, very honest, I am very thrilled, very, very thrilled, very excited, overjoyed to be a part of a film that has gotten so much love. यहाँ पे किसने देखी है 3-2?
They're missing your choti also, your jadui choti. Everybody was expecting you to be coming with it.
No, I have it in my pocket.
Aha.
It's always with me. But it's so nice to see everyone, mostly everyone's hands went up. So this is what I mean. I feel like to be a part of something, to be a part of a film where people have made that effort to go and watch it in theaters and, hopefully all of you got entertained. I'm guessing you all did. And it feels great. It's been my childhood dream. So for me to get to do what I've been wanting to do as a child and be a part of really good films with fabulous filmmakers. Our director of Stree is amazing. He is, he has consistently proved his craft. So for me to be a part of a film like this with fabulous actors, the first part was, it paved the way for horror comedy in Bollywood. So to be a part of something that's a first as well is fabulous.
Yeah, it's an absolutely new niche that you guys have created. So kudos to that. You said बचपन से you've been aspiring to be an actress और ऐसी projects का ऐसी films का हिस्सा बनने का आपका हमेशा से ख्वाब रहा है. क्या आपकी conversations होती थी with your parents because they are from the industry? Your dad has ruled it for several decades. So, किस तरह की conversation होती थी? Did you ever confront, Shakti Kapoor ji कि मैं ये बनना चाहती हूँ? And what was that conversation like?
I'm sure there are a lot of Shakti Kapoor fans also over here.
Please raise your hands, Shakti Kapoor fans.
And because I have to tell you the kind of feeling that I get when people come up to me and say that, we're a big fan of your father. It's another feeling altogether. So, and my father was not from a film family. He has come from Delhi. This is his home. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे बिताया है in my childhood. And, he had no background. He studied in acting school after he told his parents कि, मुझे actor बनना है. And मेरे दादाजी की एक clothing की दुकान थी. And my Dadaji had also told him कि, you work in a travel agency or something. And my dad was like, मुझे वो नहीं करना. And he pursued his dream. So he really, from time to time, he is sitting me down and inquiring, asking me, how are things going, how was shoot? Even when I'm thinking about signing a film, I go to him, I speak to him. I have tremendous respect for him because he is someone who has really, really made it from scratch. And his stories are very, very inspiring. So yes, I always turn to him. My Masi also, Padmini Kulhapure, she's been a fabulous actor herself. So of course, whenever I get that chance to sit and talk to them, turn to them for advice, they always give it to me.
Yeah, give it up for Shakti Kapoor sir as well. And imagine him saying, "Aankhein nikal ke gotiya khelunga" as a travel agent. I would have been intimidated for sure. So thank God he didn't choose that path. But Sri too.
I have to, if I have to add, because his stories are so inspiring, genuinely so inspiring. He would talk about how if he really wanted to work with a specific director, he would land up at that director's house, even though the security guard would not let him go up. He used to be like, मुझे उस director के साथ काम करना ही था. So he would reach that director's house in the get-up of the role that he wants to play and try and convince that director to cast him. And that's how he has also been cast. So to hear these kind of stories in my own house, really, really motivates me to keep my head down and really be very grateful for the opportunities that I get.
राइट अब सीक्वल्स के साथ ये भी होता है कि रिस्क थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है लेकिन आपके साथ वो केस नहीं हुआ स्त्री बहुत बड़ी हिट थी स्त्री 2 उससे भी बड़ी हिट हुई देन आशिकी के साथ ऑफ कोर्स कितने लोगों की कई यादें जुड़ी हैं अगर उसके सीक्वल की बात करें लॉट ऑफ फैंस आर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर आशिकी 3 डू यू थिंक दैट्स अराउंड द कॉर्नर
Not that I know of, but because, I'm sure if the makers thought of a sequel, they would think of something very, very interesting. And of course, Aashiki 2 garnered so much love, so much appreciation. The story, that's the film where everything changed for me. But you'll have to ask the makers that, if they have that in their minds.
Okay, but if they give you an opportunity, you'll take it up.
Very honestly, I'm sure that if they do come up with something, it would be really, really awesome. And, if I feel like it is something challenging for me as an actor, something different for me to do, I would be open to it.
Right. You're good at so many things, acting, dancing, singing. Tell us one thing you're bad at. Is there anything? Or let's say not bad, but you think, okay, I need improvement there. Because I was just thinking about all the things that you do. And I was like, oh, she does it does everything.
See, now, if you're going to tell me something that I haven't learned, obviously, if I try it, I'll be really bad at it. One thing that I am really, really bad at would probably be coming up with an answer to that question, for starters. But what am I really bad at?
It's fine if
no,
you're not bad at anything.
Now I have to
you
think
about it. You should be really proud about it.
No, I have to think about it. See, I will not be able to cook anybody a 7-course meal or something like that. If somebody tells me to do that, वो नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे. But if you tell me to eat a 7-course meal, I will ace that.
What's one thing which you love the most?
Sorry?
What one thing which you love the most?
खाने में?
हाँ, डाइट पे भी होगे और वो चीज सामने आ जाए, you'll have it.
यार खाने में एक चीज चूज करना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है. मतलब
दिल्ली का कुछ स्पेशल?
दिल्ली में तो बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें हैं जो बहुत स्पेशल है. द फूड इन दिल्ली इज़ नोन टू हैव फैबुलस फूड. ऑफ कोर्स छोले भटूरे, ऑफ कोर्स आलू पराठे, और क्या, एंड व्हाट एल्स वुड आई से, काली दाल, पनीर मखनी.
All of that. Now we are at the NDTV Global Summit. Let's talk about Indian entertainment industry's global scene as well. We've had amazing past few years at global platforms, RRR in Oscars, Payal Kapadia winning Grand Prix at the Cannes, then Diljit in Coachella. These are projects and these are people, you know, who were working towards this global goal. Will that be on your list? How do you think the entertainment industry is really putting us on the global map? Is that on your wish list?
You know, I feel like the kind of journey that I have had as well, it's been very, it's been full of surprises, very, very honestly. So I don't specifically have a wish list. I also like to evaluate each opportunity for what it is. But of course, it's such a proud feeling to, you know, see our Indian film industry, our Indian films making an impact at a global level. You have, you know, all these festivals in which our films are showcasing. You have films like Lapata Ladies, which is a film that I really loved this year. I thought that it was a really lovely film. And definitely through our films, you know, you get a glimpse, not a glimpse, you actually get an entire idea of how our traditions play out in our films with our elaborate wedding sequences and even an evolving India you also get to see in our films now as content is evolving with the rise of OTT. I feel OTT has also played a big role in putting our films in shows like Sacred Games, Delhi Crime, you know, to make conversation at a global level. So I feel that it's a good time for India. It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level. And I would love to be a part of that as well if I'm offered a film that does that.
Lovely, we'll be waiting for that. And since you're talking global, all of us are also fan of her accents that she pulls off. Amazing. How many times have you been asked to do those accents? Because I'm going to ask you after this.
I'm very surprised. Actually, a lot of people are very interested and they think I'm doing a great job with my accents. But I'm sure that if you get an American, someone from the UK and someone from France to assess my accents, they'll just be like, गलत है ये. But मतलब बचपन में time pass करती थी in front of the mirror.
हम तो मजे में कर रहे हैं. So please, if you can demonstrate like 2 or 3 for us.
What would you like me to say?
Do you want to start with British or American accent?
और English में कुछ बोलूं?
हाँ. We just want to have like 2-3 accents.
2-3 accents. अच्छा. Okay. So, everyone's had a really good lunch today, it seems. I think all of you have had a good time, isn't it? Okay. They're like, yeah, we even had some chai without you, Shraddha.
Chai tea, is it?
Chai tea.
Okay, well, what's next? What after this? Any other accent? I think you do French really well.
French also, Asha. I think it's, you know, I try to do a French accent. I don't know how good it is, but, you know, I try to do it. But I don't know. Do you think it is okay? It's nice to be in Delhi, but when do you think it will stop raining? I don't know. It's just raining in Bombay and it's October and I don't know.
Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. Before I ask my next question, I'll quickly have one question from the audience, and there are so many hands, and I am not going to choose it. Show your best smile, and Shraddha Kapoor will choose you. Raise your hand.
Everyone is smiling, which is such a nice feeling.
Display best of your smile. I don't know what that really means, though. But show us your smiling faces. Shraddha, who do you want to go to?
You have dimples. That's why you should be chosen. That's your reason. It's an advantage.
Yeah, and what's your hard work behind that? Genetics.
And second what? You're 2nd November born, that's why. What?
Okay, guys.
Your
let's quickly
7th
choose-
March.
Let's quickly choose one, Shraddha. And
Because we're in the same birthday month. That's why you're saying. You didn't know, na, my birthday was in March. Huh? Why don't we get both of them to ask?
Sure. Guys, if you can get them the mic. Go
हेलो
ahead.
मैम फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आपकी आस्की टू आने से पहले उस टाइम आई थिंक 15 साल का था रोमांटिक गाने 1% पसंद नहीं थे लेकिन जब से आपकी आस्की टू आई ना आई एम ए बिग फैन ऑफ रोमांटिक सॉन्ग मैंने सुनना बहुत पसंद किया तो सबसे पहले थैंक्स आपको इस चीज़ के लिए कि आपने वो मूवी लाई और ये ड्रीम था मैम फर्स्ट बॉलीवुड क्रश आप ही हो
How sweet. Thank you so much. अच्छा तो कोई सवाल नहीं है
सवाल है
बस इन्हें यही कहना था ये फर्स्ट क्रश है
अरे अच्छा मतलब इन्हें बस he just wanted to make me feel nice so that's also
पहले ये
sweet.
बताइए फर्स्ट है बट अभी भी है राइट व्हाई डिड यू से फर्स्ट क्रश
To be honest, I'm saying that I don't have any crush in now.
ये कह रहे कि first और forever crush है ना
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We have another gentleman that Shraddha wanted him to ask the question. Yeah.
Hello. I want to ask, you're looking so pretty in this business that I.
Oh, that's
You know, I have to say, I really wish it could work. Where you could just be like, I have 2 dimples, and let's just, and you could just get anything.
I tried my best. So I want to ask, recently you started a jewelry brand, and what was that idea, and what's the goal according to you want to take it globally, and what it contributes to Indian century?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. If I can take my jewelry brand Palmonas to a global level, I will try my best to. And that is, the endeavor. It's demi-fine jewelry. बहुत ही interesting category है, which, since he's asked this question, I will answer it. क्या है ना कि all of us, I mean, I don't know if all of you relate, but a lot of people find it very difficult to buy real gold jewelry because, of course, it's very, very expensive. And, of course, we all don't like our jewelry to sit in the lockers for most of the times. So we want to wear something that is, has quality finish to it. At the same time, it doesn't pinch your pockets. But we don't want to wear imitation jewelry, जो मतलब 1-2 बारी आप पहन लेते हो तो वो खराब हो जाता है, टूट जाता है, आपको शायद rashes आ जाते हैं. So my jewelry brand is in the category of demi-fine jewelry, which is right in the middle, which is it's 18 karat thick gold plating on premium base metals. It's hypoallergenic. It is tarnish free. It is waterproof. We give you lifetime warranty. So my brand is offering some really fabulous things. We also have jewelry for men and accessories for men and women also.
Shraddha's fans get a special discount coupon.
Maybe I am getting one.
Absolutely. Yes. And what do you say? So my vision and my co-founder Pallavi's vision is that, we wanted to solve this issue. Where all these, Gen Zs and millennials and all of you over here are like, we don't want to pay so much for jewelry, but हमें एक अच्छी quality की jewelry piece चाहिए या many jewelry pieces. So definitely our vision is, to solve this issue and give really trendy, really good quality jewelry options to everybody out there.
One more question from this
Thank
side
you.
and then...
I'm wearing Palmonas earrings.
That's
also.
why I asked.
Lovely, not so subtle plug-in. Please, one question from here. Yes.
Hello.
कैसे हो आप?
मैं एकदम मस्त हूँ, हमेशा मस्त हूँ. आप कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छी हूँ. I am your biggest fan.
Thank you so much.
One thing, my mama loves your Chum Chum song.
Okay. Thank you.
That's very sweet. Do you have a question, ma'am?
Yeah.
You have a question?
One thing, आपके भी आधार कार्ड पे वैसी वाली फोटोज होती है. आपकी बहुत अच्छी फोटो है.
यार मैं नहीं दिखा सकती आधार वाली फोटो किसी को. नहीं दिखा सकती, बिल्कुल नहीं. आप देखोगे तो आपको मतलब आप बोलोगे कि ठीक है, मतलब दिखाना नहीं चाहिए था. मैंने इन पर्सन देख लिया, आमने सामने देख लिया, तो आई थिंक ये सही है. इतना सही.
Let's meet. After this we will meet.
After this you want to see my photo, आधार कार्ड photo? I can't show you, but
No.
We'll meet, but I'll not show you the photo.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a question? Yeah.
श्रद्धा जी, मैं अली,
और बहुत ही जैसे भाई ने कहा था कि आपकी वो फिल्म थी कि तेरी गलियां, जिस तरीके से बहुत ही एक तरीके से जो यूथ है वो ज़्यादातर बहुत अटैच हो जाता है, क्योंकि हर एक इंसान जब सोचता है कि हर एक एक्टर में होता है कि उसकी स्माइल बहुत अच्छी है, वो जब एक तरीके से डांस करती है, लेकिन आपके अंदर ही जब आप रोते हैं ना, और
तो आपको अच्छा लगता है
वो रोना जो आपका वो ऐसा रियल वाला रोना है। एक बार क्लैप कर दे एक बार जरा। तो वो जो रोने की जो आपने ये स्माइल है, ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन वाली जो जिसे
जब आप रोती है ना मुझे क्लैप करने का मन करता है।
तो बस ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये क्या नेचुरली होता है या आप बिल्कुल इस सच में
बहुत दर्द भरा है मुझ में।
आप ग्लिसरीन यूज करते हैं नहीं?
मैं मजाक कर रही हूँ।
That's essentially the
But
question.
I mean, no, honestly, it's my job. It's a part of my job. So, जो भी सीन होता है, if you have to cry, उसमें हंसना होता है या रोना होता है, वो करना पड़ता है। तो it's a part of my job.
बहुत अच्छा, हमेशा
Thank you.
आपके ऐसे मूवी बनते रहे और हम देखते रहे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
Hi Shraddha, I'm Dr. Adrita. The reason I can get to ask you a question because I'm a dentist and I'm a smile designer. So, like you were saying, you were looking at the smiles. So my question to you is...
So then you can also judge my smile, right?
Absolutely. Lovely
Okay.
it is.
How much would you rate it?
9 on 10 maybe.
Oh God, why did
So
you
that
cut one mark, man?
So I have to work on that one. What is the
Because
one?
Being a dentist, I'll have to look at your internal oral cavity properly.
Oh no, वो मत देखना।
Ma'am is strict.
नहीं, वो मत देखना, वो मत देखना। मैं अभी से I admit, मैं confess करती हूँ, मेरे पास 2 cavities है।
See, I got you. So I'm the zonal head.
मीठा
of
बहुत
dental.
पसंद है। Okay, ठीक है, ले लीजिए आप 1 point।
What's your question, ma'am?
Yeah, the question is, like growing up, were you scared of scary movies? Scary movies? Yeah, and how was your experience actually taking part in one? Because now, as of now, I don't have the courage ever to watch a scary movie. So I haven't seen Sri 2. So how was your experience seeing that or working in it?
You know, a lot of people, even after Sri, the first part, people were, little kids would come up and ask me that, are you really a ghost? Should we be scared of you or no? And it's interesting that people had this kind of a reaction because I am very scared of watching horror movies myself. And I have watched Sri with my hands on my face, myself. So Sri 1 में जब मेरा चेहरा बदलता है, I was scared of seeing myself transforming. So I am very scared of watching horror movies. And I have been as a, little kid, since I was a little kid. So I'm petrified of horror films.
Okay. Since you're talking about Sri 2, आप लोगों ने real locations पे भी कई जगह पे shoot किया है. कोई ऐसी भूतिया location थी या because रात को भी जब shoot कर रहे हो, कुछ ऐसी situation थी where you guys felt scared? या आप में से किसी ने कोई prank कर दिया and then it was difficult for everybody else because at the end, you are in that kind of situation where horror situations are being shot.
In the first film, in the first part, there was actually an incident on set, which, we spoke about.
By incident, you mean like somebody
एक
experienced
था
something?
कुछ मतलब पैरानॉर्मल सा इंसिडेंट हुआ था सेट पे विच मैं डायरेक्टली मैंने एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था बट राज एंड माय अदर को एक्टर्स वी हैड हर्ड अबाउट इट दैट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अ लाइट मैन फेल्ट समबडी पुश्ड हिम from a height. He was okay at the end of it, but there was nobody there. So, of course, this is what happened on the first film. But in the second film, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ because, I had my choti also na with me. So I think the bhoot must have got scared. लेकिन अभी इसके पास ये चोटी है तो पंगा नहीं लेते हम.
मतलब चोटी ने तो ऐसा कमाल किया जैसे चोटी बढ़ती जाती है वैसे ही अब earnings जो है वो भी बढ़ती जाती हैं. Did you expect that kind of earnings? I mean, beating Jawan at the box office?
Very honestly, after being a part of this film and after reading the script, Sri 2, it was so important that we cracked a sequel that was not just created for the sake of a sequel being created. मतलब कि चलो पहला भाग इतना सक्सेसफुल था तो दूसरा बना लेते हैं. What Maddock did, what Dinesh Vijayan did, Amar Kaushik, my director, Niren Bhatt, our writer, and I have to give credit to Sri 1's writers as well, Raj and DK, who, are responsible for the inception of Sri, which got so much love. all of us, when we heard the film, we were excited. We felt that, okay, this is a sequel that is justified to the story of the first part.
Sure.
And when we were filming for it also, I did get that feeling, even before I started filming it, just when I heard the story that, yaar, mujhe lagta hai ki audiences will go to the theaters and watch it. But when it comes down to box office numbers, I have never really been able to guess or think ki yaar, it'll earn this much at the box office or anything. My wish is always that it'll be nice if it does really well. It'll be great if, it does as well or better than the first part.
Got it.
But that positivity was there. That feeling was there.
So
because
you had that conviction.
Because it was there because we knew we're a part of a great film,
Got it.
a good film. And I really feel like a good film makes its place in the audience's hearts.
Right.
Yes.
My last question before I wrap this. Has any of the senior actors, artists reached out to you, complimented you for Stree 2? And if you can share who it was? Anybody that compliment stayed? By the way, did Shah Rukh Khan, did you meet him by any chance since you've beaten Jawan? Did you get a chance to meet him?
No, first of all, I don't, I know you're saying this again and again that our film has done this and our film has done that. Our film has beat this film and our film has beat that film. Very honestly, the way that I see it, I see that any Hindi film doing well is great for the industry. I feel like I have long-term vision. It's, of course, very, very exciting to have one film that does well, but it's even more exciting when your industry is doing well.
Yeah.
And it's even more exciting when collectively a lot more films do well. So I would say that I got a very, very lovely call from Tabu ma'am.
Oh.
A very, very, very special and lovely conversation we had. She even sent me a personalized perfume with Stree written on it.
Oh.
And that's a very, very precious gift to me. And she had the most amazing things to say to me on the phone. She is the perfect example, Tabu ma'am, of really, really making you feel, or rather, this is how she made me feel. She made me feel so proud of, being a part of this film. She made me feel empowered. I mean, she is one of the most iconic actors we have, right? So for it to come from her was really, really special.
Lovely. And how many of you want her to wrap this with a little singing? How many of you? You wanna hear Shraddha sing, right? We'll close it with a few lines, Shraddha, whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm completely out of time, though, ma'am. Keep it very quick if somebody can reach. Yeah, I know. I'm getting her a mic. If someone can quickly.
I can repeat her question. Yes. Yes.
What you're projecting. Because you talked about Stree, it came to me. Thank you. I think we need to know what's happening because we need to not modify, but really, there has to be an upheaval of women's role in the Indian industry. That means the...
So, ma'am, what's your, if I may know your question?
Yeah, because I was saying there's a lot of pay parity, there's disparity that's being talked about. The Me Too is being talked about. But, even the image which you're projecting sometimes doesn't really match with what India is all about. Sometimes we feel. Sometimes you do powerful roles, not you, but the heroines in the industry. But sometimes they're very demeaning. So how would you, relate with that? What is your reaction to
So, ma'am, if I may, I feel like I didn't get a specific question from you. There was a lot that you said. Yeah. If you could make your question specific, a very, very specific question, I would be very happy to address it.
Yeah, there's three issues which were coming. One was that, of course, we're talking about the Me Too movement. How do you see? Because, we're talking about equality or equity.
So I think representation of women, the way...
women in equity. And number two, the demeaning roles which women have to take up compulsorily. Why?
If I may ask, any specific demeaning role that you can point out to? Any specific one?
Without
Can we take this conversation off stage?
No.
We're completely out of time.
I would want to answer this. I don't know if this will answer your question, because I am someone who will ask, specifically any specific demeaning role that you felt any specific actor has played or anything. I do want to say, definitely, from what I've gathered from what you've asked, because there were quite a few things that you've said, I do believe that our industry is evolving, just the way India is evolving, just the way Indian society is evolving. I feel like this conclave is also about, the evolution of India and also the impact that it's making at a global level. I feel it's a fabulous time for India. The same way I do believe it's a fabulous time for the Indian entertainment industry as well. I do believe that the way that Indian society is evolving, automatically even entertainment takes its inspiration, the stories, the narratives from Indian society as well. So if you see the trajectory of Indian cinema, if you see the trajectory of Indian society, it is parallelly, there is evolution happens, over time with that. So coming back to my point, I do believe, keeping this in mind, the way that we as, it's a fabulous time for India in 2024, where we are. Is it getting too intense for everybody?
Wasn't intense.
Because I think someone from sound feels like it's a little too intense. But if I may come back to my point, I do believe that it's a very promising time, just the way it is in India, for different kinds of opportunities and evolution in Indian society. It's a very promising time for Indian actresses as well to get opportunities with OTT platforms, to be able to be a part of experimental cinema, and also audiences are being more open to that as well. So I think if you ask most of Indian actresses today, they will say that, okay, we have exciting opportunities to choose from. We have exciting scripts to be a part of, be it on OTT where, there are so many opportunities, or be it in a theatrical film. I think, I'm giving a very long answer, but I really wanted to address. So I believe that there is a positive change happening.
Thank you for the positive note. Thank you.
Quickly close it with some lines, if you can. Your fans want it. Do we want her to sing? Yes? Give a louder yes, please.
Kaun sa gana gaun? I'm just trying to...
Galiyan? I can think of that. Or is there anything else?
I feel like I've sung Galiya so many times that... guys, koi suggestions? Sorry? अरे यार, उसके lyrics मुझे याद नहीं है.
Half Girlfriend का आई नहीं. There are many recommendations.
झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं. कौन गाएगा मेरे साथ? आप गाओगे? आइए, please come.
We'll have to keep it very quick, sir. Please run. Please run, sir. What's your name? हाँ जी?
Pintu Singh Yadav.
Quickly.
के लिए तालियां, please.
Go ahead. This is your moment, Pintu ji.
झूठी
खाई थी कसम वो निभाई नहीं, झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं.
काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं. काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं. नहीं आई 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 तू आई नहीं. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, Shraddha.
Thank you. Thank you, ji.
So much, sir. Thank you, Pintu ji. बहुत शुक्रिया.
मस्त फोटो आया है.
मस्त फोटो. Go. Okay, sure. So we'll take it up, sir.
I think इनका अगला सेशन शुरू होने वाला है, सर.
We'll take it up, sir. We'll take it up. I promise, sir. We'll take it up, sir. You've got any pictures? Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shraddha. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shraddha Kapoor's put us in a tough spot because how do you match that act?
Absolutely. But let's move on now to a session that's extremely important as we discuss this new geopolitical reality and India's role as a peace mediator. Well, Western leaders say Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar's death could open the door for a possible ceasefire in Israel's war on Gaza. But of course, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the war is not over yet.
And Hamas has ruled out the release of Israeli captives until the war ends. But to discuss all this and more, we'd like to now invite on stage Israel's ambassador to India, His Excellency Reuven Azar, and NDTV's Gauri Trivedi.
Good evening, everyone, and I think this is going to be a challenging session simply because after that session where you had a very popular Bollywood actress, we are now talking some very serious stuff about very serious challenges that the world is facing. We'll try and make it pacey, and thank you so much, Excellency, for patiently waiting.
I won't be singing the answers.
Okay. As we start this, these are questions, Ambassador, that I had sent you about a week back. And how fluid the situation is, that none of them seem relevant now. They look dated. That's how fluid the situation is in West Asia right now. But let me start by asking, the attack that took place on Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence, how do you think that has altered the course of an ongoing conflict where the world is seeking a solution? Is it becoming even more evasive and far-fetched now?
Well, I'm not sure it became more evasive. I think that the fact that we have begun to do the job in terms of neutralizing the threats, first of all in the south and now in the north, is going to take us sooner than later to the de-escalation of the conflict. We have to remember that this is not a regular conflict. This is a conflict not about territory. It's a conflict about the existence of Israel. Because what Iran and their proxies are trying to do, basically, is to eradicate our country. So this is what we are fighting for, and when you are fighting for a thing like that, it's very difficult to change the ideology of the other side. So what we want to do is create a situation in which we can deter those people that want to eradicate us from continuing their violence. We have very defined goals. The cabinet of Israel has defined very specific goals to eradicate the military capabilities of Hamas in Gaza, to bring back the hostages, and to make sure that Hamas doesn't rearm and regroup. And in the north, what we want to achieve is a situation in which our communities, 60,000 people, up to 70,000, can go safely back to their homes. So it's not something that is far-fetched. We need 1701 resolution of the UN Security Council implemented. And the problem was that in the past, it wasn't implemented. So we have to find a mechanism. Today, the envoy of President Biden, Amos Hochstein, is in Beirut. And we want to achieve a situation in which we can actually reach a ceasefire, but under conditions that will be safe for our population.
On all your three conditions, what many are saying, whether it's the experts or the West, they are saying that it's now becoming a case of shifting goalposts, whether it is about the hostages release, whether it's about the war which started in Gaza and has now expanded to Lebanon, and also about the fact that a ceasefire, it was on the table but wasn't considered by Israel. How do you respond to all those three charges?
Well, first of all, as I said, the defined goals were defined by the cabinet. They didn't change. We aspired to get into a situation in which we can only concentrate in neutralizing the Hamas threat in the south. What happened was that on the 8th of October, in completely unprovoked way, Hezbollah started shooting at Israel. So after 11 months of trying to use diplomacy in order to solve the situation and reach the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, we had basically no choice but to use force in order to convince the other side to start moving in the direction that is desirable. So our goals have stayed completely unchanged. What has happened is that Iran has decided to escalate by expanding this conflict from Gaza to Lebanon, to Yemen, to Syria, to Iraq, and then, of course, by directly attacking Israel with a barrage of ballistic missiles that is unprecedented in the history of warfare.
Reports say that Israel hasn't responded to that attack, that 1st of October attack by Iran, those 200 missiles. And some reports seem to suggest that that retaliation may happen soon, and the window that Israel may like to use is now till November 5th, when American leadership is predominantly occupied by an election. Is that a correct assessment?
Well, the elections in the United States are not a factor here. What is a factor is that we have not only the right, but also a duty to retaliate, Gori, because actually imagine a situation in which a country like Iran is capable of threatening any country in the region with their military capabilities without any repercussions. This is completely unacceptable. So we have to, if we want to promote stability and prosperity in our region, and we are doing that with a lot of our neighbors. We have peace agreements with Egypt, with Jordan. We have done the Abraham Accords with the UAE, with Bahrain, with Morocco, with Sudan. We have advanced informal dialogue with Saudi Arabia and many other Arab countries. If we want to promote stability, we need to build the building blocks that are necessary. A security building block that is being done with the help of the United States through CENTCOM, and we have proved now, following this attack from Iran, that we are capable of defending the skies of the Middle East from this Iranian threat. But we cannot be in a situation in which the Iranians will feel free to attack us at any point. And that's why that security building block has to be complemented by our retaliation. And if we have a security parameter, a security building block, then we can have political stability, and then on those building blocks we can build the economic stability. So it depends on whether we succeed in our military operation to deter these aggressors from ever attacking us again. And if that succeeds, then not only the countries of the region, but also India and other countries in the world will feel more comfortable to invest in our region. Because imagine that any investment is hindered or is menaced by these unprovoked attacks that are coming from Iran and their proxies. That's completely unacceptable.
Two questions I want to ask on that. One, you mentioned about neighbors. There are now many experts who feel that the present situation and the ongoing conflict has opened doors for Iran to build some connects with some of the other states, and traditional rivalries between the Saudis and Iranians in the past, some of them could be probably ironed out, if not completely, then enough to ensure that there could be an anti-Israel united front. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think it's not realistic, and I'll tell you why. Because many countries in the region see in Iran a threat. They are not feeling threatened by Israel. On the contrary, many countries in the region see in Israel an opportunity to build this security regime and to acquire the capabilities that they need in order to create a prosperous and stable society. So there is a conflict between Sunnis and Shiites in West Asia. There is a situation that following the Arab Spring, so-called in 2010, the Arab state system collapsed partially, and into that vacuum, all the radical movements, including Iran, have penetrated. And that's how they've been able to control today 4 Arab capitals, Beirut, Damascus, Baghdad, and Sana'a. And in this way, they are undermining the existence of Sunni Arab countries. So if we do not show resolve, if the Western powers do not show resolve in countering this aggression, of course, many countries will have no choice but to court the Iranians, because they will be afraid from an Iranian attack. So they will, try to impede that, not because they feel friendship to Iran, but because they are afraid of it. Okay? So do we want such an environment to develop in our region? I think that the answer is no. So the answer is that we need to actually deal with the aggressors if we want to achieve peace and prosperity in our region.
The fact that after the elimination of the Hamas leadership, successive leaders have been eliminated by Israeli forces in the last couple of weeks, they've been able to recoup, they've been able to continue attacks, some small, some big, but the fact that they have an ability to recoup, many say that defeats the present form in which Israel is responding to these terror outfits. How do you comment on that?
Well, I think that people are forgetting what is happening on the ground. What we have managed to achieve in the Gaza Strip right now is that we have defeated the army, the terrorist army of Hamas, in a way that they cannot pose a threat, a missile threat to Israel. So we have neutralized that threat. We have destroyed their missile factories. We have sealed the border between the Gaza Strip and the Sinai, so it will be much more difficult for them to rearm, okay? And yes, we have a partial result when it comes to two issues. First of all, we have only brought back 150 out of the 250 hostages. We still have 101 hostages left. And we have not yet found an efficient way to remove Hamas from government. So there are now attempts by the IDF, in coordination, of course, with the government, to create new situations in which we will be able to, for example, distribute humanitarian assistance, so Hamas cannot actually hold the population hostage like they've been doing so far. So there's still some way to go. But in terms of the military balance, this completely changed in the Gaza Strip. In the north, we have somewhat of a similar situation because the IDF has managed to clear between 1 and 3 kilometers from our northern border into Lebanon, and they have discovered there huge amounts of weapons, silos, tunnels, and the infrastructure that an elite force of Hezbollah called the Radwan forces were preparing in order to invade Israel. So this is very clear, and that's, of course, on top of many other things we've done in Lebanon. So right now the balance, I think, is changing in Israel's favor. We have to find a way to continue our operation in order to achieve the goals and achieve, possibly, political and diplomatic arrangements that will make sure
that
this
was coming to just that, sir, which is that, one, that it's been a year in terms of the collective punishment approach that Israel has been following, right? It's largely
what do you mean by collective punishment?
In the fact that, there's also a large civilian toll for
but
Gaza.
That's not collective punishment. People sometimes are confusing between two things.
Okay.
The fact that, unfortunately, in wars, there is collateral damage, and especially in situations in which you have terrorist organizations that are, breaking any rule in the book, are hiding behind civilians and firing at civilians. They are using ambulances to transfer terrorists. They are using hospitals as military bases. When you have terrorist organizations that operate in such an immoral way, the civilian toll will be bigger.
Is bound to be high. But what I was coming to was that a year after this approach, there have been fantastic military successes, tactical successes that Israel has seen. Whether you take the pagers for the Hezbollah fighters, or whether you take some of the others, they've been, you've been able to eliminate several top leadership of Hamas. But how do these tactical victories translate into long-term political outcomes that can create the stability that the region needs?
Well, that's a very good question. I think that we will need cooperation from international stakeholders, and we will need a situation in which the military success is so decisive that the other side actually, out of fear for the survival, will want actually to achieve a diplomatic outcome. That's very difficult to achieve, especially in our region, because you are not dealing here in diplomatic negotiations between two countries. Like, for example, Foreign Minister Jaishankar was talking before about an advancement in negotiations between India and China. This is not a regular situation in which you deal in diplomacy between two countries. You are dealing with radical forces, terrorist groups that are led by an agenda of elimination. So it's not that easy. That's why your question is very good and it's very important. This is a question we have to ask ourselves all the time. And we are seeking cooperation from our American friends and from other countries that are willing to step up to the plate in order to help us stabilize the situation for the long term.
But many Western countries are now asking for an arms embargo as far as Israel is concerned. So in that, where do you fit in the political outcomes that Israel aspires for in terms of a long-term solution, even as it wishes to continue these
look, I think
military strategies?
it's a bit confusing, the situation. I think that many of those countries that have stated statements like that, first of all, are not in the first place selling us any weapons, and if they do, it's pretty minor. And at the end of the day, they have political constraints within their own countries when it comes to different minorities. But it's not really, at this point, undermining whatsoever our military effort. So I don't think that this is going to be substantive in terms of how this war is conducted or ends.
I have two questions to ask, Ambassador. You've been very candid. And the one question is that everybody's saying that when is that day after going to come? You know, when you talk from a, you talk from a human point of view, when you talk from a, civilian point of view, you talk from the fact that the war expanded. It didn't start with Lebanon, it expanded. So when is that, day after going to come? Or has the Israeli political leadership decided to postpone that decision due to several of its own domestic constraints? That's something that many are asking.
I have to revert the question back to you, because the question is what kind of day after you want. If you want a day after that will look like the day before, in which, in a completely unprovoked way, you can be attacked by a genocidal terrorist organization, then the answer is, I don't want that day after. My day after is a day after in which we achieve military and political and diplomatic arrangements that will give us stability for the long term. And unfortunately, because of the decision of Iran to expand this war, this wasn't Israel's decision. As I told you at the beginning, we tried to stay confined to defend ourselves from the terrible attack against our communities on the 7th of October, one of the most savage attacks ever seen since the Holocaust in Israel. Okay? So we wanted to stay focused on that. We didn't choose to expand this conflict. There were other parties that chose to do so. So we will have to give a proper answer to that. And if we succeed, then there is a chance that in the long term, these kind of attacks won't repeat themselves, not only against Israel, but also against other countries in the region and in the world at large.
There are 7 fronts. You're right about the fact that these terrorist organizations have tentacles and it's a 7-front war. But this session is about Israel's strategy for the region going forward. Yeah. What is that strategy against
as I said it before, it's building blocks. You have to have a security building block. We are building it together with our neighbors and our American friends. We have great intelligence cooperation. We have operational cooperation. We are trying together to defend the skies of the region, to secure trade in the region. So that security building block is it has expanded substantially following the Abraham Accords. It's going to continue to expand. That's number one. Number two is political stability. If we have a good outcome of this military confrontation, we'll be able to expand the Abraham Accords to include other countries in the region that want to join the wagon of prosperity and stability. And if we achieve in doing that...
Saudi Arabia, is that accord still on track?
Yes, and if we achieve in doing that, then we are going to have the possibility to implement larger projects, global projects, like IMEC, that are going to connect India with Europe and vice versa. So nobody is going to enter into this adventure of investment if we don't build the building blocks that are necessary. And that is our strategy.
Okay. Then this conclave, this summit, it talks about the India century. And I must ask you this, Excellency, that in a conflict where many developed countries seem to have said that at this stage, political outcomes look not very much feasible on the table for them. Some have even said that maybe countries like India or India can be at the forefront of possibly bringing stakeholders on the table. How do you see India's role in West Asia, and especially for this conflict?
Well, I think a substantial role for India, because India is a rising power. I was looking yesterday at the data. I saw that in the next year, when India grows by 7%, it's going to grow by $260 billion. And then the year after, it's going to grow by $300 billion. And then the year after, it's going to grow by $350 billion. Our economy is $600 billion. Okay? So what India
adding half an Israel every year.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
so what India has to contribute to the world is huge. India is going to become a powerhouse, a manufacturing hub, and it needs to be connected to the world. It has a lot to offer to countries in West Asia. I've seen how India has been working very well to increase the links with the UAE in the last year. And when all this infrastructure of connectivity is set, then we're going to see an incredible role of India in our region, because it's not going to be just about merchandise. It's going to be about manufacturing together. It's going to be about establishing, as we speak, there are communication cables, optic fiber, that are being built between Europe and India. So there are many aspects of this that are going to bring a lot of prosperity to our region, and we depend on the goodwill of India, on the investments of India, on the cooperation with India, and therefore that role is going to increase every year.
All right, Excellency, thank you so much for speaking at a time when there's enough and more that's happening in the region, and we are hopeful that this conversation could possibly bring a new dimension to a conflict that the world is wanting to end, but unfortunately doesn't look like ending anytime soon. Thank you, Excellency, for taking
Thank you, Gaurav.
Thanks very much for that very important conversation, of course, highlighting India's role as the mediator in the two raging wars, perhaps. But moving now to a very special session, Parmeshwar.
Well, for India to excel as a nation, I think we've all established that every single citizen needs to be empowered to fulfill their potential. But how do you prioritize the needs and voices of the communities you work with?
Well, to tell us more about this, we are delighted to call on stage Dr. Payal Kanodia. She will be in conversation with NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the last many years, we have heard about individuals with private wealth making a difference in society, actually trying to influence through initiatives various indicators in the social sector. We have one such individual with us, Dr. Payal Kanodia, Chairperson and Trustee, N3M Foundation. Thank you so much, Payal, for joining us.
My pleasure.
And I was going through the work that you guys do, and in fact, I was also talking to some of my colleagues, sustainability, scholarships, and sanitation. Tell us a little bit about what the foundation does.
So basically, M3M Foundation, it works on holistic development of the underprivileged children and their families and, their living conditions. So we have multiple projects around different initiatives. Like one of our projects is called Sarvodaya. That project works on integrated village development. So we are working in about 82 villages in New region, where we are doing sustainable development and building smart villages. Also, their people are themselves responsible for developing their villages, starting the initiatives in villages, and also they lead their own initiatives. Similarly, we have programs around education, art, literature, sports, and there's another program where we give scholarships to the children who want to establish enterprises in social sectors. Then we also have a project which we launched this year, which is called One Jeevan, where we started focusing on wildlife.
Okay. You said that you also want to create leadership, amongst communities that you work with. That's completely right, because communities also want to take ownership of the initiatives that are sort of like, working for them. How has that work been? In fact, this outreach to communities and giving them a sense of ownership of these welfare activities.
So, honestly, when we entered these rural areas of our country, and Nu being one of the aspirational districts of PM Modi, so the best thing that we learned, and the learning that came across during doing our ground studies with my team, was that when you enter a community, you have to become a part of the community and not impose what you want to do just for your benefits and profits. So we became a part of the community, we became their voice, we understood what they need, and which helped us designing the projects that communities were happy to own, happy to lead. And today, when we sit down and see the results of those projects, the women are entrepreneurs, they're more independent, they are running their village panchayats, they are running community kitchens in their villages. They also have, we call it Sankalp Vatika, so they grow their own vegetables. And to my joy, I learned it last week only that a group of women has actually gone ahead and purchased a small farm of their own where they are cultivating oyster mushroom and many more vegetables, and now they go and sell it in the market. They are making many products like that. They have their own dairies, they are learning to make organic manure, Jivamrit, and a lot many more things. So this is one beauty of it. When you work with the community, with their consent, and involve them, they take the ownership beautifully.
Absolutely. Also, Payal, one of the interesting things that you do is One Jeevan. Wildlife is an area which has a lot of regulation, so it's not easy to work there as even for NGOs. And also we keep hearing about human-animal conflict. There are leopards getting into villages. There are elephants trampling over human beings. It's not an easy sector. Tell us a little bit about the kind of work that you do. Which are the states that you work in?
So this is the project that we launched this year, and it was one of my own dream projects where we wanted to work on saving wildlife, because I've always believed that we just cannot work, by saving humans or working for humans. We need to work at the ecosystem in toto. So that's when this project got designed, and we started our first project at Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, which is near Nagpur. So during summers, someone reached out to us and they said that, the tigers are dying because there's no water to drink. So we just went ahead and involved the local people and installed solar water pumps. So now these pumps only work at night, so they also kind of are only work in the days, and at the night they're not working. So they just pump water out of the ground. And to the beauty of it, in just 2 months of our intervention, we saw the entire wildlife, the flora, fauna, the carnivores, herbivores, in fact bears, deers, all the animals coming back because everyone needed water. And also local communities got empowered because of this. Then we expanded this project to Koluchur Forest, which is next to Jim Corbett. Again, similar interventions where, we just made ecosystem more friendly for wildlife, and now we are expanding it to Pilibhit, where there is a lot of poaching that happens, illegal poaching that happens to Nepal for the tigers. And we realize that as the more we work towards the ecosystem in total, where it is animals, humans, trees, everything involved, the community around that flourishes on its own.
Right. Also, Payal, you are a sports person yourself, and you've invested a lot in training young girls in sporting activities. Tell us a little bit about that.
So my sporting journey actually started during COVID. I picked up this sport which is called kettlebell. It's a Russian sport, and there are multiple disciplines that are being played with different kinds of weight, and happened so that it became my passion over past 4.5 years. And this year I just won 2 gold medals in the World Championship in Greece. And this is also very close to my heart, because before this, I was actually supporting athletes and para-athletes in sports. We give them scholarships, and, it's beautiful to see that India has so much talent. It just needs to get nurtured. Okay. And it's not just education. In our villages, especially, I come from a small village in Haryana myself. And there are so many children who do amazing in sports. They just need a little bit of hand-holding. And we have many children today, especially para-athletes. One of our para-athlete scholars won a silver medal in Paralympics this year. So many children, they just need someone to hold their hand, to guide them, to nurture them, and they can do wonders. And this is another way where we can help community.
Okay, and you sense a change in parents of,
So yes, the parents also become supportive because they see that, their children have a future in that.
Also, tell us a little bit about kettlebells. What is it, and is it like weightlifting? What is it?
So it's not a weightlifting sport. Kettlebell is more of a endurance sport, and it is a sport about your mental strength, because whatever you play constantly for 10 minutes, and after 2.5 minutes, your body strength literally gives up. And during my championship, I felt like, what am I doing? After 2 minutes, I literally wanted to throw the bells off. And then, something came, no, that I'm stronger than this. I need to, and I had a target set for myself. I was like, no, I have to beat my target. And this sport has started to reflect a lot in my personality, my work, what I do in my real life as well.
Right. I'm noticing this change with a lot of people who come from wealthy families. They feel far more responsible for society, and it's just not CSR, something that they're mandated to do. Tell us a little bit about this foundation. Is it something that your family runs, and is it something that happens, irrespective of the rules, that make it mandatory?
So M3M Foundation is a philanthropic arm of M3M India Group. But we are not, this is not a mandate for us. It's not a CSR. So a pool of funds come from my family income. Everyone from my family gives a pool of funds to the foundation. And it was a vision of my grandfather, then my father, and then me today, that we are running this foundation, because we always, as a family, as a philosophy, have believed in giving to the society. And not just my family, I think this, the whole idea of giving to the society, treating people equal, giving people their rights, dates back to the ancient times in India. Even our kings, the rulers, or the queens, they would work for the society in different ways. So it is a part of that culture that my family always has loved to follow, and hence we are doing this. In fact, today when I sit here, I relate it to our PM's vision of Viksit Bharat, the self-reliant Bharat, and a lot many more projects that he has launched over past 10 years. I think we are working in alignment with those projects, and they are giving us wonderful results.
Right. And do you think it's okay to go along with the government, or do you think that the government needs to do more to promote this kind of private philanthropy?
So government already is doing its bit, to be very honest. They have some amazing programs. If we actually look at them, they're designed very well. All we need is more public and private partnership, more involvement of foundations like ours and other foundations, NGOs, with the government and the community. So it's a tri-party thing. If we all look at it that way, instead of competing against each other, I think the programs are there, they are designed, the processes are there in place, the funds are there in place. It's just about now people coming together and doing some great work.
Right. Thank you, Payal Kanodia, Chairperson, Trustee, M3M Foundation, for actually, talking about innovation in philanthropy, which I think is really the need of the hour. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, by 2030, you can anticipate a revolution on Indian roads where actually 8 crore electric vehicles hum quietly, powered by a robust network of 39 lakh charging stations.
Absolutely. India's EV journey promises not only to redefine mobility, but to lead by example as well. And to tell us more about this, let's call on stage Kartike Haryani and our colleague Vishnu Shom. In fact, Kartike is an entrepreneur by passion and an engineer at heart.
For more than 20 years, he has built up business in the utilities, industrial and commercial applications of electrical engineering and information technology through building 3 core businesses of renewable energy, EV charging networks and e-mobility for trucks, each of them known as Billion Energy, Charge Zone and Billion Electric.
Vishnu, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. We're going to start this session now, and so do rev up for a journey into India's electrified tomorrow, where the horizon is powered not by gas, but by gigawatts. India is charging towards a cleaner, greener future with electric vehicles at the forefront. By 2030, anticipate a revolution on Indian roads where 8 crore EVs, ladies and gentlemen, hum quietly powered by a robust network of 39 lakh charging stations. Now, this isn't just about cutting emissions, it's a full throttle move towards innovation, job creation and energy independence. With government policies fueling the surge and private sectors igniting the charge, India's EV journey promises not only to redefine mobility, but to lead by example in the global electric odyssey. Joining us, Kartikeya Haryani, founder and CEO of Charge Zone and Billion. Thanks very much, Kartikeya, for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu.
I think one of the biggest problems in our country right now is, in fact, there are 2. Number one, the pace of manufacture of EVs. It's difficult. It's linked to semiconductor availability at one level. Secondly, the available of infrastructure to charge these EVs. So let's talk about the second part first. How soon before we have a realistically good nationwide spread of charging points?
Yeah, it's a very valid point, and EV charging infrastructure is a number one enabler or a deterrent whether to buy or not to buy an EV. Mm-hmm. Now, Indian automotive industry or Indian automotive market is comprised of few segments of electric vehicles, which is very unseen in other parts of the world. We have 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and 4-wheelers. And to begin with, luckily, a 2-wheeler segment is a home charging candidate, and therefore the charging infrastructure is largely driven either at your home place or a workplace.
Yeah.
While 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers will be driven by commercial EV charging infrastructure, and one has to really plan for it. Unlike we probably didn't see an IC planning, an internal combustion engine planning for refueling, because it all came along.
Yep.
The gas stations, the petrol pumps got built over the last several decades. But when it comes to EVs, yes, one has to think through carefully in terms of how the EV charging networks will be planned for. And the technology and the power electronics and applied electrical engineering, as well as the grids, they play a supremely or a very critical role into each of these segments. 3-wheelers are generally enabled by a battery swapping, for example, or it is also enabled by slow AC charging, which is done or built for various parking hubs. We call it overnight park and charge hubs. While 4-wheelers, that includes fleet of cars or fleet of LCVs or buses and trucks, also are getting enabled by what we call as hubs and satellite points for charging infrastructure. So for each of this electric vehicle segment, the industry players have started investing into this. 6 years ago, the standards got built into this. Later on, the local ecosystem in terms of EV chargers, OEMs, played a bigger part. The localization did happen in terms of the semiconductors, in terms of as well as power electronics, as well as in terms of several components which forms an EV charger as an equipment, got localized in the country. And today, fortunately, as a market, as a country, we are ready with chargers localized both for 3-wheelers as well as 4-wheelers.
Sure. One of the big concerns that a lot of people have when it comes to buying an EV car, for example, for themselves is, look, great, I can contribute to the environment, I can buy an EV car. But if you look at our road conditions and the temperatures, right, it's extremely hot. That means there's a high use of air conditioning. If there's a high use of air conditioning, there's a lot of pressure on the battery. Start and stop traffic means that, again, you're not getting very much efficiency out of the battery as well. And all of this has an impact on the life of the battery. In the case of EV cars, the cost of the car is largely the battery itself. What's the way around this? Is there any?
Well, I think it's a very, very good question, but more very pertinent point when it comes to adoption of an electric car, let's say. Yeah. However, in India, the market of electric cars or cars per se has been personal mobility. Yeah. And personal mobility is a micro-mobility in our country. If I ask you, Vishnu, that do you drive more than 51 kilometers a day? Maybe answer is not.
The answer is actually yes, of late. We moved to a new office.
Absolutely. So,
which means actually that an EV transition for me makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, 80% of the mobility requirement for an Indian consumer is less than 51 kilometers a day. Now, with this stat, EV becomes not only a natural choice for adoption, but it is also a question whether the cost makes sense. So we call it total cost of ownership, right? And lesser the utilization, then as an individual consumer, you'll say, well, I don't need an EV, or the payback or the ROI is not really attractive. Well, sans the benefits of of going green or contributing to the environment. But well, there are good news around. Two developments have happened in the industry so far. Over the last 2 quarters, the cost of the battery has come down by half. Now, this was largely what we call as $200 per kilowatt hour for a very long time. We have seen the numbers around $120, $130 per kilowatt hour. The second good news is some of the OEMs have initiated battery as a service, which means, coming to your second part of the question, whether the life of the battery, temperatures, potholes, traffic, acceleration, decelerations, and so on, and it will consume the life of the battery sooner than the warranty period. But well, the good news are that some of the OEMs, and I can see that most of the OEMs will follow this cue, is in terms of bringing battery as a service. Right. In other words, battery and charging effectively becomes your fueling system. And what you are actually going to buy is a car without the battery cost, right, which means equivalent to a cost of a petrol car, for example, and then you pay for battery and charging as a rupee per kilometer. Yeah. So,
what about fast charging technology? Because that's another area which is a concern. People are impatient, and perhaps rightly so. Who has time to get 100% charge by charging for a period of 12 hours plus? But in the case of cars, I do know that fast chargers are available, but is the cost of a fast charger considerably more, and is its efficiency lower?
So, Vishnu, it's clear that fast charging is a key for adoption of an EV. And it's not about just cars, but also buses and trucks. Now, good news is for a charging company like ours, as ChargeZone, when we started off in 2019, there were green sprouts around electric cars coming into the market. Then electric buses started coming into the market post-COVID. And today we see the launch of electric trucks as well. So as a charging infra player, I'm agnostic to any of these four-wheelers. Now, as a priority, I will be rather enabling intercity mobility. In other words, the charging infra on highways has become our priority number one. Apart from roughly 450 plus locations we have in the country across 22 states already, we have also electrified 30,000 kilometers of highways in India. And effectively, you can drive from Amritsar to Chennai using our network, right, without any range anxiety, whether it's for your car, for example, or even for a truck for that matter. So, fast charging is a cornerstone, it's clear. But if I am going to invest onto a fast charging only for cars, well, I don't think I'm going to even make money during even my lifetime. Having said that, intercity buses and intercity trucks are going to be the biggest enabler for e-mobility ecosystem as India enters into a new phase of energy transition. And also we heard Prime Minister Modi early this morning was our net zero targets. India as a developed country, 2047 is one vision, but by 2070, though it's a 50-year...
But let me jump in and ask you one thing, since you raised it.
Yeah.
Why is the cost of an EV more than a petrol vehicle if, as you say, the cost of the battery has come down by half?
Yeah, right. So, well, it's clear that, and it's very, very kind of common sense approach to analyze this. when you move from a diesel car to a electric car, you are taking out the engine, you are taking out the powertrain. What you're bringing are the motor controllers. You're bringing the motor, e-axle, for example, which is the next big thing, and the batteries. However, battery has played an important role as far as the cost of EVs are concerned. Now, there is still a gap in terms of roughly 50% now between a cost of a diesel car on road versus an EV car. Well, the TCO, the total cost of ownership in case of a car, if you are at 1.5x, which is the case today, in this quarter you'll see that you'll see a lot of new launches, or come Bharat Mobility in January 25. You'll see new launches, a slew of launches by various OEMs, where the cost of EV will be 40 to 50% higher than let's say a petrol or diesel car, for that matter. But a TCO for a consumer will matter if he's driving roughly, let's say, 100 kilometers a day. Yeah, so that's where the TCO becomes very, very attractive, at par what is going to pay for petrol or diesel. Well, but if you, but at the same time, when we speak about car, let us talk about commercial EVs as well.
Sure.
Buses and trucks. And fundamentally, in both the cases, we have seen the cost dwindling down thanks to the cost of batteries and thanks to the volume uptick, because the other factor apart from the cost of battery is also the volume production as an opportunity by the OEMs, which also brings the cost of components down. Otherwise, it will stay higher. But in case of, just like in case of cars, I mentioned 1.5x, we have figured out as a platform Billion that if an electric truck or electric bus is 2x the cost of the current diesel truck or a diesel bus, your TCO will be equivalent to a diesel cost, because thanks to the arbitrage of the cost per kilometer on a diesel versus cost of per kilometer for an electric.
Yeah.
Just to give you a context in terms of numbers, a bus or a truck, for example, will be 25 to 30 rupees per kilometer, while for an electric bus or electric truck, it is less than 15 rupees per kilometer.
That's amazing. Look, I'd like to thank you very much for chatting with us. And, we hope to have many more conversations with you, doing perhaps a deep dive into where we are with battery technology, because that's fascinating. And it's an area that needs to really, really improve and be widely disseminated for all of this to actually work out in the future with 2070 in mind. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for being a part of the NDTV World.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you.
Well, that was truly a fascinating conversation. India's EV journey has truly been an incredible one. But moving on now, Parmeshwar, let's not forget the role of education in shaping the workforce of the future. I hear they're reimagining the curriculum so that our future leaders can answer the complex questions without Googling. And
well, the next session is about the role of education in shaping the India century with our very own TM Veera Raghav, who's going to be in conversation with Dr. Balakrishnan, Shankar and Suresh Kudur. So over to you, Veera.
Thanks very much, Parmeshwar and Vedant. Yes, we've had geopolitics, you've got stardom, you've even spoken about energy and mobility, but it's important to address education, and the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been addressing that with its campuses spread across South India, headquartered in Coimbatore, and with me is Dr. Balakrishnan Shankar, Dean of the School of Engineering, who was, who did his PhD in the United States, one of those who gave up that life in the States, came back to India to set up an institution where research is the focus, and also Suresh Kudur, Director for the Academia Industry Partnership. Dr. Balakrishnan, if I may ask you the first question, in terms of when we look at education and creating a future for tomorrow or the citizen of tomorrow, what would be the crucial focus, especially when it comes to technology and enabling a student to be industry ready at the end of the day?
Thank you, Mr. V. Raghavan. First of all, thank you for inviting us over from Amrita to this wonderful summit. To answer your question, let me answer your question in a slightly different way. In Amrita University, we started under, of course, our Chancellor is Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. And we started under her guidance a program called Live in Labs, where the parent organization has adopted around 100 villages across the country. And our students go and work there. They take it as an elective, and they go and they actually work there, and they try to find out what the main problem is in that village and come back and work on a cost-effective solution and deploy it. And they get credit for it. Now, that kind of innovative ambience, you're forcing the students with real-life problems and you get to solve. And in the past 3 years, I'm happy to say we've filed 200 patents and 100 of them are accepted, granted. 200
patents and 100 have been accepted?
Yes.
And these are all by students?
Students and staff, faculty together, of course. Yeah, but several undergrad students are involved, several master's students, PhD students, everybody's involved. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that the atmosphere of innovation, the university has to set up an ambience for innovation and research. And so we strongly believe in giving students, real-life projects, in faculty real-life projects. They involve everybody in an ambience of research. They look at what is the motto of Amrita University is compassion-driven research. So under Amma's guidance, we want to find solutions for the common man's problems. So we are not satisfied with just, with just publications and maybe even with patents. We want to deploy it and we want to make a difference in real lives.
You're talking about innovation that can actually have an impact in society for the betterment in a country of that nature. And that would mean, A, is the technical knowledge of it. B, it's also about understanding the realities and identifying a problem statement.
Absolutely.
And how do you go about that process?
Absolutely. How do I go about that process? First, you have to identify what the problem is or what is the scope. Let me tell you. I'll use a small story to answer your question. When we were first setting up the wireless center, a center for detecting landslides, for wireless network for landslide detection, the director of the labs and the vice chancellor, we got the first funding from the European Commission. That was the first funding that Amrita got. This was in 2006, international funding. They went to Amma and said, we want to set up this center. Then Amma asked, so what are you going to do with that center? Oh, we will publish papers and the students will get their master's degrees and all that. And Amma said, if that is the case, return the money. And these people were very surprised. This is the first funding that Amrita was getting, and the chancellor is saying, return the money. Amma said, the chance to save lives come very rarely. So if you can actually deploy your system in a place which is prone with landslides, and you actually save lives, then accept the money, otherwise you don't. So, when accountability when you work for a saint is very high. So that's exactly what we did. We identified a village in Munnar, which is North Kerala, Middle Kerala, and which is susceptible to landslides, and we deployed sensors there, and we were able to predict landslides, and we've already evacuated the villages twice, and we've saved lives. And now the wireless center there is known as a world center of excellence in landslide detection. And recently, because of the Wayanad landslides, the parent organization is now putting in 15 crores worth of work to go and deploy it there. So the goal is, to answer your question, you set the goal very high. How do I actually solve this problem? And you have to have an interdisciplinary team. The key is interdisciplinary. So we should stop thinking about this department or that department. The key is interdisciplinary, bringing skill sets from various sides. Use AI, use the tools that you can, predict and solve.
And it's not just about interdisciplinary in terms of departments, but it's about bringing together, let's say, the industry,
Absolutely.
the society, the government all together. And that's where your role comes in.
Just is that on? Just to add to that, actually, how do you build this workforce for the future? As we know, the technological disruptions, like say intelligent robots and generative AIs, they're all really disrupting and reshaping the whole job landscape, and that requires new skills. And say, for example, AI is a big disruptor, and it is estimated to replace around 85 million jobs in the next 2 years and create another 100 million jobs. So that requires new skills. Now, here one of the key differences, see, always automation has replaced jobs. But in the past, it's all manual labor-intensive jobs. The key difference this time is automation is replacing human intellectual functions. That is the key difference. So when the technology starts replacing the roles that need cognitive abilities, it completely disrupts the industry, business process, and production process, and that requires new skills. That is what Amrita is now focusing on, how to skill our students to take up not only current challenges, but even tomorrow's job profile, and that needs the real collaboration with the industry. So we have signed around 100 plus MOUs with the key industry in the last couple of years. Across verticals, automotive, energy, IT, construction industry, all of those. And we are doing some of the key research projects with the industry. That makes students exposed to what is currently going on in the industry. They work directly with the industry projects. They go to the industry as interns and work there. And also, probably one other key points is the live-in labs, which Dr. Bala will be able to highlight, where students go to the rural areas, they work with the population there, they identify the problem statements, come back and come with a resolution. So they get to work on real life problems, real world problems, both in the industry and in the society.
So you're forecasting problems of the future for the industry. You're looking at existential problems in society, right. And you're trying to get a student to innovate and apply that innovation to a real life solution, if I can put it in a nutshell.
Exactly.
And how do you promote then the spirit of entrepreneurship?
Student and faculty.
Student and faculty. And how difficult is it? It's more difficult to make a student aligned to it or a faculty aligned to it?
See, you asked the right question. Say, the innovation, if you really look at in the knowledge era, the asset is actually intellectual property, IP, new knowledge. And the universities cannot remain as just centers of knowledge dissemination alone, knowledge distribution alone. They need to be knowledge creators. And that is where the innovation comes up. And innovation has to be, it's a mindset, it's a culture. You create new course, you introduce new subject, that will not create a mindset of innovation. It's a mindset. And Amrita is kind of focusing on that. Because let me tell you, innovation is not a natural ally to education. It may sound counterintuitive to at least to some, because education is training and skilling us to comply with what is existing. Now, if you want to disrupt, to change, you need to build that innovation culture, and that's what. And entrepreneurs is the drivers who will take that innovation out there, into the world. Like they are the drivers who take the knowledge as the fuel, use technology as the vehicle, and drive the road of innovation.
I'm just going to go off script a bit and just ask you both this question. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit? Given that you have had an education system that was defined to cater products to the industry without having to actually reimagine it. Maybe we're walking into a very different world right now. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit?
So I will just answer, then we'll give it to Dr. Bala. In the last year MSME hackathon for startup ideas, Pan-India 35 ideas were selected, and 9 out of them were from Amrita University. So that's a great achievement in terms of how you encourage the students to start. We have a Amrita Center for Entrepreneurship where we encourage the faculty and the students to start their own. We have recently also launched Atal Incubation Center, which is a Niti Aayog scheme. One of them in Coimbatore is at Amrita University, where we encourage startups to come. And one of the focus area is e-mobility and the other being cybersecurity. Two key areas like where India is going to add a lot.
So place where industry comes in to reach out and find these kind of young talent, which is both innovation and has entrepreneurial
They work
spirit.
together,
right?
Actually, you asked me which is easier, the student
Faculty
or
or
the faculty. Right now, the scenario in the world is that the student is able to catch up much faster. He seems to be, because the faculty is already trained in a particular way and needs to rethink. So it's more difficult for the faculty now because they've already come with some baggage. The student is fresh, literally fresh.
And
But
heavy
that's-
baggage some faculty come with.
Yes. That said. But that said, when you confront somebody with a real life problem and say, I want it solved, and you set up an ambience where different people from different backgrounds come. For example, I have, there are researchers doing AI and health. So they need to know health, they need to know how I can apply this. I can apply AI in predicting new materials. I can apply AI in discovering new drugs. So what happens is you need some domain knowledge and you need new skills and you need to set up an ambience that drives that forward.
And all this would be essential ingredients in creating a workforce for the future of India's multi-trillion-dollar economy that you are aiming for.
Exactly. One is the workforce, and the other is like on the higher end of the food chain, where you are leveraging the expertise of the internal, researchers, collaborating with the industry to create new technology. For example, like one of the research area we are focusing on is hydrogen as a fuel. Dr. Bala is spearheading those research. Hydrogen as an alternate fuel, because hydrogen vehicles could be one of the options for tomorrow. Hydrogen production and the storage. That is one of the key research areas happening in Amrita, and we are collaborating with a lot of automotive companies. So that is how we take that research up.
Nested in the beautiful city of Coimbatore, in the middle of Western Ghats, I'm sure you have campuses around that place.
Yeah. Beautiful.
When it comes to that kind of a rural setting, the key challenge is also about getting more women into the workforce, more trained in that process. Is that a crucial challenge?
Thank you for asking that. Yes, we recently got the UNESCO chair for gender equality and women empowerment. And we've trained more than 100,000 women in a program called Amrita Shri, where we help several women across India who are disadvantaged to set up small businesses and all that. We've used haptic technology to train women in various vocational skills, in different skills. For example, haptic technology is something like a robotic device that gives you force feedback. So using the same device, I can teach many trades using the same thing. For example, on the screen, let's say I'm cutting a pipe. On the screen, I have a pipe. I change the material of the pipe from PVC to steel, then the force I feel is different. So using the same device, I can train a person on different machining operations. So using that, we've trained a lot of women in various vocational skills. I'm building toilets in their villages and things like that, and then setting up water filters. So that has led to a UNESCO chair in gender equality and women empowerment that Amrita has got. And we strongly believe that because deep in the villages, there is still a lot of bias, gender bias when it comes to education. The son is sent to the better school, the daughter is not necessarily sent. We want to address that issue.
And in terms of instilling the desire, for instance, where one of the big problems that India has often faced and spoken about is brain drain, where you have top educational institution people going, like you went to IIT, did a PhD in the US, most stay back, you came back. From a rural environment and in terms of an institute that you're running, how do you inculcate and inspire them to look at social problems which may not be monetarily immediately rewarding, but it could give great rewards over a long period of time? How do you go about that process?
Certainly, Dr. Bala, I myself did my MS in US and I came back to India. So, and that reverse brain drain is only on the rise nowadays. But as I rightly said, see, the institution like ours, we focus on, again, more enabling the rural populations and those students, skilling them who contribute back to the country. So there are a lot of those programs. Not only we get the intakes, we also give back to the society. As Dr. Bala rightly said, we skill women and for making so that they can make a living out of the skills. So that is something certainly we are looking at, and also we do support people who want to, students who want to go for higher studies. We focus on who want to get job. Almost 350 plus companies come for campus placement every year at the campus. We also encourage as entrepreneurship, where we facilitate. And one point I want to make is, see, most of the time why students don't jump into entrepreneurship is fear of failure. What if you try 2 years, 3 years and don't be successful, and can I get back to the job market? And if we can facilitate that, if we can assure that they will be taken care and they can come back to the job market, many students would dare to take up the entrepreneurship. That is something we must look at as a policy, that how to enable that.
I wish one of your students will come up with a technology to make more time, because we are run out of time on this conversation.
Great. And probably I want to make one last point is that academia and industry must understand each other's strengths and look for stronger collaboration for creating the technology breakthroughs and knowledge, so that we can make India a big economically as well as technologically advanced country.
On that note, and I hope, wish you all success. Yes, very quickly, sir.
Yeah, we in Amrita, we not only have reverse brain drain, a lot of people coming back, we also have brain gain. There are people from other countries who have come and become our faculty.
Brain gain, not just reverse brain drain. Thanks very much for being part of the NDTV World Summit.
Thank you so much.
All the best on all your endeavors there. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Well, through all the enriching discussions today, an underlying note has been the goal to leave a legacy that is honored, admired, and cherished.
And legacy is what our next guests are creating across one, not two, but 3 generations of the Bangash family. For the strings that bind generations, we would now like to invite on stage Ustad Amjad Ali Khan Saab and his sons Ayan and Aman Ali Bangash. They're in conversation with NDTV's Maria Shakil.
Thank you, Vedant and Parma. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the royal family of Indian classical music. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, the Sarod maestro and his talented tribe. Aman Ali Bangash, Ayan Ali Bangash, And we'll be joined by Abir and Zuhan in just a bit. Welcome to the stage, sir. From the timeless traditions of Indian classical to innovative global fusions, the Khans have enchanted, educated, and entertained us for years. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan and the family, sir, your music is India's gift to the world. Tonight, we are honored to receive you. Please.
We are very happy and honored to be here and grateful to NDTV for this opportunity. We are so grateful to God Almighty that God has gifted His precious gift of music in our family. My elder son, Aman Ali Bangash, and younger son, Ayan Ali Bangash.
Shukriya. Please. The mic is right next to you, Aman and Ayan. Yes. We would have loved to see Zuhan as well, but I think they would be joining you in the performance. So we would, it'll be rarest of the rare moment, as they say, to see the three generations perform together. How does it feel, sir, Ustad Saab, to take Indian classical music to the global stage? You actually signify that.
You see, classical music is all over the world. Most ancient music, Western world also, they still listen to Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, all the great composers, Tchaikovsky of Russia. So classical music will always be there till the time we have sun and moon. But the 7 musical notes, sa re ga ma pa dha ni, in Western world they say do re mi fa sol la ti. So the 7 notes have connected the whole world. Music has connected the world, and unfortunately language creates barriers. Music does not belong to any religion like air, flowers, water, fire, fragrance. So it's a precious gift. And seeing the flavor and the problems of the world, I have learned so much from the role of flowers, the role of music, and I feel like saying that I belong to every religion of the world. I belong to every religion of India. We are still fighting, we are still trying to kill each other like 2000 years back. So what is the contribution of education? Education, unfortunately, could not create compassion and kindness in a human being. How can we think of killing each other? So I'm very, very sad all the time praying to God that there should be peace between Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine. I mean, we feel very sad. We feel very sorry for the people who have died, who have been killed in this war. So I think the young maestro will contribute better than me.
So let me go to the next generation now, and this is a question to both of you. There is something about your style which connects to the global audience. What do you think it is?
Firstly, good evening and thank you for having us here. I think, one should not be aware of one's style, to be honest. For me and my brother, Ayan Bhai, we try to follow our guru, our teacher, and all the other great maestros that we have always had in this world. But people make you aware of that point that, maybe you're doing something new. For Ayan Bhai and me, it was very important because in our generation, there were a lot of friends of ours from school and college never knew music, sarod. So we wanted to get sarod into that whole electronic space, apart from being Indian classical sarod players. So somewhere we, I think, have achieved just 10% of that. We are doing a lot of corporate music. We're doing a lot of albums. So we've done a lot of work together.
So what is the next 90% going to be, Ayan?
Well, I think it's a very long journey. Again, to start with, thank you for your very kind words of introduction. Extremely overwhelming. So I think, in this field, especially when you talk about music, you're a student till the last day you walk this planet. You're constantly learning. The journey called life is making you evolve. It's making you absorb. And that is constantly doing something to your creativity and to your music as well. So that's why I think, to answer your question, I think it's all about vibrations. I think there's a very larger message when we do collaborations, when we do experimental projects, because we are conveying something at a very larger level, that we're all connected in a true sense. And today, healing is used for so many kind of ailments, and healing or spirituality, which is always a part of our music anyway. So, it's all about the language of vibrations. We talk about vibes, Gen Z talks about vibes and everything. So it's all part of who we are. And I think that is the larger message and the larger picture when we are
Ustad
creative.
Sahab, how do you connect with your grandsons? What is the message or the lessons that you give them regularly?
Yes, all the hard work to make them learn music is their parents. Ayan has twin boys, Abir and Zohan, and Ayan has given so much time, and I'm sure Ayan will talk better about that. But credit goes to Ayan and his wife Nima Sharma. So they spend a lot of time with Abir and Zohan. But it was difficult for I was worried that spending so much time in school, how can they play music? Because school takes maximum time. But they come back and they have to do homework, and then Ayan make them perform and practice for 2 hours. So I'm very happy and I'm grateful to God that both of them, they look forward to share the stage with us and perform. Last year we performed in New York on the 15th of August. Yes. And 5 of us, when we play, English में वो सरोद quintet हो जाता है. Sarod quintet. So there is a lot of demand for Sarod quintet. So they are excited.
जनरेशन बहुत ही खूबसूरती से मिल जाते हैं.
बस वो कैप्शन भी कई जगह ऐसा होता है कि 3 generation and 1 nation. So all the legacy, all the continuation with the blessings of God Almighty. And in the life of Aman and Ayan, their mother's role is very important. Subbalakshmi Barua from Assam, she herself as an artist. So she spent a lot of time with them, and all the credit goes to their mother, whatever they are today.
And so let's take that thought forward. This is about incorporating global influences into traditional Indian music, and then taking it and making it about 3 generations and 1 nation.
Well, I think I would like to say कि इस काबिल है नहीं, दोनों बच्चे अभी बैठे हैं, बस for आशीर्वाद they are sitting. They need good wishes and blessings, and they're so blessed to be sharing the stage with my father. Aman bhai and I equally blessed as well, of course. But for them just to, share these moments on stage, because Indian classical music is not a written score. Everything happens on stage. So that's why it's just we don't know better, for us as a family, it's just a way of life. It's not really a profession. So that's why I'm just, whatever I know, I'm teaching them. And of course, my brother also sits with them. My father's, of course, teaching them as well. So it's a long journey. What they'll eventually do in between their Messi, Ronaldo, and their video games and Sarod practice, I don't know. It's a long journey. So.
And lots of international concerts happening in India. Are they interested in watching it as well, Aman?
They're very keen on it, and especially with me, they're like friends to me. So if there's any concert where I go all out there playing a bit of fast music, they just say, Aman, don't show off. So they're like, they're very honest. They keep us in check, and I think they're 2 beautiful souls. And I think they're very lucky to have him as their grandfather. And I'm sure they'll realize one day that what the grandfather means to them.
So what is a family moment when all of you are together, 5 of you?
A lot of noise.
A lot of noise, or is it a jam session?
Well, it's a little bit of both. It's a lot of fun because, they started when they were 10. I think they started doing shows from the time they were 10. I didn't see this happening. I think the silver lining of the lockdown was that I was sitting at home so I could give all that time. So it's a lot of fun, and they have a great equation, with my father, with my brother, and of course with me. I mean, we lean between being friends and being formal because I have to also be the teacher sometimes. But I told them we're all colleagues here. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a colleague. So I've kept it very relaxed and easy for them so that they enjoy the process. And that's very important, to just enjoy the process. And, let's see where life takes you then.
Yes, I'm going to ask just a couple of more questions because the audience is interested, in fact, perhaps, in watching all three of you. I mean, 5 of you perform together. Ustad Saab, इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूजिक की जो जर्नी रही है बहुत ही लंबी रही है और बहुत ही खूबसूरत रही है और इंटरनेशनल रिकग्निशन भी बहुत स्टेज पर मिलता रहा है. आप जब अपनी खुद के सफर को देखते हैं तो कोई ऐसा लम्हा जो आपको लगता है बहुत याद आता है जब आप इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे आपने परफॉर्म किया और उस वक्त एवरीबडी वाज सेइंग दैट ही इज एन इंडियन हु इज मेकिंग दिस मार्क.
जर्नी हम लोगों की ग्वालियर, माय बर्थ प्लेस, वहीं पर मियाँ तानसेन का जन्म हुआ, उनकी समाधि वहीं है और उनके गुरु स्वामी हरिदास जी वो वृंदावन में है. सो वी हैड सच सेंटली जीनियस ग्रेट मास्टर्स. तो वी आर फॉलोइंग द मैसेज ऑफ मियाँ तानसेन. वी कॉल इट सैनिया घराना. और हम लोगों का सबका 5-6 साल की उम्र से सूली पे चढ़ा देते हैं, स्टेज के ऊपर बिठा देते हैं. नॉट दैट वी वर नेवर, आई वॉज नेवर ए चाइल्ड प्रोडिजी, लेकिन वो तहजीब तमीज़ सिखाने के लिए, हाउ टू फेस द ऑडियंस, हाउ टू सिट. एंड जो अभी हम लोग अबीर जोहान के साथ कर रहे हैं, अभी वो कुछ भी नहीं है, अभी उनकी यात्रा शुरू हो रही है. बेसिकली टू रिसीव योर ब्लेसिंग्स एंड गुड विशेस सो दैट their yatra becomes easy and comfortable. तो 12 साल की उम्र से मुझे because of my father's goodwill, उस्ताद हाफिज अली खान साहब के 12 साल की उम्र से लोगों ने बुलाना शुरू कर दिया. Every region of India nurtured me, encouraged me and gave me chance to perform. वो बंगाल हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, बिहार में हम बहुत जाते थे, यूपी, हर जगह से. तो ये जो हमारे देश का जो प्यार है संगीत, क्योंकि वी ऑल वर्शिप आवर गॉड एंड गॉडेसेस थ्रू म्यूजिक ओनली. वो अगर अल्फाज आ जाते हैं तो वो शब्द बन जाता है, भजन बन जाता है, गज़ल बन जाता है, कव्वाली बन जाती है, लेकिन स्वर वो वही 7 स्वर है. रा 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 रा. ये 7 स्वर एक मंत्र है. मुझे आज भी याद है, माय फादर वाज रिसीविंग पद्म भूषण इन 1960 फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद. आखिर में वो भी पटना में ही रहते थे. आई हैड द ऑनर ऑफ मीटिंग हिम देयर आल्सो. तो आफ्टर द अवार्ड सेरेमनी वो रिचुअल है, मुगल गार्डन में टी पार्टी होती है. तो जवाहरलाल नेहरू ही केम अप टू माय फादर. खान साहब कोई तकलीफ तो नहीं है? और देन ही लुक्ड एट मी, आई वाज यंग बॉय. तो हमारे अब्बा को बोला, खान साहब बच्चे से आप कोई गुरु मंत्र तो नहीं छुपा रहे? क्योंकि ये हमारे देश की हिस्ट्री रही है. द्रोणाचार्य थे बहुत बड़े गुरु. तो कभी कभी गुरु किसी चेले को ज़्यादा सिखाना चाहते हैं, किसी को कम चाहते हैं कभी कभी. तो अब्बा ने कहा नहीं, मैं ज़रूर सब कुछ देने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. फिर डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद केम अप टू माय फादर कि खान साहब आप ठीक हैं, कोई तकलीफ तो नहीं है आपको? अब हमारे पिताजी बहुत ही कमिटेड, डेडिकेटेड आदमी थे म्यूज़िक के लिए और वो बहुत सिंपल थे. तो वो कहने लगे, राग दरबारी की प्योरिटी को आप बचाइए. तो आई वॉज फीलिंग एम्बेरेस्ड कि ये क्या कह रहे हैं और बेचारे हमारे प्रेसिडेंट को क्या पता दरबारी क्या है. कहते ये मियाँ तानसेन ने बनाया था, इस राग में लोग लिबर्टी ले रहे हैं, आप इसकी प्योरिटी को बचाइए. तो राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी बोले, मैं खान साहब मैं ज़रूर इसको बचाऊंगा, और क्या सेवा करूं? कहते हैं मेरे नमाज का वक्त हो गया, मैं घर जा रहा हूं. वो वहाँ से निकल पड़े और घर आके हमारी माता जी को उन्होंने पद्म भूषण की खुशी नहीं बताई. कहते हैं राजेंद्र बाबू ने वायदा करा है कि दरबारी की प्योरिटी बची रहेगी. तो ऐसे लोग इस प्लेनेट में आए, ऐसे कमिटेड लोग, ऐसे डेडिकेटेड लोग. So I'm so grateful to God that my guru, I had my father like Ustad Hafiz Ali Khan Sahab. और यही मुझे फिक्र थी कि because I could not see my father as a young musician. तो जब ये लोग मेरी लाइफ में आए अमान, उसके 2 साल बाद अयान आए, तो मेरी यही ख्वाहिश थी कि I wish I can perform with them as a young musician. तो वो खुदा का शुक्र है हम लोग एक साथ बजाते हैं. Now grandchildren are also playing. तो ये सब देशवासियों का आशीर्वाद है, देशवासियों का प्यार है, और इस प्यार की वजह से मैं अपना स्कूल भी पूरा नहीं कर पाया.
और अयान, इसी थॉट से हम ये कॉन्वर्सेशन एंड करते हैं, उसके बाद आपका परफॉर्मेंस शुरू होगा. कि this is a summit where we are celebrating the India century. We are talking about how India is the country to watch out for. And Indian music is the music to watch out for? Given the kind of experiment that's happening?
I think India was always the country to watch out for, according to me. Lekin, I think today, so many interesting things are happening in the international scene musically. So many genres of Indian music. एक अलग रंग इंडिया का पूरी दुनिया को देखने को मिल रहा है. Music में ही नहीं, कितने fields में. So I think we have very exciting times ahead of us and exciting creativity ahead of us and a lot of interesting works happening. And I hope Aman Bhai, I and Abbas Sahab, all of us are also part of that exciting journey.
Thank you so much. And we now look forward to the moment all of us have been waiting for through the day. So, Arun, what do you have for us?
Well, of course, while they set up, I'll quickly come close to you guys, because I think as we wrap this amazing day, it's important to have a chat with you guys as well, the audience, and also maybe try to get a feedback, maybe try to get the highlights, what stood out for you. And then, of course, we'll see the magic unfold here. Let me quickly start from this part of the audience. Hi, which was your favorite session, sir, through the day?
Well, there were, if you ask me, there were a couple of sessions, especially the session by William Darren-Paul and the session with the Israeli ambassador. Of course, we wanted that there should be some question answers in that session, which was a monologue prep exactly. And a session that we are having now is also excellent, and when you're going to have live program from Khan's family, it'll be great. So these 3 sessions of the day were excellent for me. Of course, the foreign minister's program was also good, but largely these 3-4 sessions I really enjoyed, and great to be at the NDTV summit. And I wish NDTV and the summit all the very best for the coming sessions tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. And I'll try to come at that part as well. Let's hear this lady here. What was the highlight for you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Yashvi Sadika Zaidi, and a student of conflict analysis and peace building from Jamia Millia Islamia, from Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict.
Which was your favorite session of the day, ma'am?
I think this World Summit was extraordinary experience, which was, of course, surrounded by, influential people of our time, from Shraddha Kapoor to Amjad Ali Khan. And what I liked the most was Shraddha Kapoor's insights into culture, how deeply she connects with it, the exchange of ideas, especially, was truly inspiring. And
I got that. So you really like Shraddha Kapoor's. Yes, ma'am. We had a chat with you in that session, so I'll try to give others an opportunity. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Sunanda, and I'm from Career Beacon. What I really liked is the session by External Minister, and that was actually an eye-opening thing, complementing what Narendra Modi has said. The second thing was the charging zone one, because I come from the mobility background. And finally, I made a note of all the 3 generations are going to perform. I'm eager for that. Thank you.
Same. I'm absolutely thrilled to see this. I'll come to this gentleman here. So please start with your name and which session stood out for you.
Yeah. My name is Raj Kapoor. Whatever the sessions has been conducted so far by NDTV World Summit are amazing. And primarily, I have been very excited by Mr. Jayashankar's session. That was very interesting.
Okay. Dr. S. Jayashankar has a huge fan following here, clearly. Anybody here who wants to share their thoughts on what the day was like, sir? Hi, what's your name, sir?
My name is Sumit Tandon.
Okay.
And the session that I liked most was External Affairs Minister's session. Dr.
Clearly his
Jayashankar,
favorite, yeah.
outstanding, riveting, everything that he speaks about, it's very gripping. So, apart from the other sessions, that was the most amazing session. Yeah.
Right. And there's also then, these conversations which stay with us. Yes, there were great sessions as a whole, but any conversation, any point by some expert, by our guest, and if you can stand up also, I want everybody to see you. What's your name, sir?
I'm Rohit Kumar.
Rohit. Okay. So, Rohit, which session first stood out for you? And second, what stayed with you?
Yeah. So, the session was struck in my mind today was Dr. S. Jayashankar's session, where he discussed about the flight conflict, Air India conflict, and ongoing Canada conflict with India, which we are doing lots of diplomatic things over there.
Anything he said that you really liked and it stayed with you?
Yeah, the behavior of Canada on this upcoming conflict, which is not good. And the second was the Shraddha Kapoor session, her British accent.
Which was hosted by yours truly.
Yeah. And the French one. And the dance, the song by the Shraddha, on which Mr. Pinto Singh...
He's your friend. I know you're naming him because he's your friend.
Yeah. So Pinto also did very well with her.
You think Pinto has a chance of debuting in Bollywood?
Yeah, why not? He's doing great in Bhojpuri. Yeah. So
we'd love to search you, Pinto ji, and thank you so much for joining us on the stage back then.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Here, yes, I'll come to you, sir. Yes.
Yeah, hi, I like the William Dalrymple's sessions, I think, the most, because Jayashankar ji and others are obvious choices and favorites. But I think he made an attempt to tell most of the audience here about rich history and culture of India, which I'm sure many don't know. So since I'm studying history of India from other sources than CBSE and whatever, so that was quite riveting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please, if you can have your name.
Hi, so my name is Mandeep Singh. I'm just trying to answer the question you asked the other gentleman about what was catchy about Mr. Jayashankar's speech. Yeah, what stood out for me, the whole strategy, where he said, the countries whose borders surround you befriend the countries who are on the other side of their border, right? So that's why if China is surrounding our border, then having friendship with Russia. I mean, innocently, as a civilian, I thought it just happened by chance, but now I know there's a strategy behind it. So I think that's what caught my attention. Thank you.
Yeah, that was quite a smart point. Can we also hear it from the ladies? Anybody who has anything to add up? Yes, sir, I'll come to you. Anybody from the ladies? Okay. So before we hear it from a lady, sir, yes, what's your name?
Sandeep Marwa. Okay. I am from real estate.
Okay.
Each session was fantastic. Jabardast session the. Even I like the Damani, Ramesh Damani session. I had a joyride with Bhutan King, Bhutan Prime Minister. उनके साथ मैं joyride पे DTC bus, hydro bus में joyride लेकर आया था.
अच्छा. So that's how you really like that session, is it?
And this one, the last one.
The last one, yes, of course, and we are also. Thank you, sir. We are absolutely thrilled to enjoy this performance as well. Hi, ma'am. What's your name?
Lata. Yeah, I think all the sessions, it was an eclectic mix of various people. Of course, I like Jayashankar. And you say, what did I like about his speech? I think it's so good that I don't need to listen to the words.
Yes, he's quite feisty. Yes.
Hello, my name is Vivek Sethi. I am an energy professional. So the session I liked the most was the session by the Bhutanese Prime Minister. And जो उन्होंने कहा कि किस तरह ग्लोबल साउथ इंडिया की लीडरशिप को देख रहा है और किस तरह ग्लोबल साउथ की एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि हम ग्लोबल साउथ को लीड करेंगे, वो भारत के लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छी चीज़ है कि हमारी सरकार में सिर्फ हमारा ही फेथ नहीं बल्कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट में ग्लोबल साउथ से लेकर वैश्विक इतना ज़्यादा हमारी गवर्नमेंट के लिए कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ रहा है। और रिन्यूएबल में जिस तरह से बहुत सारे रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के रिसोर्सेज भूटान के पास भी हैं और इस तरह के फेथ होने से हमको जियो पॉलिटिकल और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में भी बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी। वो सेशन बहुत ही अच्छा था। थैंक यू।
Now I'll come to you, ma'am. Yes, you are the one who gave 9 points to Shraddha. If you can stand up here. Please, if you can stand up. What's your name, ma'am, and what did you like the most? Except your own question in Shraddha's session.
So I'm Dr. Adrita, and I'm the zonal head of Clove Dental. What I liked the most was the palpable power of Global India Summit. It somehow invigorated a huge amount of respect and great amount of joy amongst us. The way the dignitaries were talking about India, the way, of course, the Bhutanese Prime Minister spoke about India, he sort of so much of joy that he had studied in India. That's the pride he was showing. And I cannot forget what Modi ji said, AI as aspirational India. So I was completely spellbound, and I'm so glad I'm here.
But let's also talk about the 9 points you gave to Shraddha. Yeah. She asked you to rate her smile, and you gave her 9 out of 10.
Yes, of course, because
you're quite a strict doctor, I must say.
As a doctor, I can't give her 10 straight unless I see her oral examination. So she herself said, I have 2 cavities, ma'am. So when she comes to my clinic in Clove Dental, I'm sure any of my doctors will be able to identify her 2 cavities, and we can also say, treat her.
Lovely. Thank you so much, ma'am. Anybody else who would love to share their thoughts? We'll quickly go there. I'm asked to move a bit slowly, so I'll be on my snail speed and then go to this gentleman. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Pratik Pandey. जैसे कि मैं एज ए इक्विटी डीलर काम करता हूँ फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में, और मैंने यूपीएससी की तैयारी भी की है, तो मेरा फेवरेट सेशन रहेगा जो जयशंकर सर का रहेगा, ऑलवेज भी स्पेशल। और स्पेशल ये था श्रद्धा कपूर से मैम से क्वेश्चन भी पूछने को मिला।
आपने क्या सवाल पूछा था श्रद्धा कपूर से?
सवाल नहीं, बेसिकली जो थॉट्स थे अपने बताया था उनको बेसिकली।
या आपने वो क्रश वाली बात कही?
यस
आप ही हैं वो?
यस सर।
नाइस। बट थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। एनी लाइन दैट स्टेड विद यू क्योंकि देखिए जो गेस्ट हैं, ये जो डिग्निटरीज हमारे साथ आज आए, वो जिंदगी में बहुत कुछ अचीव कर चुके हैं, बड़े बड़े ओहदे पर हैं। सो व्हेन दे से समथिंग इट रियली गोज डाउन इन बुक्स। सो कुछ ऐसा पॉइंट किसी डिग्निटरी का, किसी गेस्ट का जो आपके साथ स्टे किया?
व्हेनेवर टॉक किसी भी चीज़ पे अगर नोटिस किया जाए तो बेसिक नोट इसमें जो चल रहा है फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री से जो रिलेटेड था, कि जो साइबर क्राइम पे सर ने बात की, वो बेसिकली बहुत ही एक बड़ा मुद्दा है। और आज के समय में जिस तरह से सोशल मीडिया पे लोगों की एक्टिविटी ज़्यादा बढ़ रही है, तो देखा जाए इन ए फ्यूचर के लिए, आज के लिए साइबर क्राइम इज अ वेरी बिग थ्रेट फॉर एवरीवन. So this is a very good line for them.
Thank you very much. Last few feedback sessions here, if I can have somebody. Is there a Gen Z here? Anybody from that generation? Both of you? How old are you?
I am 22.
22. So we have a Gen Z also here. So I thought it's good to have that diversity. It's good to have that representation. So we've of course heard so many experienced people from the audience. But give me a young person's perspective.
Hi, my name is Pratham. So from my perspective, one of the things that I really would like to emphasize on was from Mark Moby's session. He mentioned about what to look when you invest in something, especially in the markets. And when there was the question from the host, he mentioned about P ratio. So me being a personal trade, I personally trade and invest in the markets and forex. So he mentioned that P is not of that much importance that we give to a company while judging its share price. And one thing he mentioned is that we shouldn't be in a rush. We should take the process slowly. That is one very important line that a Gen Z youngster should, really understand and take away.
Okay, now let's also talk about the day 2. Now we'll have another day of this summit. No, my next question is to you only, Pratham. What are you expecting on day 2?
Tomorrow I'm expecting a lot more on sustainability, EV and other industry segments, that what all is happening and how the next decade or the next 2 decades would be, going ahead and progressing in India.
Okay, thank you. How many of you are attending our day 2 as well? I hope there are a lot. Any special or any specific session, sir, you are excited about for tomorrow?
We don't know the agenda for tomorrow. I haven't seen.
Sorry?
I haven't seen the agenda tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody else who's seen the agenda and is excited about a specific session?
Sir, मैं R.K. Verma, Gurgaon से. Mr. Mittal is very practical. He told before 10 years and he told after 10 years. पहले सिग्नल नहीं आते थे मोबाइल में, ये दिक्कत होती थी. फिर उन्होंने किसी ने क्वेश्चन किया कि नहीं सर थर्ड बेसमेंट में सिग्नल नहीं है. उन्होंने कहा कि ये प्रॉब्लम अगले 10 साल में ख़त्म हो जाएगी. तो वेरी प्रैक्टिकल. तो आई एम वेरी मच इम्प्रेस्ड टू मिस्टर मित्तल.
Okay. I think say that again.
Kareena Kapoor.
Really? Is there any favorite film of yours? I mean, of hers that you like?
I can't recall.
First, you don't read the agenda. Now you don't know Kareena Kapoor's film.
Kapoor I like.
You like her as an actress, but maybe you've not seen a lot of her films. Yes, of course, we have Kareena Kapoor Khan also tomorrow having a session with us. So it's an exciting day packed. So if you've enjoyed today, you'll definitely enjoy our final day tomorrow. Hi, sir. Please start with your name.
My name is Anil Mathur. I'm the CEO of the Asian Engineers Company. We are the manufacturing material and the tire machines for the defense, DRDOs and all. The very good thing of this session was that it covers and shows that how the India, not only in the business, in other way around the spirituality and other things, it's going and leading and going to become the Wish Guru. So I hope that in another 10 years from now, we will not only lead to in the economic front, as well we will lead on the spirituality front also, and we will become the real Wish Guru. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Now let's start talking about the day 2. Anything specific that you want to hear? Any special session you are excited about?
Especially with the Kareena Kapoor session, and yeah, definitely I am a big fan.
Do you know her films? I mean, can you name three of her top films?
Yeah. Atraj. Yesterday I was watching Atraj, Ajnabi, and third one, Mujhse Dosti Karoge.
Oh, so you are Kareena's fan from that era.
That's why I'm Yeah. And first question that were you asking about how was the day? So all the session went very well. And out of all the session, I learned that all the global leaders, especially start from Cameroon to the Bhutan Prime Minister and all the people, I found one common thing that the people are very, very happy. The progress that India is growing under the leadership of our Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. So that's one of the things I found very, very impressive and very, very thanks to organizing this big summit. And yeah.
Any takeaway for you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm actually very excited with the Sarod players, and Ustad Ji will be performing, so that is a very, so such an interesting thing to look upon. And currently, that's all.
Currently, that's all. Yes, a few more minutes, and I think we'll have this performance ready. We'll also go to this table. Now we're discussing day 2. Okay, we have a lot of panelists who will be joining us tomorrow, and then there are some exciting conversations just like today that will happen tomorrow. So first, who are you looking forward to?
First of all, I would like to share my thoughts for today. The last session was amazing, and in the beginning you were asking what was the most catchy thing. So if I don't talk about what informative things have been shared here, the best part, if I say emotional, Ustad Ji, he shared that it is a pleasure to see his young boys growing and sharing the same profession in his young time, because his father was not able to see him doing the same when he was very young. So that was quite, catchy and touchy to me, that time really matters, that what kind of, development you are seeing your grown up doing the same thing.
Sure. Yeah. And any particular session for tomorrow that you're excited about?
Tomorrow, it depends whether I would be able to attend any of the session. It would be my privilege to attend the same, but let's see, fingers crossed.
Be honest, have you seen the agenda?
I will try my best.
You haven't? Okay. A last few voices. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll go to Mrinal as well. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Arun Gaggar. I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. Tomorrow I'll be coming specifically for Mr. Amitabh Kant. Had he been present here today, I would have given a miss tomorrow. But since his session is tomorrow, I'll have to specifically come for him. And today's session also, I would like to say the Israel ambassador, I was not aware of this. It will happen. I found it very interesting. I was completely focused on that. एक बार भी मोबाइल उठा के देखा नहीं उसमें. Thank you.
Lovely. Sir, are you also addicted to phone? Because usually people say, oh, it's a younger generation who's addicted to the phone.
Everybody is addicted.
Everybody is, right? They should stop blaming all of these young ones.
Yeah, true.
You have a great name, sir. My name is also Arun, by the way. Thanks. Mrinal, our in-house champ. क्या हाल है? कितने थके हैं आप?
मैं 3-4 दिन से सोया नहीं हूँ समिट की वजह से, और कल का जो एजेंडा है उसमें नाज डेली को लेके मैं बहुत ज़्यादा उत्सुक हूँ, क्योंकि उनका जो दृष्टिकोण है जीवन के प्रति वो मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा एक नई आशा देता है जीवन जीने के लिए, और काफ़ी अलग उनका पर्सपेक्टिव. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू मीट हिम टुमारो.
Yes, lovely. Thank you so much, Pranal. So it was a great conversation, guys. Thanks a lot. With this, I would want to wrap this as we're running short of time, and I also want to give some silence, some peace before we have this magic unwind here. So from my side, it's a goodbye, and I hope you have a great evening, because this is going to be magical. This is Arun Singh, and it's a goodbye from my side.